screen is this. Try to do this question yourself. Write the answer to this question in the chat window. Then I will go ahead and solve this question. You are given a matrix A. A is 1, 0, half, 1. And you're asked to find out what will be A to the power 50. And you are given 4 options. Right? You're given 4 options. Try to do this question on your own. I'll give you a minute. So this is your A beta. What will be A square? It will be A into A. So 1 into 1 plus 0 into half 1. 1 into 0 plus 0 into 1, 0. Half into 1 plus 1 into half, half plus half, 1. Half into 0 plus 1 into 1, 1. This will be your A square. Find out A cube beta. A cube will be A square into A. This will be 1 into 0 into half, which means 1. 1 into 0 plus 0 into 1, 0. 1 into 1 plus 1 into half, 3 by 2. And 1 into 0 plus 1 into 1, 1. Can you see the pattern? The pattern that we see is that A to the power n, here it is A to the power 1, A to the power 2, A to the power 3, will be 1, 0, n by 2 and 1. Isn't it? Isn't it? This is power was 1, half. Power is 2, 1. Power is 3. 1 is 2 by 2, right? 3 by 2. So when the power will be 50 beta, what will happen? 1, 0, 50 by 2 is 25 and 1. Right? So the correct answer to this question should be this. Okay? It will be 1, 25, 0 and 1. All right. The second question on your screen. Now, try to do this question. It says you are given a matrix A such that A square is equal to 2A minus I. I is unit matrix. A to the power n will be. Try to do this question. Tell me which of the option is correct. Post it in the chat window. Okay, let's try to write. A square is 2A minus I. What will be A cube beta? A square into A. 2A minus I into A. 2A square minus I into A. 2A square minus A. A square is 2A minus I. 2A minus I minus A. 4A minus 2I minus A. 3A minus 2I. 3A minus 2I. Are we seeing some pattern as of now? Let's find out one more, then it will be easy. I'll find out A to the power 4. A cube into A. A cube is 3A minus 2I into A. 3A square minus 2A. A square is 2A minus I. 3. 2A minus I minus 2A. 6A minus 3I minus 2A. 4A minus 3I. Now, yes, if this is 2, here you see 2 and here you see 1. If this is 3, here you see 3, here you see 2. If this is 4, here you see 4, here you see 3. So if this is n, here you will see n and here you will see n minus 1. Here you will see n minus 1. That's the answer to this question. So correct answer will be A. Clear? Okay, beta. Question on your screen now. Try to do this question on your own. I thought to make it a bit difficult. I removed the options. Try to do this. The product of n matrix, you're given these n matrix, is equal to 1, 378, 0 and 1. Find the value of n. Find the value of n. Try to do this question yourself. Pause your screen for a second. Try to do this yourself, beta. Then I will do this question. Okay. Okay. Now what we will do, we will just look at first two observation beta. I am getting 1, 0, 1, 1 into 1, 2, 0, 1. Of course, this is getting multiplied with others. But if I just find the product, I will get 1 into 1 plus 1 into 0, 1. 1 into 2 plus 1 into 1, 2 plus 1, 3. 0 into 1 plus 1 into 0, 0. 0 into 2 plus 1 into 1, 1. Which is the third observation. Which is the third observation. So I see that the product of the first two observation is the third observation. But there is something very interesting happening. If I find the product of first two, I've got this. If I just multiply, if I just go ahead and multiply this with the third observation, I will get this as 1 into 1 plus 3 into 0, 1. 1 into 3 plus 3 into 3, 6. 1 into 0 into 1 plus 1 into 0, 0 and 1. So when I find the product of first two observation, I am getting this third observation. And if you look into this third observation, it is 1, 3, 0, 1. तो देखो यहाँ पे जो मेरा product आ रहा है ना, what product I am getting ना, that product, if I find the product of these two observation, it is coming 1, 0, 1, 3. So if I just compare, each of these have 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. This is 1 here and this is 2 here and product is coming 3. So product is coming 1 plus 2. Making sense? Similarly, this was product of first two observation. First observation and second observation. When I multiplied it with the third observation, so notice that these three elements are same. And in the answer that I am getting finally, also I see 1, 0, 1. But here I am getting 6. And 6 is 1 plus 2 plus 3. So if there are n observations, if I am multiplying till n, what will be the product? Can anyone tell me? 1, 0, 1, 1 plus 2 plus 3 till n. That will be the product, right? And this beta will be nothing but sum of n observation is n plus 1 by 2 and this. And the final matrix is given to me as 1, 0, 1, 378. So this final matrix is 1, 0, 1 and here I have 378. I can do the comparison. I can just compare. So n plus 1 by 2 will be equal to 378. Just give me a minute. Sometimes the pen shows tantrums. Right? So n square plus n is equal to 378 into 2. Quadratic equation. Just solve it. So when you will be solving this, you will get n as 27. That's the answer to this question. Good question. Tricky one. Right? This is the kind of questions that are asked in ISI. So good one. Okay, beta. At last, homework question for you. You're given A is 0 alpha 0 0. Right? You're given A plus I to the power 50 minus 50A is this. You need to find out A plus B plus C plus D. It's a homework question. Try to post your answers in the chat window. What will be A plus B plus C plus D? Which of the following explains the term economic growth? So, जो growth होती है, what is that? Growth means आपकी production बढ़ जाएगी,
per capita, correct. Income will increase, correct. There will be some changes in the economy, correct. क्योंकि पहले क्या होगा कि आप एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में ज्यादा होगे, and after growth maybe you will be more into the industrial sector. So there will be some changes in the structure of your economy. एकदम ठीक बात है. So option A, B, C, all of them are correct. So the correct answer is D. बेटा next question पे आओ. Economic development is characterized by. तो economic development में what happens? There is structural change in the economy, correct. Growth हो रही है तो development तो हो ही रही है ना. Growth, of course, they are different things, but development may be structural change in economy will take place. And there will be change in occupational structure. ये भी ठीक है बेटा. Earlier you will be into agricultural sector, बाद में ज़्यादा people will be in the industrial sector, then more people will be in the service sector. So occupational structure will change, correct. So both A and B are correct option. A और B दोनों ही correct है. Better come to the next question. Underdevelopment is defined in terms of. So when there is underdevelopment, सबसे basic चीज जो होती है वो होती है that the income will be very low in the economy. The per capita income will be very, very low. So the correct answer to this question is B. There will be low income. हाँ, income कम होगी तो unemployment will be more, poverty will be very low, will be very high. ये सब होगा, correct. But majorly, whenever you will see the definition of underdevelopment, you will see it in terms of per capita income. हमेशा इसकी जो definition होती है वो per capita income के basis पे होती है. So that is in fact the correct option. ठीक है बच्चे? Okay बेटा, come to the next question. Which of the following explains the term economic development? Improvement in technology involved? Yes. जब आप एक underdeveloped से developed nation की तरफ जाओगे, you will use better technology. That is correct. Improvement in production, हाँ, production will increase. Improvement in distribution system, yes. जो पहले inequality exist करती थी economy में, that will lower. More people will have higher income, right? So there will be improvement in the distribution system. That is correct option. So all the three are correct. So the correct answer to this question should be beta all of the above. तीनों के तीनों ही correct हैं. It will be all of the above. ठीक है बच्चे? Come to the next one beta. Which of the following is generally regarded as the true index of economic growth? ग्रोथ के लिए सबसे ज्यादा क्या देखा जाता है बेटा? व्हाट वी सी इज पर कैपिटा इनकम, पर पर्सन इनकम. एंड व्हेन देयर इज इंक्रीज इन द पर कैपिटा इनकम, देन देयर विल बी ग्रोथ. देन देयर विल बी ग्रोथ. बच्चा, विच पर कैपिटा इनकम? रियल. नॉमिनल को बढ़ा के क्या करना अगर इन्फ्लेशन भी उतने से आ गई? We are concerned with real per capita income. So the correct answer to this question will be that it is A. An increase in national income at constant price. Constant price means that it is not A. This is not real income. It is B. Sustained increase in real per capita income. This is the correct answer to this question. So increase in real per capita income. हमेशा याद रखना, if they ask you in exam whether growth is related to real per capita or real national income, national मतलब GDP बच्चे, या NNPFC, this is not per capita. ग्रोथ की बात हमेशा per capita terms में होती है. So growth is per capita income, right? So you will always mark the answer as per capita. वो आपका correct answer होगा. Okay बच्चे, come to the next question. The concept of economic growth is, अब देखो ध्यान से समझना. हाँ देखो, growth is narrow, development is broad. और इसको याद रखने के लिए an example can be कि एक ह्यूमन बीइंग की हाइट ग्रो करती है पर ओवरऑल उसकी डेवलपमेंट होती है, जिसमें वो बेटर ह्यूमन बीइंग बनता है, जिसमें वो अच्छी चीजें सीखता है. सो ग्रोथ इज लिमिटेड. ग्रोथ हो सकती है आपकी सिर्फ हाइट की, आपकी सिर्फ इनकम की, एक चीज की. इट्स लिमिटेड. डेवलपमेंट हैज अ लॉट ऑफ अदर फैक्टर्स. तो डेवलपमेंट ब्रॉड होती है, ग्रोथ नैरो टर्म होता है. सो वी कैन गो ahead and say that economic growth is narrower than the concept of economic development. Development broad concept होता है, growth is a narrow concept. Come to the next question, beta. Narrower, which of the following is not an indicator of economically underdeveloped country? Let's see. Not an indicator पूछ रहे, not. लो पर कैपिटा इनकम, हाँ अंडर डेवलप्ड है तो पर कैपिटा इनकम तो लेस ही होगी. दिस इज एन इंडिकेटर. लो प्रपोर्शन ऑफ लेबर फोर्स इन द प्राइमरी सेक्टर, नो 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 नो. अगर प्राइमरी सेक्टर में लेस लोग एम्प्लॉयड हैं, देयर आर लेस पीपल एम्प्लॉयड इन द प्राइमरी सेक्टर, तो इसका मतलब तो हो गया कि यू आर ग्रोइंग, यू आर डेवलपिंग. If people move out of primary sector into the secondary sector, तो इसका मतलब तो ये हो गया कि आपकी ग्रोथ हो रही है, आपकी डेवलपमेंट हो रही है. तो आप इकोनॉमिकली अंडर डेवलप्ड नहीं हो, राइट? बिकॉज यू आर मूविंग फ्रॉम प्राइमरी टू सेकेंडरी टू टर्शरी. तो यही तो हमें चाहिए, यही तो रोस्टोज मॉडल है, राइट? So actually low proportion of people in primary sector, this represents developed nation, not underdeveloped nation. So this is the correct answer to this question. Come to the next question. The rate of growth of an economy majorly depends on. तो बेटा growth किस पर डिपेंड करेगी? किस रेट से लेबर फोर्स ग्रो कर रहा है? दिस इज करेक्ट. When labor force will grow, मतलब more people who can work will grow. When people who can work will grow, then your output will grow. When your output will grow, your GDP will grow. तो अगर लेबर फोर्स बढ़ेगा, ज्यादा लोग मेरे काम करने वाले होंगे, देन आई विल ग्रो एज एन इकोनॉमी, मेरी ग्रोथ होगी इकोनॉमी में. सो दिस इज करेक्ट. लुक इनटू द नेक्स्ट. द प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ नेशनल इनकम सेव्ड एंड इन्वेस्टेड. बेटा व्हेन सेविंग्स विल इंक्रीज, इन्वेस्टमेंट विल इंक्रीज. जब इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ेगी तो जीडीपी बढ़ेगा. दिस इज करेक्ट. द रेट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंप्रूवमेंट, करेक्ट. जब टेक्नोलॉजी इंप्रूव होगी, इट विल increase the GDP of the economy. So all three options are correct. So the correct answer to this question is all of the above. सारे ही correct options है. Come to the next question. Assume the following determinants of growth which is non-economic factor. देखो बेटा, natural resources economic factor है. आप natural resources को economically use कर सकते हो. जैसे for example, you can go ahead and use them for the purpose of tourism. This is an economic factor for the determining the growth. अब next देखो, population growth. This is also an economic factor. Capital accumulation, ये भी एक economic factor है. When capital will increase, then investment will increase, then GDP of the economy will increase. But favorable legislation, this is not an economic factor. अगर मैं बोल दूं कि लेजिस्लेशन फेवरेबल है, तो उससे हाउ इज दैट रिलेटेड टू एन इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर? हाउ इज दैट एन इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर? ये तो इकोनॉमिक नहीं है. सो आंसर विल बी सी. कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. बिसाइड्स इंक्रीज इन आउटपुट, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट इज कंसर्न्ड विद. बेटा डेवलपमेंट एक ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट है. ग्रोथ इंटरेस्टेड रहता है इनकम रिलेटेड, पर डेवलपमेंट क्या बोलता है? इनकम तो बढ़ाओ, बट विमेन को इक्वालिटी दो, जेंडर इक्वालिटी लेकर आओ. हाँ, बेटर वाटर सैनिटेशन फैसिलिटी दो. बेटर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन रिमूव करो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रेस, कास्ट, रिलीजन. हाँ, सिक्योरिटी लेकर आओ. हाँ, तो डेवलपमेंट एक ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट है. एजुकेशन इंप्रूव करो, हेल्थ इंप्रूव करो. इट्स अ ब्रॉडर कॉन्सेप्ट. सो डेवलपमेंट बिसाइड्स increase in output, it is associated with technology, with how income is distributed, with लाइफ सस्टेनेंस, सेल्फ एस्टीम, फ्रीडम, ये सब कुछ डेवलपमेंट रिलेटेड है। डेवलपमेंट में आपको सब कुछ चाहिए। सो आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डी। बेटा डेवलपमेंट के बारे में अगर आपको पढ़ना है तो एक बहुत अच्छा ये रहेगा दैट यू गो अहेड एंड यू रीड द बुक्स रिटन बाय अमर्त्य सेन। वो इस बारे में बात करते हैं कि क्यों ग्रोथ काफी नहीं है और क्यों डेवलपमेंट की जरूरत है, व्हाई डेवलपमेंट इज रिक्वायर्ड। ठीक है बेटा, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कैन बी मेजर्ड बाय, तो ग्रोथ तो इनकम कॉन्सेप्ट है और इनकम को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं, जीडीपी से। सो इट इज जीडीपी, राइट। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कैन बी सीन एज एन आउटवर्ड शिफ्ट ऑफ, तो अगर देखो ध्यान से समझो, सी इफ देर विल बी ग्रोथ देन योर आउटपुट विल इंक्रीज। अगर आउटपुट इंक्रीज हो रहा है मतलब आपका जो प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर है वो आउटवर्ड शिफ्ट होगा, आप ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर पाओगे इकोनॉमी में, राइट। So the answer to this question will be A, the production possibility frontier. Development economics is the study of poverty reduction, transformation of institute, allocation of resources in the developing country, all. बेटा all. मैंने अभी समझाया that development is a broad concept और development जो है वो बोलता है कि poverty को कम करो, inequality को कम करो, लोगों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ बढ़ाओ, वाटर सैनिटेशन फैसिलिटीज दो। सो इट इज अ ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट, इट इज रिलेटेड विद ऑल ऑफ दिस, राइट। सो वी कैन से दैट द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डी। बेटा कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अ गुड डेफिनेशन ऑफ मीनिंग ऑफ डेवलपमेंट इज, अगेन सेम टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चन ओनली, elimination of poverty, yes. Improving quality of life, yes. Fulfillment of the potential of individual, yes. So all of the above is the answer. Better come to the next question. Development economics must have a scope wider than traditional economics because अब जो ट्रेडिशनल इकोनॉमिक्स था वो बोलता था कि जस्ट फोकस ऑन जीडीपी, इफ यू आर फोकसिंग ऑन जीडीपी इट इज फाइन। डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने आके बोला कि ना 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 ना, ओनली फोकसिंग ऑन जीडीपी इज नॉट इनफ, you must go ahead and you must focus more on transforming the institutes. You must go ahead and you must focus on reducing inequality, on poverty elevation. तो ये सब बातें किसने की, डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने। तो डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने बोला कि आप इंस्टीट्यूट्स को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, लीगल सिस्टम को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, क्रिमिनल्स पता करो कौन है, क्रिमिनल्स का रेट कम करो। सो डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स basically talks about transformation of social institutes. So the answer is C. Come to the next question beta. The concept of economic planning in India is derived from, तो आपको याद होगा USSR की काफी बात हुई है, स्पेशली अगर आप सेकेंड 5-year प्लान, फर्स्ट 5-year प्लान को पढ़ो तो you will read a lot about USSR. So the answer is Russia. ठीक है, come to the next question बेटा. Economic development refers to, तो क्या है इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, क्या ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट सेम है, आर दे द सेम थिंग, नो। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ प्लस चेंजेस इन आउटपुट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड स्ट्रक्चर, यस, ये है ग्रोथ बच्चे, दिस इज इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। इसी के अंदर अगर मैं इनइक्वालिटी को रिमूव कर दूं, पॉवर्टी को कम कर दूं और बहुत चीजें कर दूं, आउटपुट को बेटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दूं, एक प्रॉपर इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन कर दूं, इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर इंप्रूव कर दूं, तो इन सबको मिलाकर आ जाएगी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट। सो डेवलपमेंट विल बी अ ब्रॉडर कॉन्सेप्ट, सो वी कैन गो अहेड एंड से दैट बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन। ठीक है बेटा, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट मीन्स इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ प्लस स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस प्लस क्वालिटेटिव चेंजेस, तो बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर। आ गया हो बेटा। इन रिकार्डियन स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स सेविंग्स आर प्रोवाइडेड बाय, तो रिकार्डो ने क्या कहा था, रिकार्डो ने कहा था कि देखो लेबर क्लास नहीं सेव करने वाली, वो तो मिनिमल वेज वाले हैं, उनके पास तो खुद के पास वेज नहीं है, दे डोंट हैव वेजेस, तो he said that labor class will not save. Labor class does not have wage. It is going to be the capitalist who will save in the economy. So the correct answer to this question will be capitalist. Come to the next question, bache. Which one of the following statement is not in tune with Ricardian theory of growth? So Ricardian theory of growth basically goes ahead and says that profits will tend to fall over time. ये नहीं बोलता profit tend to rise. It says profit tend to fall over time, right? So the answer to this question will be D. This is not in tune. Profit tend to rise is incorrect. Profit will fall over time. That is correct option. ठीक है. Come to the next question. Which of the following is not an assumption of Ricardian theory? तो Ricardian theory ने बेटा क्या बोला था? Minimal wages. So if you're talking about minimal wages, you can't be talking about increasing wage. ये assumption नहीं हो सकती है, right? So rising real wage is not an assumption of the Ricardian theory. This is incorrect. ये गलत option है. Ricardo built his theory around, so his theory was around wages of the labor class. So answer is C. In Ricardian system, a crucial role in development was assigned to. तो Ricardian system ने इस बारे में बात की कि कैसे कैपिटलिस्ट जो हैं वो अपना प्रॉफिट को accumulate कर सकते हैं, right? So he talked about profits, right? So he said that development के पीछे जो reason रहेगा that will be profit. So answer is C. Which one of the following model uses distinct concept of the stages of growth? So different stages of growth are given under the Harrod-Domer model. So under the Harrod model, so we will say answer is B. Right? Okay, beta. Now come to the next question. The classical theory of economic development is of relevance for less developed countries today because it lays emphasis on need for favorable institution, extension of markets, capital accumulation, all of the above. तो basically, अगर हम थोड़ा सा इस पे फोकस करें, देखो, as you grow, आपका जो system, जैसे for example, let's talk about a developed country. As you will grow, as you will become underdeveloped to developed, the initial theories that were in place will not hold true for you. क्योंकि जो theories लिखी गई थी वो तब लिखी गई थी जब इकोनॉमी बहुत अलग थी, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी बहुत अलग थी, right? So as you grow, the classical theories, they are only relevant to the less developed countries. क्यों? क्योंकि वो जो क्लासिकल थ्योरीज हैं इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट की, वो बात करती हैं कि कैसे आप अपनी मार्केट को ग्रो कर सकते हो, कैसे आप कैपिटल को एक्यूमुलेट करने के बाद ग्रोथ लेकर आ सकते हो, कैसे आप अपने फेवर में अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन को रख सकते हो, राइट? सो ऑल ऑफ दिस बेटा, दिस इज बेसिकली ओनली यूजफुल फॉर योर लेस डेवलप्ड नेशंस, राइट? सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी all of the above. Okay. Which growth model is inspired the use of capital output ratio? All of us know the answer is Harrod-Domer model. Which of the following model makes the assumption of constant saving income ratio? We know Harrod-Domer model. The Harrod-Domer model is one of the well-known models of growth. Which of the two authors of this model wrote earlier and in which year? So, actually, this model was written by Harrod. ठीक है, एंड देन डोमर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड टू इट. तो लिखा पहले हैरड ने था और फिर डोमर ने कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट किया. सो द करेक्ट आंसर विल बी हैरड इन 1939. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज, वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन दिस, नैरोअर देन इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इन इंडिया विल हैपन नेसेसरली इफ देयर इज, बेटा डेवलपमेंट के लिए एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, यानी कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन हो. सो द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन. कभी भी पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ से इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं आने वाली. एंड द मोमेंट यू निगेट ए, यू आर लेफ्ट अप विद बी एंड सी. सी कहते हैं टेक्निकल प्रोग्रेस इन ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी. अगर ग्लोबली टेक्नोलॉजी इंप्रूव होगी, how will that impact India? Not necessary, na? So C is also incorrect. So answer will be B. Which of the following is inconsistent with Adam Smith theory of development? So Adam Smith basically went ahead and said that the development can only take place up to one level. एक level तक development होगी and then it will fall, right? So there is a limit to development, to growth. ऐसा नहीं है कि growth will be unlimited. There will be a limit to growth, right? So this is incorrect. This is inconsistent, that there is no limit to growth. Huh? Karl Marx ideas about development theory are available in, so Karl Marx actually went ahead and Marx wrote different books. Haan bache. Now, if you go ahead and you Google a bit, you will find that Das Kapital basically is a book which is written by Karl Marx. And, he went ahead and he talks about why and how capitalism will fail. मतलब कैसे capitalism grow करेगा और कैसे capitalism गिर जाएगा. How capitalism will increase and how capitalism will fall. तो इसके बारे में कार्ल मार्क्स ने बात की थी. Now, if you look into the name, if you look into the name of this book, या if you just Google Das Capital, तो इसका जो actual name है, it is this entire thing. It is Das Capital, a critic of political economy. ये पूरा इस बुक का नाम है. This is an excellent book and this talks about how capitalism will increase and how capitalism will fall. और इसमें उन्होंने बहुत चीजों की बात की. I hope you know all of this. Organic composition of capital की बात की है और उन्होंने बात की है कि कैसे capitalist with time अपना सारा पैसा जो है वो capital में लगाएंगे पर उसकी वजह से ही उनका नुकसान होगा. So all that he has talked about in this book. So actually speaking, the answer is C, but this is also not the correct name. This is the correct name. Das Capital, a critic of political economy. पूरा ही book का नाम है. Okay, come to the next question. In Schumpeter तो हमेशा entrepreneur की बात करते हैं. So answer is D. कुछ चीजें आपके दिमाग में clear होनी चाहिए. The moment you see the word Schumpeter, you should know कि मेरे को entrepreneur click करना है. It is an entrepreneur theory. Which sector was established most by Ricardo in the context of economic growth? So Ricardo talked about agriculture being the most established sector. Which of the following, according to Ricardo, would form a bottleneck to economic growth? तो Ricardo की theory अगर आप पढ़ो, तो उसमें हमने क्या पढ़ा था बच्चे? हमने पढ़ा था कि हमारे पास एक लैंड होगा और ये लैंड धीरे धीरे शॉर्टेज होना शुरू हो जाएगी इस लैंड की as compared to the food requirement. पढ़ा था हमने ये सारा और फिर हमने पूरी बात की थी कि कैसे आपको वो वाला लैंड भी यूज करना पड़ेगा जो अनप्रोडक्टिव लैंड होगा. So we have talked about all this in our lectures. So based on this, the answer to this will be A. Which of the following is inconsistent with Schumpeter's theory of development? बेटा चाहे Schumpeter हो चाहे Adam Smith हो, all of them assumed that there will be a limit to growth. Growth एक limit तक ही हो सकती है. It cannot be forever. So the course of growth is continuous. ये चीज हमेशा inconsistent रहेगी. This will not be true, right? So answer will be A. According to Schumpeter's model, the innovating entrepreneurs get the necessary finance from, so they get it from banks. Which one of the following was given a central place by Schumpeter in his theory? तो innovation को उन्होंने बहुत रोल दिया. दो चीजों को आपको याद रखना है Schumpeter से. Again, we have done this model in class, but it will be innovation and entrepreneurs. इन दोनों का ही बहुत रोल है in Schumpeter's model. Okay. In which year was the first volume of Das Kapital B. Karl Marx published? So the first volume was published in 1967. इसके ना बहुत वॉल्यूम्स आए हैं, सो द लेटेस्ट वन इज वॉल्यूम 3, उसको भी पढ़ो, इट इज एन एक्सेलेंट बुक रिटन। ठीक है बच्चे, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। मिडाल बिल्ड्स हिज थ्योरी ऑफ इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट अराउंड द आइडिया ऑफ, तो मिडाल इज एसोसिएटेड विद इनइक्वालिटीज, उनका मॉडल इनइक्वालिटी पे है, एंड बोथ रीजनल इन विद इन नेशन एंड आउटसाइड नेशन, तो बोथ ए एंड सी आर करेक्ट, ए एंड बी, हाँ बोथ आर करेक्ट। ठीक है, द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ विशियस साइकिल ऑफ पॉवर्टी नर्क्से ने दी थी, सो आंसर इज नर्क्से। Who formulated the theory of circular and cumulative causation, which explains the perpetuation of underdevelopment through growing inequality between developed and underdeveloped country? तो बेटा inequality मैंने अभी आपको बता दिया, he is associated with Mirdal. In the context of which region was big push strategy of development formulated? So when the big push theory or big push strategy came, ideally this big push strategy was built for Eastern Europe. So answer to this question is Eastern Europe. ठीक है बेटा, come to the next question. Which of the following is a characteristic of underdevelopment? Vicious cycle of poverty. मतलब ये क्या बोलते हैं? देखो अगर पॉवर्टी होगी तो आपके पास फूड शॉर्टेज होगा, आप खाना नहीं खा पाओगे। अगर फूड शॉर्टेज होगा तो आपका लेबर अनप्रोडक्टिव होगा। अगर लेबर अनप्रोडक्टिव होगा तो आउटपुट कम होगा, जीडीपी कम होगा। अगर इनकम कम होगी तो लेबर की वेजेस कम होंगी, वेजेस कम होंगी तो पॉवर्टी बढ़ेगी। सो दिस इज अ विशियस साइकिल दैट कीप्स ऑन गोइंग ऑन एंड ऑन एंड ऑन। हु फिक्सेस द पॉवर्टी लाइन? सो आई विल लीव दिस क्वेश्चन बिकॉज अब वी डोंट हैव द प्लानिंग कमीशन एनीमोर, सो पॉवर्टी लाइन यहां से नहीं करेंगे। Who formulated the theory of circular and cumulative causation, which explains perpetuation of underdevelopment through growing inequality? Inequality is Myrdal. The basic logic behind big push theory is related to external economies. Yes. So the big push theory basically, bache, it talks about the external economies. I hope you have read big push theory, huh? Under the big push strategy of development, large investments are to be directed towards, तो बिग पुश थ्योरी ये कहता है कि जितनी भी इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर की तरफ कर दो, सो आंसर इज इंडस्ट्री। द डिविजन ऑफ लेबर अकॉर्डिंग टू एडम स्मिथ इज लिमिटेड बाय, सो एडम स्मिथ gave role to both the things. He said that whenever you want to divide labor, it will be limited, उसको आप डिवाइड नहीं कर पाओगे because of the limitation of the market and the amount of capital available. So answer will be both A and B. The big push strategy of development was first developed by, all of us know, it is Rost and Rodin. So these were the 50 important DevEco questions.
This is JNU 2010, 2020 question number 1. MA Economics entrance exam. Let's see what the question is saying. It is saying find the slope dk by dl. There are two ways to do it. Method 1. You write your equation of the isoquant Q is equal to 4, K to the power 1 by 4, L to the power 3 by 4. You go ahead and total differentiate this function. So dq will be 4, differentiate with respect to K, power comes down, power reduces by 1, dk, hold L constant, plus differentiate with respect to L. So power comes down, power is reduced by 1 into K to the power 1 by 4. Now, if you go ahead and this will be dl. If you go ahead and you simplify this, you will get K to the power minus 3 by 4 dk, L to the power 3 by 4 plus 3, L to the power minus 1 by 4 dl, K to the power 1 by 4. This will be dq. So this would be L by K to the power 3 by 4 dk plus 3 K by L to the power 1 by 4 dl. This will be dq. Along an isoquant, your dq is 0. There is no change in output along any isoquant. You hold output constant at any level. In this case, we are holding output constant at the level of 2000. So because we hold output constant, I'll put dq equal to 0 and solve it. dk plus 3k by L to the power 1 by 4 dl. And from here, find dk by dl. So I will get minus 3k by L to the power 1 by 4 dl is equal to L by k to the power 3 by 4 dk. So I will get dk by dl. This goes here, this goes here. K by L to the power 1 by 4 minus 3 upon L by k to the power 3 by 4. So of course, this is coming in the denominator. In order to bring in the numerator, I can reciprocate it. So this will be minus 3 into k by L to the power 1 by 4 into k by L to the power 3 by 4 is equal to dk by dl. So dk by dl will be minus 3, base are same, add the power, k by L to the power 1 by 4 plus 3 by 4. This will be minus 3 k by L. This is method 1 to find the slope of the isoquant. Go ahead and find dk by dl by total differentiating your production function. So the answer for this one will be minus 3k by L. Method 2. You can go ahead and say that we know that the slope of isoquant is nothing but MPL by MPK with a negative sign. What is MPL? MPL is how output changes when labor changes. What is your production function? Q is given as, so if I look at my production function, Q is given as 4k to the power 1 by 4, L to the power 3 by 4. So we have 4k to the power 1 by 4, L to the power 3 by 4. So with respect to L, if I differentiate it, I will get 4. K is a constant. And with respect to L, I will get 3 by 4. L to the power 3 by 4 minus 1. This will be its differentiation with respect to L. Similarly, find MPK. This will be how output changes when capital changes. So differentiate with respect to K, holding L constant, 4, L to the power 3 by 4. And then you're differentiating this with respect to K. So, you know, power will come down. L to the power, K to the power 1 by 4 minus 1. So this will be 3, K to the power 1 by 4, L to the power minus 1 by 4. This will be L to the power 3 by 4, K to the power minus 3 by 4. So what will be the slope? The slope will be minus MPL by MPK, which will be minus 3 K to the power 1 by 4, L to the power minus 3 by 4 upon L to the power 3 by 4, K to the power minus 3 by 4. This is a negative power, so it will go in the numerator. Negative power, it will go to the denominator. So this would be minus 3 K to the power 1 by 4, K to the power 3 by 4 upon L to the power 3 by 4, L to the power 1 by 4. Base is same, add the powers together. So K to the power 1 by 4 plus 3 by 4 upon L to the power 3 by 4 plus 1 by 4. So this will be minus 3K by L. This is another way. And what is this called? We know this is nothing but MRTS, marginal rate of technical substitution. So this is coming as minus 3k by L. Whether you go ahead and total differentiate it and put dq equal to 0, or you can just find MPL, MPK, divide the two with a negative sign because slope is always negative of an isoquant. It is a downward sloping, well-defined isoquant that is given to you. So you can simply put a negative sign to show that it is downward sloping. So the answer to this question is A. JNU 2020 SSS MA Economics, question 3. Let's see what the question is saying. What will be equilibrium level of income? Y is given as C plus I. C is C naught plus BYD plus I. C naught plus BYD is disposable income, which is income minus taxes plus investment. Investment is autonomous unless it's given as a function of interest rate. Consider as autonomous. So this is going to be 100 plus B is marginal propensity to consume 0.5, income minus lump sum taxes are given at 50, investment is given at 40. This is Y. Now this is pretty simple to go ahead and solve. 100 plus, as I alerted you earlier, this is 0.5 is marginal propensity to consume out of disposable income, not out of income. Okay, so this is 0.5 Y. But in this case, because my taxes are lump sum, it also becomes out of income. If my tax would have been a function of income, then MPC out of Y and YD would have been different. So refer to my previous question also in this case. Right, so this will be minus 25 plus 40. So this is going to be 100 plus 15 plus 0.5 Y. Bring all Y terms on the same side. So 0.5 Y will be 115 and Y will be 115 by 0.5. So this will be 2. So this will be 230. So the equilibrium level of income is 230. Okay, thank you. In this video, we are going to go ahead and do some questions which are expected questions from the point of view of probability. In particular, it is related to probability density function, cumulative density function, marginal density functions. Let's go ahead and take the first question. So it says given probability density function as, what's the probability density function given to you? It is given as f of x is equal to kx square if x is between 0 and 3 and 0 otherwise. It says find 1. Constant k. Second, distribution function fx. Third, probability of x between 1 and 2. Pause the video, give it a try, then I will do it. So let's start it. See, the first part is asking you to find out constant k. You must know the property that for PDF function, whenever we integrate them from minus infinity to infinity, then the answer is 1. Area, the total area, the sum of the probability is 1. For our case, because it is only defined between 0 to 3, I am going to go ahead, integrate this function kx square between 0 to 3, and I'm going to say that this is equal to 1. Now, when we go ahead and integrate this function, I will get k x cube by 3 from 0 to 3 equal to 1. This would mean k 3 cube by 3 minus 0 cube by 3 is equal to 1. This would mean k 9 minus 0 is equal to 1. So 9k is equal to 1. This implies that the value of k would be 1 by 9. So this is your first answer. Second, what is it saying? Distribution function capital Fx. Let's see that. What is Fx? Fx is nothing but you have to go ahead and integrate this function. So, because your function is defined for x between 0 to 3, you have to go ahead and integrate this function between 0 to 3. So please understand, ideally what do we do? Whenever I have to find CDF of a function, suppose this is the function. Suppose this is the curve parameter. The PDF of a function is that when x takes a certain value, what is the probability associated with it? But the the CDF of a function is from from minus infinity to that value, what is the total probability? So you find area under the curve. So usually to find the CDF of the function till any value x is equal to x naught, you integrate the function from minus infinity to that f naught, f of t dt. This is what we do. But in my case, because the function is only defined between 0 to 3, I am simply going to say I will integrate the function 0 to 3 f of x dx. This is all that I can do. This is what I am going to go ahead and do. So because my function is only defined from 0 to 3, I am only going to go ahead and say that this is how my function is defined. So this is going to be from 0 to 3. The value of k is 1 by 9. And my function is kx square. So it is going to be kx square dx. So this will be x cubed by 3 into 1 by 9 from 0 to 3. So this is going to be 1 by 9, 3 cubed by 3. So this is going to be 3 to the power, which is going to be 1. This is going to be my complete area. Area under the curve is 1. So for every value between 0 to 3, if I take the complete area, see my function was only defined between 0 to 3. If I take the complete area of my function, then this area has to be equal to 1, right? Now, supposedly, I want to find the CDF for any x naught which is between 0 to 3. So this is 0, this is 3. And I ask you, okay, what is the CDF till x naught? Right? So in that case, I will integrate my function 1 by 9. That's the value of k, x square dx. It will start from 0 and it will go till x naught. So this is going to be x cubed by 3 into 1 by 9 from 0 to x naught. So this is going to be x naught cubed by 27. So for any x naught You can put any value. So supposedly you ask me what is the CDF till x2. So I will put x not equal to 2. If you ask me what is the CDF for x is equal to 2.5, I will give you till 2.5. So, ideally, what is the definition of the CDF or the cumulative density function? This is the probability that x is less than or equal to 2. So when I say that this is my CD, this is my probability density function, and I take x equal to 2, so CDF will be that x can take any value from 0 to 2. So I will put 2 here and I will get the answer. X can take any value from 0 to 3 is 1, because then I'm taking the entire area. That's where my function is defined and I'm taking that completely. So that is why I was getting here 1. Okay. So if I have to write any general CDF function, it is going to be x cubed by 27 when x is between 0 to 3 and whenever x is greater than 3, because x greater than 3, CDF for x greater than equal to 3 is nothing but 1 minus CDF till x equal to 3, less than equal to 3. And CDF till x less than equal to 3 is already 1. So this is simply going to be 0. Right? So the probability that x is greater than equal to 3, cumulative probability that x is greater than equal to 3 will be 1 minus the cumulative probability that x is less than equal to 3. And x is strictly greater than 3 in fact. And this is going to be 1 minus 1, which is going to be 0. So, when you don't have an equal to sign here, this is what happens. This is simply saying what is the probability x is greater than 3? It's 0. What is the cumulative that x is greater than equal to 3? This is 1. Now, why? Because this includes two things. This includes the probability that x is greater than 3 and it also includes that x is equal to 3. And when x is equal to 3, it includes all possible cases. It includes the CDF till x equal to 3, which is 1. So 0 plus 1, which is 1. So I can go ahead and say that between 0 to 3, it is x cubed by 27. Whatever value of x you will put, you will get an answer there. And at 3, it is 1. So when x is 3, it is 1. And even if x is greater than equal to 3, it remains. Right? Now, let's go ahead to the next part. What is the probability that x is between 1 and 2? Probability that x is between 1 and 2. So the probability that x is between 1 and 2 is nothing but the probability cumulative distribution of x is equal to 2 minus the cumulative of x is equal to 1. You can understand this like this. So if this is your probability density function, this is x equal to 2. So x less than or equal to 2 is this area. Either x is 2 or less than 2. X less than equal to 1 is this area. Right? So this is what I'm interested in finding, this area. So to find this, I just have to find the bigger area and subtract the smaller one and I will get this. So this is nothing but you will put the value of x equal to 2 in the CDF that you just found out. Then you will put value x equal to 1 and subtract. So this is going to be 2 cube by 27 minus 1 cube by 27. And this is going to be 8 minus 1 by 27, which is going to be 7 by 27. So the answer is 7 by 27. Okay. In this lecture, we are going to go ahead and, discuss few questions related to probability. So this is going to be a good way to go ahead and revise probability, to revise joint probability density function. Take the first question. It says, consider two continuous random variable x and y with joint probability density function, which is given as this: 2/81 x square y for x between 0 to k and y between 0 to k and 0 otherwise. It says, find the value of k. For which f of xy is a valid joint PDF. Let's try this once, then we do it. So see, because I have to go ahead and keep this as a valid probability, joint PDF, I know that when I integrate it over all values of x, so x goes from 0 to k, and all values of y also goes from 0 to k, the probability density function dx dy integration should give me 1. So when I integrate it over all values of x and then over all values of y, that should give me 1. First of all, I will integrate it over all values of x, just this part. So this will give me 2/81 is just a constant, so I'll keep it aside. Integration of x square will be x cube by 3 from 0 to k. And then whatever answer I will get, I will integrate that from 0 to k over y. Okay, equal to 1. From here, I will get 2/81 k cube by 3. Integrate this from 0 to k y dy and equate it to 1. Now, this entire thing will be a constant. So I just have to integrate y. So I will get y square by 2 from 0 to k, 2/81 k cube by 3 equal to 1. So when I solve this, I will get 2/81 k cube by 3 k square by 2 minus 0 equal to 1. So I will get 2/81 k to the power 5 by 6 is equal to 1. So the value of k will be 1. So this just gets cancelled into 81 to the power 81 into 3 to the power 1/5. So this is 3 to the power 5 to the power 1/5. So this is 3. So the answer for k will be 3. Okay. Now, write down the second question. In this lecture, we are going to go ahead and discuss few problems related to expected value, and variance. So write down the first question. Let x follow a uniform distribution between A and B. Find the expected value of X. Now, we know that when X follows a uniform distribution between A and B, we can go ahead and write the probability density function of X as f of X is equal to 1 upon B minus A when X is between A and B and 0 otherwise. Right? This is the probability density function of X. And, you know, on the basis of this, because we know how to find the expected value of any variable, any random variable X, this is actually gone ahead and given by Ex is X fx dx integrated in the region that is defined. So this is going to be X into 1 upon B minus A integrated in A to B dx. So this is going to be 1 upon B minus A is a constant, it goes out, integration of X dx. So this is going to be X square by 2 from A to B into 1 upon B minus A. So instead of X, first you will put B, then instead of X you will put A. So B square minus A square 1 upon B minus A. And this is going to give you 1 upon B minus A. B square minus A square will be B minus A into B plus A upon 2. So this gets cancelled and you are left up with A plus B by 2. So if X is uniformly distributed in the region A to B, suppose this is the region A to B, then the expected value of X is A plus B by 2. This is my X that is uniformly distributed between A to B. Okay, and the probability density function is 1 upon B. Okay, write down the next question. Let X be a continuous random variable such that its probability density function is defined as 2x when X is between 0 to 1 and 0 otherwise. Find the expected value of X and variance of X. So let's solve this. See, we know that the expected value of X will be X fx dx in the region that it is defined from 0 to 1. So ideally this is from minus infinity to infinity in the initial case, right? But since for you, your X is only defined between 0 to 1, you will write it from 0 to 1, X into 2x dx. So 2 is a constant, it comes out, integration from 0 to 1 x square dx. And this is going to give you 2. Instead of x square, you will write x cube by 3 from 0 to 1. And this is going to be 2, 1 by 3. So this will be 2 by 3. Now, the variance of X will be Ex square minus Ex whole square. So expected value of X square will be X square fx dx. Whichever, for whatever variable you have to find expected value, you will just multiply that variable with fx. So if I have to find expected value of x square, I will write x square fx dx. If I have to find expected value of x cube, it will be x cube fx dx. Okay, so it will be x square fx dx. So this is going to be from 0 to 1 x square. Instead of fx, you will write 2x dx. So this is going to be 2 comes out from 0 to 1 x cube dx. And this is going to be 2. Instead of x cube, you will have x to the power 4 by 4 from 0 to 1. And this is going to be 2. And instead of x, you will write 1 by 4. This will be 1 by 2. Now, the variance of x is e of x square minus ex whole square. So this will be 1 by 2 minus, what is expected value of x? 2 by 3. So 2 by 3 whole square. This will be 1 by 2 minus 4 by 9. So this will be 9 minus 8 by 18. This is going to be 1 by 18. So the variance of x is 1 by 18. Okay. Write down the next question.
बहुत simple question है based on differentiation. So you were given this equation. X 1 plus y under root plus y 1 plus x under root is equal to 0. And you have to find dy by dx. ठीक है जी? Let's start better. So x 1 plus y under root plus y 1 plus x under root is given as 0. Let's take this on the other side, beta. So what will you get? X 1 plus y under root is equal to minus y 1 plus x under root. Okay? Beta, usually CUET used to never ask questions based on maths. But is some maths, econometrics, statistics, everything was there in exam. So paper level is slowly increasing. Okay? And you must prepare yourself with good level of mathematics. Okay, beta? Chalo, let's solve this. So squaring both sides. क्या आएगा? X 1 plus y under root whole square is equal to minus y 1 plus x under root whole square. ठीक है जी? So you will get x square 1 plus y under root whole square is equal to minus y square 1 plus x under root whole square. So you will get x square 1 plus y is equal to y square 1 plus x. Is this clear? Okay, beta. So now this means x square plus xy, open kar rahe hain, is equal to y square plus y square into x. Okay. But what I will do is I will take this here and this here. So क्या बन जाएगा? X square minus y square is equal to y square x minus xy. Beta, this can be written as x minus y into x plus y. A square minus b square is a minus b into a plus b. So x square minus y square is x minus y into x plus y. This will be equal to, take xy common, beta. This will be y minus, यहाँ पे x square y है ना, x square y. ठीक है? Take xy common, you will get y minus x. Okay, beta. Now what you can take is, इसमें से ना negative sign common ले लो. Take the negative sign out. So this will be minus xy, x minus y. ये हो जाएगा x minus y into x plus y. So this will cancel out. So you will be left up with x plus y is equal to minus xy. Now, beta, we can differentiate. So differentiation of x will be 1. Differentiation of y will be dy by dx. यहाँ पे प्रोडक्ट रूल लगा लो, नेगेटिव साइन आउट रखो, डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ x will be 1 into y as it is, differentiation of y will be dy by dx into x as it is, right? So 1 plus dy by dx is equal to minus y minus dy by dx into x. Is this clear? Absolutely clear, beta. So beta, what will you get? Take dy by dx on one side. So 1 plus y is equal to dy by dx. ये इस side आ रहा है. Or just take this here and take y here. So 1 plus y is equal to dy by dx minus x minus 1. Okay, beta. So dy by dx will be 1 plus y upon 1 plus x. Negative sign मैंने बाहर कॉमन ले लिया. This इसको ऐसे लिख सकते हैं. I'll just take one more step here, beta. So this will be minus dy by dx 1 plus x. This is 1 plus y. So dy by dx will be 1 plus y upon 1 plus x with a negative sign. Now just think about it. Beta, if I go back to the options, option में 1 plus x by 1 plus y तो है, but 1 plus y by 1 plus x is not there, right? So which means, beta, this cannot be the right answer. This is incorrect. Which means out of these three only, one of them is the answer. But these are only in terms of x. So y should not exist. So अगर मैं यहाँ देखूं, if I just try to solve it from here, x is equal to minus xy minus y. अगर मैं y को यहाँ ले जाऊं, if I take y common, it will be minus x minus 1. This will be x. So from here, beta, what can you say about y? It will be x upon 1 plus x with a negative. ये minus sign यहाँ से common ले लो, है ना? वो it will come out. So it will be minus x upon 1 plus x. So which means that instead of y, I must write this down. So if I replace this, what will I get, beta? Minus 1 plus. Instead of x, I'm going to write this minus x upon 1 plus x upon 1 plus x. So beta, if you solve this, you will get 1 plus x minus x upon 1 plus x whole square with a minus sign. So this is going to give you minus 1 upon 1 plus x square. So this is your option number A. So the correct answer to this question is option number A. So note that it was not very easy differentiation. You have to do some level of substitution to get the answer. ठीक है बेटा?
It is talking about random variable. देखो ध्यान से. A random variable x takes the value 1, 2, 3 and till n. With equal probability, find out the variance of x. हमें x का variance निकालना है और 4 options are given to us बेटा. n square plus 1 by 2, n square minus 1 by 6, n square plus 1 by 6, n square minus 1 by 12. क्या बोल रहा है? Random variable x takes value 1, 2, 3 till n with equal probability. अच्छा एक बात बताओ मुझे बेटा, what is the mean of random variable? कैसे निकालते हैं हम mean value? Expected value of random variable is summation x px when x is discrete. अगर x discrete random variable है तो x की expected value summation x px होगी. ये हम मानते हैं बात को. ठीक है बेटा. If we want to find the variance of x, अगर हमें x का variance निकालना है, what is the formula for that बेटा? E of x square minus e of x whole square. ये बात भी हम मानते हैं, variance of x is e of x square minus ex whole square. ये बात भी क्लियर है बच्चे? ठीक है बेटा. अच्छा एक बात बताओ, what will be e of x square? E of x square will be summation x square into px. ठीक है. इज दिस क्लियर? अच्छा, लेट्स स्टार्ट. यू हैव अ रैंडम वेरिएबल एक्स. आपको एक रैंडम वेरिएबल दिया गया हुआ है. यू आर गिवन रैंडम वेरिएबल एक्स. बेटा, दिस रैंडम वेरिएबल एक्स क्या क्या वैल्यूज दे रहा है? इट इज टेकिंग वैल्यू 1 2 3 4 एंड सो ऑन टिल एन. एन तक का वैल्यू ले रहा है ना? अच्छा, व्हाट इज द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ एक्स? इक्वल प्रोबेबिलिटी. देर आर एन वैल्यूज, एक्स की एन वैल्यूज हो सकती हैं. सो इक्वल प्रोबेबिलिटी मीन्स 1 by n 1 by n 1 by n till 1 by n till 1 by n. ठीक है. अच्छा, कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट विल बी एक्स स्क्वायर? बेटा, 1 2 square is 4 3 square is 9 4 square is 16 and so on till n square. क्लियर है बेटा? क्लियर? ओके बच्चे, टेल मी व्हाट विल बी x इंटू पी एक्स. क्या हो जाएगा x इंटू पी एक्स? 1 इंटू 1 by n 2 into 2 by n 3 into 1 by n 3 by n and so on n into 1 by n by n. ठीक है. अच्छा, टेल मी व्हाट विल बी एक्स स्क्वायर इंटू पी एक्स. बेटा, 1 इंटू 1 by n 4 into 1 by n 9 into 1 by n 16 into 1 by n square into 1 by n. Clear? अच्छा, now tell me बेटा, what will be expected value of x? Submission x px. That means I need to add all these values together. So 1 by n plus 2 by n plus 3 by n and so on till n by n. Right beta? Take 1 by n common. 1 plus 2 plus 3 till n. Beta, sum of first n natural number can be written as n plus 1 by 2 divided by n. So this will be n plus 1 by 2. ठीक है जी. ये हो गई expected value of x. This is expected value of x. Clear? ठीक है बेटा. Now we will find out e of x square. ठीक है. e of x square means submission x square into px. तो हमने x square into px ऑलरेडी निकाल लिया है. Just add this together बेटा. 1 by n plus 4 by n plus 9 by n plus 16 by n plus n square by n. Clear? Better take 1 by n common. 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16 till n square. बेटा, sum of square of first n natural number. जब हम स्क्वायर का सम निकालते हैं, it gives us n plus 1 2n plus 1 by 6 और यहां पे मल्टीप्लाई हो रहा है 1 by n. तो दिस विल गिव मी n plus 1 2n plus 1 by 6. ठीक है जी. ओके बेटा, अब हम वेरिएंस निकालेंगे. e of x square minus e of x whole square. e of x square आया है बच्चे n plus 1 2n plus 1 by 6. e of x का whole square, that means n plus 1 by 2 whole square. ठीक है. लेट्स टेक n plus 1 कॉमन. तो क्या मिलेगा? 2n plus 1 by 6 minus n plus 1 by 4. क्लियर बेटा? n plus 1. बेटा मैं 2 भी कॉमन लेके बाहर ले रही हूं. सो 2n plus 1 by 3 minus n plus 1 by 2. क्रॉस मल्टीप्लाई बेटा, 4n plus 2 minus 3n minus 3 by 6. तो 4n minus 3n is n, plus 2 minus 3 is minus 1 by 6. n plus 1 into n minus 1, n square minus 1 by 12. ठीक है, the correct answer to this question will be n square minus 1 by 12. समझे बेटा? So the correct answer to this question is D. Is this clear to everyone? सबको clear है ये बात? Okay बेटा, thank you.
Let E and F be two independent events. Probability that exactly one of them occurs is 11 by 25 and none of them occurs is 2 by 25. If PT denotes probability of occurrence of event T, then what is these values? Okay. तो बेटा जरा देखते हैं एक बारी. Let's say बच्चा that PE is denoted by small e. PF is denoted by small f. So can you tell me what will be probability of E union F? It will be probability of E plus probability of F minus probability of E intersection F. यही होगा. Probability of E plus F minus E intersection F. Now, it says that E and F are independent events. So, ये हो जाएगा E plus F minus probability of E into probability of F. E plus F minus E into F. Right? This is occurrence of at least one of the event. But ये बेटा बोल रहा है the probability that exactly one of them occurs. So exactly one. Probability of exactly one of them. बहुत ध्यान से समझना. Exactly one को हम exactly one means union में से if I remove intersection, common area हटा दो, then I will get exactly one. So beta exactly one is written as the probability of E union F minus probability of E intersection F. Probability of E union F we have just calculated. So it will be E plus F minus EF. And E intersection F तो हमें पता ही है, it's nothing but they are independent events. Probability of E into F. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा E plus F minus 2EF. And this is given to you as 11 by 25. This is given to you as 11 by 25. ये first thing हो गई. Second देखो, none of them occurring is 2 by 25. So none. None means probability of E complement intersection F complement. Neither A nor B, none of them occurring. This is 2 by 25. But these are independent event. तो बेटा इसको हम ये लिख सकते हैं. This is 2 by 25. ये हो गया 1 minus probability of E. 1 minus probability of F. ये हो गया 2 by 25. So ये हो गया 1 minus E. 1 minus F is 2 by 25. Right? तो यहां से हमारे को क्या इक्वेशन मिल गई? 1 minus E minus F plus EF. This is 2 by 25. So I have two equations and two variables. एक है E plus F minus 2EF is 11 by 25. एक है 1 minus E minus F plus EF is 2 by 25. So I have two equations and I have two variables. Can you solve these for me, please? So just go ahead and solve them simultaneously. इसकी जगह पे, if you look into this equation, can I write it as 1 minus E plus F plus EF is equal to 2 by 25? and E plus F is nothing but 1 minus 11 by 25 plus 2 EF plus EF. This is 2 by 25. So 1 minus 11 by 25 minus 2 EF plus EF is 2 by 25. So EF will be 1 minus 11 by 25 minus 2 by 25. 25 minus 11 minus 2. 5 minus 1, 4 minus 2. 12 by 25. ये E into F हो गया. EF I have got as 12 by 25. इस EF को यहाँ पे भी डाल दो. So you had two equations ना, तो EF की value 12 by 25 आई है. Put it here, put it here. फिर तो सिर्फ E and F बच जाएगा. Two equation, two variable. Just solve them बेटा. So you will get, you have got EF is 12 by 25. Beta, when you will put it in any equation, just if I put here 12 by 25, so I will get E plus F minus 24 by 25 is 11 by 25. So E plus F beta आ जाएगा 11 by 25 plus 24 by 25. 35 by 25. That means 7 by 5. So you will get EF is 12 by 25 and E plus F is 7 by 5. Solve these two equations simultaneously. You will get E star as 4 by 5 and F star as 3 by 5. E star as 4 by 5 and F star as 3 by 5. या opposite. E star 3 by 5 आ जाएगा, F star 4 by 5 आ जाएगा. एक ही बात है. ठीक है, क्योंकि इनका प्रोडक्ट मैच होना चाहिए 12 by 25. So the answer to this question beta is going to be A. 4 by 5, 3 by 5. Actually speaking, this is also correct. 3 by 5 and 4 by 5. So both these answers are correct. A also and D also, they are the correct answer to this question. Is this clear? Okay.
Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. Let us go ahead and take some numericals on foreign exchange rate. Look at the first numerical, beta. It says exchange rate is 1 USD per 80 INR and it changes to 1 USD plus per 85 INR. You have to tell how much is the percentage depreciated. Percentage depreciation बताना है. बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है बेटा. ऐसे क्वेश्चन में हम क्या करेंगे? न्यू एक्सचेंज रेट माइनस ओल्ड एक्सचेंज रेट अपॉन ओल्ड एक्सचेंज रेट इनटू 100. ठीक है, इससे हमें डेप्रिसिएशन का पता चल जाएगा. तो पहले एक्सचेंज रेट था 80 पर डॉलर और अब एक्सचेंज रेट है 85 पर डॉलर. डेफिनेटली एक्सचेंज रेट हैज डेप्रिशिएटेड. डेप्रिसिएशन आया है कितने का? 85 माइनस 80 अपॉन 80 इंटू 100. राइट, न्यू माइनस ओल्ड अपॉन ओल्ड इंटू 100. इसको आप आंसर निकालोगे तो यू विल गेट 5 by 80 into 100. जो भी आपका आंसर यहां से आ जाए, 500 by 80. So 25 by 4, 6.25%. That will be your answer. ठीक है बेटा, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखो. In New York, exchange rate is 1 euro is equal to 1.10 USD. तो न्यूयॉर्क में आपका जो एक्सचेंज रेट है वो है 1 यूरो इक्वल टू 1.10 डॉलर. इन लंदन एक्सचेंज रेट इज 1 यूरो इक्वल टू 1.12 डॉलर. तो लंदन में 1 यूरो है 1.12 डॉलर. अ ट्रेडर हैज 10,000 यूरोस. तो बेटा अगर 1 यूरो इतना है तो 10,000 यूरो कितने हो जाएंगे? 10,000 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, ये हो जाएगा न्यूयॉर्क में. अगर 1 यूरो इतना है तो 10,000 यूरो कितना हो जाएगा? 10,000 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, इतना हो जाएगा लंदन में. हाउ मच रिस्क फ्री प्रॉफिट कैन ही मेक यूजिंग आर्बिट्राज? तो क्या गैप आ रहा है दोनों के उसमें कन्वर्ट करके? $200 का. So how much is the profit? $200.
राइट, ठीक है। कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा। द स्पॉट एक्सचेंज रेट इज 1 USD is equal to 75 INR। 3 month, देखो ये इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड है, 3 month। 1 year का फॉरवर्ड रेट इज नॉट गिवन टू यू बेटा, 3 month फॉरवर्ड रेट इज 1 USD is equal to 76 INR। ये स्पॉट है, फॉरवर्ड है 1 USD equal to 76 INR। What is the annualized forward premium on USD? तो बेटा फॉर्मूला यूज करेंगे ये वाला। What is forward premium formula? Forward rate minus spot rate upon spot rate into 12 divided by months in contract into 100. So forward rate is what? 76. Spot rate क्या है बेटा? 75 by spot rate into 12 by 3 into 100. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा 1 by 75 into 4 into 100. 400 by 75. ठीक है? That will be your answer. This formula is very important. You have to remember this formula very well. It can be asked in exam. ठीक है? ठीक है, देखो बेटा। The price of commodity is $100. Same commodity cost 8,000 in India. If PPP holds, what should be exchange rate? INR per USD देना है। INR per USD. Exchange rate किस में देना है is given to you. INR per USD. So PPP exchange rate will be price in INR upon price in USD. So price in INR है 8,000. Price in USD है 100. So this is going to be 80 rupees 80 per dollar. So answer will be A. Price in domestic country by price in foreign country. ये है आपका absolute purchasing power parity. Okay. Next question बेटा. The interest rate in US is 4%. Interest rate in India is 7%. Interest rate in US is 4%. Interest rate in India is 7%. The current spot rate is 1 USD equal to 80 INR. According to uncovered interest rate parity, what will be expected future exchange rate? So this is the formula you can use, है ना? तो इस formula में डाल दो बेटा expected future exchange rate or expected spot rate in the future. It will be current spot rate into 1 plus 1 ID upon 1 plus IF. Domestic interest rate दिया हुआ है 7%. 7% is 0.07. Foreign interest rate is given to you as 4%. 4% is 0.04. है ना? So just put it in the formula and get the answer. ठीक है, next question बेटा. This is your homework question. Try this. Post your answer in the Telegram channel. Then we will discuss it. ठीक है? Okay, now let's take one question based on real exchange rate. The nominal exchange rate is 1 USD equal to 70 INR. Price index in US is 120. बेटा exchange rate देखो कैसे दिया हुआ है, रुपीस पर डॉलर। तो माने न्यूमरेटर में हमेशा डॉलर का प्राइस आएगा। रुपीस पर डॉलर में you're given rupees 70 per dollar. So you will always multiply it with price in dollar. So your real exchange rate, it will be nominal exchange rate into price in foreign upon price in domestic. Your nominal exchange rate is 70. Price in foreign is 120. दिया हुआ है. Price in foreign is 120. And price in domestic is 240. Right? So your real exchange rate will be 70 into 1 by 2, 35. So beta answer will be 35. Answer will be 35. That will be your real exchange rate. Okay. Okay. One last question. Let's try to see this. A country's current account balance is minus 20 billion USD. Capital account balance is 15 billion. What is the overall balance of payment deficit? So balance of payment will be current account plus capital account. Current account is minus 20, capital is plus 15, so minus 5. So there is a deficit of $5 billion. So answer will be A. Deficit of $5 billion. Okay. I hope beta you will revise these formulas and numerical. They're very important from exam point of view. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Today, we are going to go ahead and talk about ISI. And in ISI, I'm going to go ahead and do the paper 2022 PEA paper. I'm going to go ahead and take the first 8 questions from that PEA paper. Right? So let's just write this down. This is ISI PEA 2022 paper. Okay, let us have a look at the first question. This says, consider an economy with 2 goods X and Y. Let the utility function be given by, so this is a usual Cobb-Douglas utility function, which is given by A root XY, where A is greater than 0, X is greater than equal to 0, and X is the amount of good X and Y is the amount of good Y. And you're also given a budget equation. So budget equation is PX into X plus PY into Y less than or equal to income of the consumer. It says PX and PY are equal to each other. So PX is equal to PY. Tell me something. I'll do it through the long method also, but just tell me something. When we talk about Cobb-Douglas preferences, we have learned something. If my Cobb-Douglas preference is just XY or root XY, whatever, something like that. So or let's take even a general one, X to the power alpha, Y to the power beta. When my utility function is like this, can you tell me what was X star, Y star? X star was alpha upon alpha plus beta M by PX. And Y star was beta upon alpha plus beta M by PY. Right? Now, in this case, if I talk about my utility function, A is just a monotonic transformation. I have just gone ahead and multiplied it with something. That does not change anything, right? A is just a monotonic transformation. My original utility function is just root XY. So if I talk about my original utility function, beta, root XY, then this can simply be written as X to the power half and Y to the power half. So alpha and beta both are half. So if I just take it here, this is going to be half upon half plus half is 1, M by PX. And this will be half upon half plus half is 1, M by PY. So beta, my X star is going to be M by 2PX. And Y star is going to be M by 2PY. And if PX and PY are equal to each other, say let's equal to P, then I will just get my X star as M by 2P and Y star also as M by 2P. So X star and Y star will be equal to each other. They are equal, right? So it will be the case that X star and Y star are in fact equal to each other. That's the first thing. Right? But supposedly it does not hit you like this. ऐसा नहीं समझ में आ रहा through the Cobb-Douglas function. Then also it is simple. Just go ahead and apply the Lagrange. So what will be your Lagrange? I want to go ahead and maximize my utility function. and I want to make it subject to a budget constraint. So my utility function is a root xy, right? And my budget constraint is plus lambda, and this is going to be m minus px into x minus py into y, right? This is what is there, right? So if I just differentiate this with respect to x, I will get a. So basically, you could have done it through third method also, where you would have equated mrs to px by py. These are all synonymous. We have done it multiple times in class. They're all equivalent to each other. So root y into 1 by 2 root x plus lambda into minus px equal to 0. Similarly, when you will go ahead and differentiate this with respect to y, you will get a. So root x remains as it is, and differentiation of root y will become 1 by 2 root y plus lambda minus py equal to 0. So when you will divide, just solve these equations, a by 2 y by x under root is equal to lambda px. And then the other equation is a by 2 x by y under root is equal to lambda py. When you will just divide these two equations, you are going to get y by x is equal to px by py. This is your equation that you will get. I am trying to maximize my utility. I have differentiated this with respect to x. I have differentiated this with respect to y. I am trying to maximize my utility. So I just get out of those two conditions that y by x should be equal to px by py. If you remember from our class, actually we concluded from here that we made multiple interpretations out of it. So you have to just remember all those interpretations from our class, okay? But now the question says that px is equal to py. This is what is given to us, that px and py are equal to each other. Does not matter, right, whether both of them actually are equal to 1 or greater than 1. They are equal to each other. So if they're equal to each other, I can just say that px and py can cancel out. So if px is 4, py is also 4, right? So if I just equate the two px and py equal, I will get y star is equal to x star, right? This is what I will get, that I will be consuming x and y in equal quantity. So the answer to this question is, it must always be in this case that x star and y star will be equal to each other. That's the answer. Okay, come to the next question. So it says, consider this is very good question, very, very good. So this says, consider the utility function 3x1 plus 2x2. They have tried to confuse you, okay? This is a substitute good utility function. It's a linear function. And they are asking you to go ahead and maximize it using the method of Lagrange. Let me show you what is the mistake you could have done. If you go ahead and you formulate a Lagrange, if you go ahead and do something like this, 3x1 plus 2x2 plus lambda m minus 2x1 minus 3x2. Suppose this is what is given to me. It is saying the associated Lagrangian function is this, right? It says find x star, y, x2, x1 star, x2 star, and lambda. Suppose I just go using my usual method and I just start with this del L by del x1. It will be 3 plus lambda minus 2 is equal to 0. Then suppose I differentiate this with respect to y, not y, x2. I will get 2 plus lambda minus 3 equal to 0. So this will give me 3 is equal to 2 lambda. So lambda will be 3 by 2. This will give me 2 is equal to 3 lambda. So lambda will be 2 by 3. This is not possible. Lambda, if you remember, is the marginal utility of income. And I cannot have two values of lambda. I can only have one value of lambda. So if I start, because this is a linear function, if I start following this, I will never ever be able to solve this Lagrange. Never. So how do I go about it? I will go about it in the usual method that we have been following. So I'm given a substitute good utility function. So u of x1 comma x2, this is given to me as 3x1 plus 2x2. So if I were to go ahead and find MRS of this utility function, it will be mu1 by mu2. So if I differentiate the utility function with respect to x1, I will get 3. If I differentiate the utility function with respect to x2, I will get 2, which means that if I were to find my MRS, it will be 1.5. Now let's find the ratio of px by py. So it is given to me that my budget line is 2x1 plus 3x2 less than equal to income of the consumer. This is what it says. 2x1 plus 3x2 less than equal to income of the consumer. So px1 will be 2. px2 will be 3. So px1 by px2 will be 2 by 3. 0.67, right? So now let's compare. We know that MRS is greater than P1 by P2. This implies whenever this condition occurs in substitute goods, MRS is greater than P1 by P2, you consume only good 1. So only good X1 is what I will be consuming. Now, if I will be only consuming good x1, put it back in the budget line. My budget line is 2x1 plus 3x2 is equal to m. 2x1 plus 3 into 0 is equal to m. I am not consuming x2. So 2x1 is m. So x1 is m by. So I have got that I will be consuming x1 equal to m by 2. Just for our sake. Just for our sake. If I were to draw the budget line has a slope of 0.67. So the budget line is going to turn out to be flatter. And the ICs will be steeper. So my ICs will be like this. Like this. And my aim is to reach the highest IC possible. So I will be reaching this point. This will be my equilibrium point. And here I will be consuming only good X1. So this is good X1 and this is good X2. Right? Now, I know that X2 is 0. So I am going to go ahead back to my Lagrange. I am going to resolve this Lagrange putting X2 as 0. So let's just take this Lagrange again. And I'm going to just put X2 as 0. So let's put X2 as 0. And my Lagrange will be 3x1 plus lambda m minus 2x1 minus 3 into 0. So this is going to be 3x1 plus lambda m minus 2x1. This is what my Lagrange will be. Again, I will differentiate. I will try to maximize the amount of x1 that I consume. So differentiate it with respect to x1. So 3 plus lambda into m. Sorry, 3 minus 2 lambda will be 0. So this means that 3 will be equal to 2 lambda and lambda will be 3 by 2. This is how you can go ahead and solve this question. So the aim here is to understand that you cannot differentiate Lagrange directly. It will give you a wrong answer. You have to use the concept of the usual substitute goods and then solve for the value of lambda at the end after putting x2 as 0. Okay, come to the third question. It says consider a two-good economy where the two goods are X and Y. Okay. And consider consumer A and B. Okay. In a month where the price of good X was 2. So it says price of good X is 2. And it says that the price of good Y is 3. Okay. So my price bundle is 2, 3. Consumer A consumes 3 units of X and 8 units of Y. Okay. And B consumes 6 units of both the goods. All right. In the next month, when price of good X is 3 and price of good Y is 2. Okay. So price of good X is 3 and price of good Y is 2. So my bundle becomes 3, 2. All right. A consumes 8 units of good X and 3 units of good Y. And B consumes 4 of X and 9 of Y. We have to talk about warp and not only warp. Okay. So here is the thing. First of all, I need to go ahead and I need to make a matrix for individual A. So let's make the matrix for individual A. I'm going to take prices here and I'm going to take my bundle here. Right? So the prices that I'm given, the two kind of prices I am given are 2, 3 and 3, 2. So let's write them down. The prices are 2, 3 and the prices are 3, 2. And the bundles that I'm just doing it for A. So the bundles that A is going to consume can be 3, 8 or 8, 3. So I'm going to just write them down. 3, 8 or 8, 3. These are my bundles that I will have. Right? Now, see, I need to find the expenditure that I am going to incur on each bundle. So when my bundle is 3, 8 and my price is 2, 3, what is my expenditure, beta? It is going to be 2 into 3 plus 3 into 8. So this is going to be 6 plus 24, which is 30, right? Then what will be my expenditure if the price is 2, 3, but the bundle is 8, 3? So 2 into 8, that is going to be 16 plus 3 into 3, that's going to be 9. So it's going to be 25, right? Now, when my price is 3, 2 and bundle is 3, 8, it's going to be 3 into 3, 9 plus 16, which is 25. And when my price is 3, 2 and bundle is 8, 3, it is going to be 24 plus 6, which is going to be 30. This is what is the expenditure. Now it tells me that individual A, he is consuming, so what does it say? He is consuming bundle 3, 8 at price 2, 3. So he is consuming this bundle at price 2, 3. So let's write this down. So A consumes 3, 8 at price 2, 3. When he consumes 3, 8 at this price, is the other bundle affordable? It is. The other bundle just costs him 25. So at this price, 8, 3 is affordable. He could have bought 8, 3, but he preferred buying 3, 8. So when one was purchased, second was affordable, which means he showed his preference towards the first bundle. So if I name this bundle as X and this bundle as Y, we can say that he purchased this bundle when the other was affordable. So he showed his preference that he prefers X over Y. Now let's flip this. Let's change it. So let's say that now when the prices are 3, 2, what is happening? So at 3, 2, which is the bundle he's buying? At 3, 2, he's buying 8, 3. So he purchases 8, 3 bundle. But is the other bundle affordable? It is, right? When he can spend 30 rupees, 25 is affordable. So when he purchases this bundle 8, 3, At this price, the bundle 3,8 is affordable. So he shows that he prefers Y over X. This is problematic. Once he is preferring X over Y, once he is preferring Y over X, that means that he is not satisfying war, right? He is not satisfying war. So we can say that, therefore, consumer A is violating war. Please write down this statement that consider two bundles, A and B. If A is purchased when B is affordable, then it should not be the case that B is purchased when A is affordable. Otherwise, it would violate war. So if A is revealed preferred to B, B should not be preferred over A. Then violating war happens. And this is what happens in the first case. Let's quickly do it for person B. Person 2, I will make the same matrix better. So the matrix is going to consist of prices and bundles. So my price that I have is 2, 3 and 3, 2. 2, 3 and 3, 2. And the bundles of B, at 2, 3, he was preferring 6, 6 and then 4, 9. So 6, 6 and 4, 9. So what will we have? Find out the expenditure quickly. So 6 into 2, 12 plus 18, which is 30. 8 plus 27. Achha, so one more thing. This is going to be 35. In variance, it proves it by checking whether you have stars or not. It's the same method. You can use that also. Here it will be 6, 12, 18 plus 12, which is 30. And 4 into 3, 12 plus 18, which is 30. He is preferring this bundle at this price and this bundle at this price. This is my bundle, this is my price. So again, I will name this as X and Y. When X is preferred at this price now. So he's spending 30 rupees. He cannot afford 35. So Y is not affordable. And when Y is preferred, then X is affordable. This is fine. I preferred Y when X was affordable, but I preferred X because Y was not affordable to me. So Y was not there in the picture itself, right? So this satisfies war. So the answer to this question should be B satisfies war, but A does not. Okay, come to the next question. It says, let the production function be min, where L and K are the amounts of labor and capital respectively. Consider the cost function WL plus RK, where W is greater than 0. Suppose L star K star is the combination of labor and capital, such that you have to produce a minimum level of output, of course. Then, very simple. This is a very simple question, not at the level of ISI. So you just have to use this function. This is a min function. At min function, whatever comes inside the min function must be equated. And it must also be equated to Y. I need to produce a minimum of Y bar. So I will equate it to Y bar. So I will get L star is equal to Y bar by 2. and K star will be equal to Y1. Simple. So my answer to this question will be C. So we will produce along the line of king and add that king when I have labor here and capital here. This equation will be satisfied that 2L will be equal to K. So if K will be 1, L will be 2, and this will be my line of king. These will be my isoquants. Then this will be my isocost line, and this will be my equilibrium. And at equilibrium, this will be labor and this will be capital, right? Okay, come to the next question. This is easy. This is saying, consider the production function min of, consider the, suppose that there are two firms, 1 and 2, that produces the same good. Let the inverted demand function be this. Firm 1 produces Q1 greater than equal to 0 and firm 2 produces Q2 greater than equal to 0. Same. And then you're given the cost as Ki, Qi, and there is no fixed cost, then find the Coulomb equilibrium. By now, actually, it should be on your tips that when the costs are not equal, how do you, so when the costs are not equal, when you have different marginal cost, what is the output of the firm? What is the profit of the firm? Yes, it should be, you should remember this by now, right? But still, I will go ahead and do a complete thorough proof of this. So let's say that the price is given to us as 1 minus Q1 minus Q2, right? The cost function is given as Ki, Qi. So it will be K1, Q1 and K2, Q2. Now this says find out the profit. So profit of firm 1. This will be revenue minus cost. So revenue will be price into quantity of firm 1 minus cost of firm 1, right? So price is 1 minus Q1 minus Q2 into Q1 minus K1, Q1. So I need to find out how the profit changes as Q1 changes. I have to differentiate this with respect to Q1. Just I will write down one more step in between for ease. So you could have written this as Q1 minus Q1 square minus Q2 Q1 minus K1 Q1. So if I differentiate it, I will get 1 minus 2 Q1 minus Q2 minus K1 equal to 0. So I will get Q1 is equal to 1 minus Q2 minus K1 by 2. We know this is the reaction curve of firm 1 as a function of Q2. Now these profit functions are symmetric in nature. They are symmetric. So if I were to find the profit maximizing quantity of firm 2, I don't have to start solving this again. I can just say that, okay, Q2 will be 1 minus Q1 minus K2 by 2. They are symmetric in nature, so we don't have to go ahead and solve them literally, right? Now, what you can go ahead and do is just solve these two reaction functions simultaneously. So let's just go ahead and do that. So what will I get? So from here, this Q2 can be replaced with this thing. So I will get Q1 is equal to 1 minus Q1 minus K2 by 2 minus K1 by 2. So I will get 2Q1 is equal to 2 minus 1 plus Q1 plus K2 minus 2K1 by 2. So 4Q1 is equal to 1 plus Q1 plus K2 minus 2K1. So 3Q1 is equal to 1 plus K2 minus 2K1. So Q1 will be, Q1 star kar do, 1 plus K2 minus 2K1 by 3. This is what your Q1 star is going to be. You can also find Q2 star. I told you they are going to be symmetric. So Q2 star will be 1 plus K1 minus 2K2 by 3. What will be your price? Price will be 1 minus Q1 star minus Q2 star. So 1 minus 1 plus K1 minus 2K2 by 3 minus 1 plus K2 minus 2K1 by 3. So if I were to solve the price, this will come down to what? 3 minus 1 minus K1 plus 2K2 minus 1 plus K2, not plus K2, minus K2 plus 2K1 by 3, right? This is what the price is going to be. So it is going to be 1 plus K1 plus K2 by 3. This is your price. Now it is asking you to find the profit of firm 2. Just do that. So profit of firm 2 will be price minus its marginal cost into its quantity, right? So price I found out as 1 plus K1 plus K2 by 3 minus K2, and the quantity that I found out was this 1 plus K1 minus 2K2. So 1 plus K1 minus 2K2 by 3. So if you solve this, actually it will be 1 plus K1 minus 2K2 whole square by 9. This will be your answer. This is very similar to the Kuno models we have done. In the past, I have done when C1 and C2 are to separate marginal cost. What is going to happen? So it's just that. So the answer would be 1 minus 2K2 plus K1 whole square by 9. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following statements is correct in a two-world economy? This talks about diminishing marginal utility and the connection of that with diminishing marginal rate of substitution. So it talks about marginal utility versus marginal rate of substitution. Now just think about this. For a well-defined preference, my IC looks like this, right? This is O, X, Y. This is my utility function. And for this utility function, if I were to find MRS, MRS will be MUX by MUY, right? We know that as consumption of X increases, the utility I get from X, the marginal utility of X decreases, it diminishes. So we know that this decreases. And we know that as Y increases, right, then marginal utility of Y also decreases. So when I go from point A to point B, X is increasing, so its marginal utility decreases. Y is decreasing, so its marginal utility increases. So when I find this ratio decreases. So we know that this decreases. We know that this decreases. So we are going ahead and we are talking about diminishing marginal utility for both the goods. When I assumed that we have diminishing marginal utility for both the goods, then I think we are coming to some conclusion. We are going towards MRS being diminishing. But there is another thing I need to check, right? If I want to have a diminishing MRS, I need to go ahead and I need to ensure that when I differentiate my MRS with respect to X, this should be negative. As X should increase, my MRS, my slope should diminish. I should be going from steeper to flatter. This is what I should be doing. So this condition should be satisfied. right? In order to show that this is diminishing. Now, what I can go ahead and do? I can go ahead and I can maybe use the formula that MRS is MU1 by MUX by MUY. And let's try to take log on both sides. So ln MRS will be ln MUX minus ln MUY. And I need to differentiate this with respect to x because I need to find this condition. So what will I do? 1 by MRS into del MRS by del x is equal to 1 by MUX into del MUX by del x minus 1 by MUY into del MUY by del x will be this is my equation. I want this to be negative. Acha, one more thing. Some students tend to put this as 0. That's incorrect. Just think about this. If your utility function, let's say, is x square y square, if I differentiate my utility function with respect to y, I will get x square 2y. This will be marginal utility of y. At any point, can't I just differentiate marginal utility of y with respect to x? I will get 2x into 2y. I will get 4xy. That's not 0. Marginal utility of y can be a function of x and y both, right? So that's not incorrect. So I can differentiate it with respect to x. Okay, so coming back here then. So what is there now is that my del MRS with respect to x will be MRS by MUX into del MUX by del x minus MRS into MU upon MUY del MUY by del x. And I want this to be negative. So if I want this to be negative, what is the condition I will have? I will have MRS by MUX del MUX by del x less than MRS by MUY del MUY by del x. So even if I cancel this out, this is the condition that I will have, right? This is my condition, right? So now if I just compare it back, so if I say that, marginal utility is diminishing means I understand that MUX by del MUX by del x, this is negative. I understand that this is negative. But just it being negative does not resolve this problem, right? It does not go ahead and resolve this problem. So therefore, just saying that, this is negative, it does not tell anything about this condition being satisfied. So therefore, we cannot say that just because my marginal utility is diminishing, of one good, I've just taken it up for one good, right? For this good, it does not mean that it is going to go ahead and make sure that's neither necessary nor sufficient for my MRS to be diminishing, right? So we are going to go ahead with option D because I need more information on that. I need what is going to be this sign, right? So I cannot comment on diminishing MRS just based on this being negative. This can also very well be negative and it can be -4 when this is just -3, right? So we cannot comment on this further unless we know the next sign of this thing. So it is neither necessary nor sufficient for diminishing MRS. Okay, come to the next question. This says, a non-transitive preference relation can be represented by a utility function. Now, we know that there are two things that I possibly need for the representation of a utility function. So utility function possibly needs these two conditions among many, right? For a well-defined, we have done what all we need, right? But I at least need completeness and transitivity. If transitivity is violated, I can not represent it by a utility function anymore, right? I need to go ahead and define a utility function only if it is transitive, only when I think more would be preferred. So non-transitive preference relation can be represented by a utility function? Never. It cannot be represented by a utility function. So now let's go to the next question, question number 8. This is the last question I'm going to go ahead and take. So Rahul consumes two goods X and Y in amounts X and Y respectively. Rahul's utility function is given by min of XY. Rahul makes rupees 200. The price of X and price of Y both are 2. Okay. Rahul's boss is thinking of sending him to another town where price of X is 2 and price of Y is 3. He offers no raise in pay. Okay. Rahul, who understands compensating and equivalent variations perfectly, complains bitterly. He says that although he doesn't mind moving for its own sake and town is pleasant, having to move is as bad as cut in pay of rupees A. As bad as a cut in pay of rupees A. So we have to find out how much is a cut in pay for him, right? In his current location. So let's just think about this. His utility function is given by min of xy. We know that when it talks about a min function, I need to equate x to y. This is my equilibrium condition. Right? Now, if I talk about my budget line, and I need to talk about my budget line in the new city, then what is my budget line? The prices are given to me 2 and 3. So Px is given to me as 2 and Py is given to me as 3. So my budget line, it is going to be 2 into x plus 3 into y is equal to income of the consumer. His income is unchanged. He's still getting rupees 200. So his income is still 200. So I will have 2 into x. 2x and y are equal, plus 3 into x is equal to 200. So which means 5x will be 200. So x will be 40 and y will also be 40. So if he moves to the new city, please write down the statement that if he moves to new city, he can only consume 40, 40. He can only afford 40 units of each good. Let's think about this. If he were to consume this 40, 40 in his current city, so in his current city, this 40, 40, if he were to consume that, the price of good X is given to me as 2 and price of good Y is also given to me as 2. So Px is 2 and Py is also 2. So his Px into X plus Py into Y, this will be 2 into 40 plus 2 into 40. This is equivalent to 160. So if he just has 160 rupees, then he can go ahead and he can consume the same bundle that he is consuming in the new city using 200 rupees. So he would need 40 rupees less in this city, right? He would have to need 40 rupees less in his current city and he can still consume the new bundle. Alternatively, we are saying that he is not able to consume more. He's only able to consume 160 rupees worth of goods when his income is 200. So it is, so now just come to the question. So it says, having to move is as bad as cut in pay in his current location. So in his current location, it is equivalent to just having 160 rupees. Then also he can consume the same bundle that he consumes in the new city. So therefore, it is equivalent to a cut of rupees 40 since he can consume 40, 40 with income of 160. He does not need 200. He can consume that with income of 160. Come to the second part now. The second part says, he also says that he would not mind moving there. When he moved, he got the raise of B. So now let's look at the second part. So in his current city, the prices are 2, 2, right? His budget line is Px into X plus Py into Y is equal to M. Px is 2 into X plus Py is 2 into Y. Income is 200. X and Y are equal. So 2X plus 2X is 200. So 4X is 200. So X will be 50. So what is he consuming in his current city? He is consuming his consumption bundle. That is 50, 50. Now he wants to be the same. He wants to remain intact. So which means he wants that his consumption bundle even in the new city should be 50, 50. So in the new city, the price ratio, the prices are 2, 3. So 2 into X plus 3 into Y, that should be equal to his income. He wants to consume the same bundle that he was consuming earlier. He does not want to stop that. So 2 into 50 plus 3 into 50 is equal to M. So M is equal to 100 plus 150, which will be 250. So if he gets 250, he will be able to afford his original bundle. So how much more does he need? He needs 250. He's already getting 200. So he needs a raise of 50. So let's go back now. So he needs a raise of 50. Alternatively, currently he's facing a cut of 40. So answer is A 40 and B 50. B is the right answer. I hope this is making sense. It's very simple. You just have to think that what money do I need so that I can afford the same bundle at new prices, right? And the other thing that we are asking is that if I have to afford the bundle that I'm affording at higher prices now, then how much less money do I require, right? So this is what this question was about. It's a good question that helps you understand both the compensating and equivalent variations in the same part. Okay, so we'll stop here for today. So let's start with question number 71 first, okay? So if mean and variance of a random variable follow binomial distribution, so mean, so beta binomial distribution mean is NP and variance is NPQ. So it is given that NP is 2 and NPQ is 1. Then the number of trials is, so very simple. What I will do is, I will go ahead and I know that NP is 2 and it is given to me that NPQ is 1. So here in NP, I will put the value 2. So I will get 2 into Q is equal to 1. So Q will be half. Q will be half. So beta, if Q is half, what is P? Simple. P is 1 minus Q. So it will be 1 minus half. It will be half. So if I put the value of P in this equation, so it is given to me that NP is 2. So N into half is 2. So beta, here N. N into half is 2. So what will be N? N will be 4. So the value of N will be 4. And that's the answer to your question. It is 4. Is this clear? Okay, come to the next question. It says a pot contains 5 black balls, 3 red balls. 2 balls are picked one after the other without replacement. Probability that both are black. So what I am doing is I am picking 2 balls and I want both of them to be black. So there are 8 balls in total. 5 are black and 3 are red. And I'm picking them without replacement. So I pick the probability of picking the first black ball will be 5 by 8. And then I want the second also to be a black ball. But after I have picked up 1 ball, how many balls are left? Beta, there are 7 balls left. How many black balls are left? 4 black balls are left. Okay, ji? So it is going to be 20. Achha, you can just cancel this out also. Huh? So 1, 2. So this will be 5 by 14. So this is the first method to solve this, that I picked up the first black ball and out of 8 balls, 5 were black balls. And after I picked up the first black ball, I have 4 black balls remaining out of 7 black balls. So its probability will be 4 by 7. And when I solve this, I will get 5 by 14. But alternatively, you could have done like this also. You could have said, I need out of 5, 2 black balls, and out of 8, I need to draw 2 balls. So even if you solve this 5C2 by 8C2, you will get the same answer. Okay? Okay, so this is done. Come to the next question, beta. Both husband and wife applied for job in the same company. Probability that husband would get the job is 2 by 5. Do you see how easy question this is? Probability that wife will get the job is 4 by 7. Probability that both will not be selected is. Both will not be selected. So I want that husband should also not be selected and wife should also not be selected. But husband and wife getting selected, this is an event which is independent. Whether I get selected or not, no way affects you get selected or not, right? So beta, in this case, I want both of them not be selected. So husband should not be selected and wife should not be selected. So this will be probability of husband not being selected into wife not being selected. Because these are independent events, right? So 1 minus probability husband, 1 minus probability wife. So 1 minus 2 by 5, 1 minus 4 by 7. So 3 by 5 into 3 by 7. So 9 by 35. This will be the answer to this question. 9 by 35. Both not being selected. Right? Now, if you notice, this is nowhere given to us, right? So if I go by the language that A is not selected and B is not selected, the probability that both of them will not be selected, if you notice here, nowhere will you find 9 by 35 here. So this is not a mistake. This is correct. But the issue is that it means that the language interpretation starts with, this happens a lot. The language interpretation might be different. So what they are asking, I wanted to specifically show you this thing, beta. What they are asking in this question is this. They are saying that, look, the probability of the event that you are asking will be 1 minus both being selected. 1 minus both being selected. So they are assuming that probability of not being selected is 1 minus both selected. So they are assuming this to be an exhaustive event because I'm subtracting it from 1. Now just notice this beta. I'm still taking them to be independent even. So probability of H intersection W will become probability of H into probability of W. Probability of H will be 2 by 5. W is 4 by 7. 1 minus 8 by 35. This will be 35 minus 8 by 35. 27 by 35. And this is the correct answer. So this is an utter issue with the language, right? So you have to try and see what suits you in the language, right? What suits the answer actually in the language. Personally, the first one for me should have been a better approach. That's nowhere given in the option. So this is the right thing to do. Okay, now come to the next question. In how many ways can a group consisting of 5 men, what does it say? 5 men and 2 women be made out of a total of 7 men and 3 women. So I need to go ahead and make a group consisting of 5 men and 2 women. Okay. So very, very simple. So what am I going to do? I'm going to just go ahead and say that out of 7, I need 5. Out of 7 men, I need 5. And out of 3 women, I need 2. Right? And totally, I need to make a group of how many people? 2 men and 5 men and 2 women. So I need to go ahead and make a group of how many people? 7 people. Out of how many? Out of 7 plus 3, 10 people. So out of 10 people, I need to make a group of 7 people. So 10C, 7. This is it. This is how you solve it. Just, can you open this up for me? So this will be 7 factorial, 5 factorial, 2 factorial into 3 factorial, 2 factorial, 1 factorial upon 10 factorial, 7 factorial, 3 factorial. Okay, so this is going to be 7. This will get cancelled. 7 into 6 by 2 into 3 upon 10 into 9 into 8 upon 6. This is what will happen. So if you solve this, this is what you will get. I'm leaving these things for you to interpret. You should be well aware of how to solve these questions better. So this is 3. This gets cancelled. This is 3s, this is 4s. So this will be 21 by 40. This will be 21 by 40. This is your probability. This is your probability of selection. But in this question, it just says in how many ways. How many ways means numerator, sir. I can do it in these many ways, right? So this was the probability of doing it in these many ways. And sorry, just the question was only asking how many ways. So how many ways can be simply written as 7C5 into 3C 2 ways. So the numerator will come down to be 63. So answer will be 63 ways. Okay, so numerator tells you the possible number of ways, the favorable ways. But numerator by denominator gives you probability. So if they would have asked you probability, you will find this. You will find this entirely. And if they ask you how many ways, you will only find the value of the numerator. So answer will come B. Okay, come to the next question. A coin is tossed 3 times. What is the probability every time we get a head? Very simple. So if you remember the sample space, you would have seen that when I toss the coin 3 times, my sample space looks something like this. My sample space looks like this. HHH, HHT, HTT, TTT, HTH, THT, THH, TTH. This is your sample space. So if you want all heads, there is only one time that you will see all heads out of 8, no? So probability will be 1 by 8. Come to the next question. Power of a statistical test is. So but a power of statistical test is the probability of correctly rejecting null hypothesis. So it is this. A. It's when you want to avoid type 2 error. So it's 1 minus beta. So power of a statistical test is to avoid type 2 error. So you can write avoiding type 2 error. That is what power of the test is. Okay. Okay, so come to the next question. Ramu, this is done, this is done. Okay, so now it says Ramu tested whether average marks of two groups of students are equal or not by taking random sample of marks from each group. He used t-test to compare the mean and p-value of the test, okay, is 0.04, okay. This implies that, so better just think about it. The question is saying that null hypothesis is that the mean of the two group is equal. This is what you want to check. Average marks are equal or not. And when we talk about the alternative hypothesis, then the alternative hypothesis is that the average marks are not equal, right? And the p-value that you have is 0.04, right? So beta, this means that you should know p is less than alpha. 0.04 is less than 5% level of significance if you take alpha at 5%. So this implies that there is a 4% probability that average marks are equal. So when you have small, please write down, when you have small p-value, you have greater evidence that null is not true. So small p-value means greater evidence that null is not true. So you reject null in favor of alternative. You reject null in favor of alternative. So answer to this is that there is a 4% probability that averages are equal. Because it is less than 5%, I will reject null in favor of alternative. Right? Okay, come to the next question. If x and y are independent random variable with variance of x sigma x and variance of y sigma y, a and b are constant, then var of ax plus by. Very simple, beta. So var of ax plus by. Whenever you see this plus sign, you have to go ahead and use the relationship that it should be, so you know, variance of this plus covariance. But it says that they are independent. They are independent. So because these are independent of each other, since x and y are independent, beta, we will have covariance of xy as 0. So variance of ax plus by will be variance of ax plus variance of by. Now I can take these coefficients out. So it will be a square variance of x plus b square variance of y. So a square sigma x whole square plus b square sigma y square. This is your answer to this question. So अच्छा, variance को sigma x से they have represented instead of standard deviation. So this will be your answer. So answer to this question will be B. Come to the next question. Let xi, x1, x2 till xn be independent random variable with 1 degree of freedom. Then summation xi is. Okay. So beta, when xi is, so each xi, it has 1 degree of freedom, right? So just think about it. If you have x1, x2 till xn, and these are normally distributed with mean 0 and variance 1, then summation xi square, it should be chi-square distributed with mean n and 2. The degrees of freedom of this will be n, right? So basically, when we are saying that, these are normally distributed, xi's are normally distributed, then sigma square is distributed chi-square, right? And if your x1 is chi-square distributed with degrees of freedom, say this, your x2 is chi-square distributed with degrees of freedom, say v2, right? Then beta x1 by v1 upon x2 by v2, this will be distributed f with degrees of freedom v1 and v2, right? Now, they did not tell us whether xi's are chi-square distributed, normally distributed, or how they are distributed. They just mentioned that they are distributed independently with 1 degree of freedom. I don't know what distribution they come from, whether it is a normal distribution or not, right? So in this case, because I don't know what distribution they come from, I cannot give more comment on it. So I will just say none of the above, right? None of them necessarily holds. Okay. Now come to the next question. Let me just remove this. Okay, so this says Z is distributed. Okay, and then Z square will be. So whenever beta Z is any variable distributed with T, then Z square is also always distributed with F. So whenever you can write this rule that whenever Z is distributed, has a T distribution with n degrees of freedom, with n this, then Z square is distributed F. That means it follows F distribution. Numerator degree of freedom is 1 and denominator is n. So answer to this question will be A. Okay, come to the next question. Ramu has data on height and weight of 100 people. Height is measured in meter and weight in kilogram. He wants to compare the dispersion of height and weight. Which measure should he use? So whenever you talk about dispersion, but all these three are actually methods of dispersion only. Variance, standard deviation, coefficient of variance. These are all the techniques of dispersion, right? They're used for dispersion. So I think so any of these is correct, and you can just mark the answer as D. Any of the above is a correct way to do it. Okay, come to the next question. If x1, x2 till xn are a random sample from population with mean mu and variance sigma square, then x bar is distributed. So, okay. So, when I talk about x bar, now x bar is summation xi by n. Okay. Each xi has a mean of mu. Each xi has a mean of mu, right? So beta, if I just think about it, this will be x1 plus x2. Actually, this is coming from econometrics rule. If you have ever seen this in my class, by n. And suppose I want to sum on both sides. So summation x bar will be summation x1 plus x2. ध्यान से देखना बेटा, plus x3 till xn by n. It is asking what is the mean of x bar. X bar का ही mean क्या होगा? So if I have to find mean of x bar, then I must go ahead and sum x bar and divide it by n. So beta, if I just do that, divide both sides by n, ऐसा कुछ हो जाएगा. This is the mean of x bar. This is expected value of x bar. Mean of x bar. तो ये क्या हो जाएगा? Summation x1 by n plus summation x2 by n plus summation xn by n by n. But ये तो mean of x1 हो गया ना? And mean of x1 is mu. Mean of x1 is mu. Mean of x2 is also mu and so on. So this will be mu plus mu, so on till mu by n. So mu will be added n times in the numerator. So this will be mu. So mean of x bar will be mu. But this is something I have done in your stats class. Please read this through, that if I have a population and from which I pick different elements, each of them has a mean of mu, then their mean will also be having a mean of mu. This we have done in class. Try to think, क्या पढ़ा था? Law of large number क्या होता है? Central limit theorem क्या होता है? You have to remember everything, right? So beta, we have done this. इसी तरीके से, if their variance, each of the xi का variance is sigma square, then the variance of x bar will be sigma square by n. I have explained these in detail in class, right? So each of the xi's, if they have mean mu, then x bar will have mean mu. Each of the xi's, if their variance is this, then x bar ka variance will be mu square x by n. ये stats की class में we have done this. ठीक है जी? अच्छा. Then these xi's have standard deviation sigma x. Then x bar ka standard deviation will be sigma by root n. You have to remember these things. So answer to this question will be D. This is the mean and this is the variance. Okay, come to the next question. An estimator of a parameter theta is said to be unbiased. So the parameter is said to be unbiased if its mean is equal to the mean of the sampling distribution. So the answer to this question should be, if the mean of sampling distribution is theta A. Right? Come to the next, this. It is said to be efficient if. So when is it efficient? If it has the least variance. So answer to this is going to be that it should have the least variance. So A. Okay, come to the next question. A flat number in a residential building are allotted using lottery method. A flat number is a 3-digit number consisting of integers 1 to 6 only. A flat owner can opt for 2 numbers randomly. What is the probability that Ramu would get the number 354 or 355? So I need either 354 or I need 355. Of course, I can't have both. So there is nothing to subtract. These are mutually exhaustive, nahi, I should say exclusive events. They don't have anything in common. So 354 ekdam alag number hai and 355 alag hai. So ideally, just think about it, beta. Ideally, I am finding this 354 union 355. So this should be probability of 354 plus 355 minus probability of 354 intersection 355. But this is null. You can't have both, right? This is null. So if this is null, ye to chala gaya. Are you getting it? So either 354 or 355. Now, beta, just think about it that there are numbers from 1 to 6. And you need to form a 3-digit number out of it. So just think about it. Probability of forming a 3-digit number out of a 6 digits will be that out of 6, I need to select any 3 digits. ऐसा ही तो कुछ होगा. Out of 6, I need to select any 3 digits. So this will be 6 factorial upon 3 factorial, 3 factorial. यही होना चाहिए. Out of 6, I need any 3 digits. But, this is with replacement, beta. I can have all 3 digits to be the same. So I can include 333, 444, 555. Without replacement, I should have used combination, but I can get any of the 3 digits. So you just think about it. I have to formulate a 3-digit number. So the first digit that I pick up can be any of the 6. Second digit can also be any of the 6. Third digit can also be any of the 6. Are you getting it? So it can be any of the 6 digits. It is with the replacement. That is why I can't use combination here. So now I need, so how many numbers can be formulated, beta? 216 numbers. Out of which I need a specific number, which is 354. So the probability will be 1 by 216 plus. I need a specific number, 355. So its probability will be, again, there is just one way in which I can get that. So it is going to be 2 by 216. So 1 by 108. So answer to this question will be B. 1 by 108. Right? Okay. Come to the next question, beta. A box has 5 black and 3 green shirts. One shirt is picked randomly and put in another box. So this is a box. It has 5 black and 3 green shirts. I pick up a shirt randomly and I put in another box, and the second box has 3 black and 5 green. Now I pick up one shirt from the second box. It says, what is the probability of it being a black shirt? So given it is the second box, I need to find what is the probability of it being a black. Okay. Now just think about it. बहुत ध्यान से समझना. See, I could have transferred a black shirt here. So case 1. When I transferred a black shirt transferred. If I would have transferred a black shirt, then beta, in this box, there would have been 4 black and 5 green. So then if I have to pick a black shirt, there were 4 black out of 9 shirts. Because there would have been one more black shirt transferred from here. Case 2. When I would have transferred a green shirt. So beta, when I transfer a green shirt, there would have been 6 green shirts.
Black would have remained at 3. So probability of choosing a black would have been 3 out of 9 shirts. Okay. So how do I find the probability of picking up a black shirt? Black shirt can be picked from this second one. When I transfer a black shirt, transferring a black shirt means transferring any of these 5 shirts. So 5 divided by 8. And if I would have transferred a black shirt, then choosing a black shirt probability would have been 4 by 9. Plus, I could have transferred a green shirt. So its probability would have been 3 out of 8. And if I would have transferred a green shirt, there would have been how many green shirts? 6. But only 3 black shirts. So its probability would have been 3 by 9. So this would have given me 20 plus 9 by 72. So 29 by 72. So the answer to this question would have been B, 29 by 72. Try to understand what we are doing in this. Okay. Okay. Come to the next question. Three companies A, B, C supply 25%, 35% and 40% of notebooks to a school. Past experience shows that 5, 4 and 2% of notebooks produced respectively are defective. A notebook is found to be defective. So given it is defective, what is the probability it was supplied by company A? Just use Bayes rule, beta. This is very simple. You're supposed to use Bayes rule. So probability of D given A into probability of A upon probability of D given A, probability of A plus D given B, probability of B plus D given C, probability of C. So what is the probability, given that it is from A, what is the probability that it will be defective? 25%. So 0.25. What is the probability you will get it from A? 5%, right? So 0.05. Upon 0.25 into 0.05. What is it for B? Beta 35% and 4%. So 0.35 into 0.04. And for C, 40% and 2%. So 0.40 into 0.02. So beta, when you will solve this, you will get 25 by 69. I'm not going into the solving, but when you will solve this, you will get 25 by 69. So that's the answer to this question. Okay, beta, come to the next question. The level of significance of a statistical test is, so the level of significance is basically maximum allowable probability of type 1 error. So that should be answer B. So basically, जो भी maximum probability of type 1 error होता है, this is 5%. This is for example, let me just tell you. For example, if alpha is the error I can have, that is 5%. So my level of significance will be 95%. I'm 95% confident that the test is doing well. So rather, you can go ahead and say that the level of significance, right, is because it tells us how significant things are in the test, right? So it goes ahead and tells me the probability, right, that even could have occurred by chance. You usually link it with alpha. So yeah, you can go ahead and say that it's going to be alpha. Take care. That the confidence level is going to be 95%,
but level of significance will be 5%. So let's just write down. Confidence level will be 95% and level of significance will be 5%. So answer to this question is B. Okay, come to the next one. Let x and y be two variables. Rxy is the correlation coefficient. Okay. So just think about it, beta. See, Rxy is the geometric mean of Bxy and Byx. Right? It is the geometric mean between the two. Now it says that Rxy is 0. So I've understood that Bxy into Byx is 0. Right? Bxy into Byx is 0. So the only way this is possible is if one of them is 0. Only then the product can be 0. If one of them is 0, then the product will be 0. So therefore, this is not possible. One greater than 0, other less than 0, then the product cannot be 0. This is not possible. One greater than 0 and other less than 0, product will not be 0. This is fine that Byx and Bxy are not equal, but one of them has to be 0. So the only possibility that hangs here is C. One of them must be 0 for the product to be 0. Right? So I'll go with answer C. Last beta, this is the last question for statistics and econometrics. So it says, let the true regression model be this. Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1, x1 plus beta 2, x2 plus u. And you have specified y is equal to a plus bx1 plus v. Okay. Where x1 and x2 are correlated, so there is a problem of collinearity. Okay. It says B OLS from your specified model will be. So beta, whenever you have this, you are going ahead and you are skipping a variable, right? So, so your estimated model is this. Your true model is this. So ideally, your OLS estimators will be biased and inconsistent. So the answer to this question should be C. The OLS estimators will be biased and inconsistent. So that is it from my side. It says person A lexicographically prefers good X to good Y. That is, when comparing two bundles of X and Y, she strictly prefers the bundle that has more of good X. If they have equal amount of X, then she strictly prefers the bundle that has more of good Y. Then A's indifference curve are. We actually went ahead and we discussed this in one of our lectures, advanced lectures. So, the same question of lexicographically preferences has, been asked one more time, but there, instead of none of the above, the question given was a convex set. You can refer to my lecture on lexicographic preferences. So the option given was a convex set, and this is what we had marked as the right answer. Let's go ahead and understand why this happened. So what is a lexicographic preference? A lexicographic preference of X over Y is where X is strictly preferred over Y. So it's like saying that, if I have a bundle A, and let's say that this bundle A has 1 unit of good X and 5 units of good Y, and bundle B
has 0 unit of good X, but 10,000 units of good Y, then also I will go ahead and prefer A over B. This is what lexicographic preference is. You will always go ahead and prefer the bundle which has more of good X. You will not go ahead and compare what happens to Y, as long as the bundle has more of good X. Now, in case of lexicographic preferences, we do not have indifference curves. All we have are some points, individual points. Each point represents different level of utility. So take an example. For example, let's say that this is a point that I have. This point is point A. This is good X. This is good Y. Now point A has this much units of good X and this much units of good Y. Now consider any point to the right of point A. So consider a point like this, maybe a point, let's say B. Clearly B has more of good X. So we know that B should be preferred over A. Consider a point like point C. C also has more of good X. So C should also be preferred over A. Point D. D also has more of good X. So D should also be preferred over A. Point F. F has same amount of good X. But what is lexicographic preference? That if you have same amount of good X, then whichever has more of good Y. So F has more amount of good Y. So F should be preferred over A. Point, let's say G. G should be less preferred over A. You can take different points, H, I, O. Each point will have different level of utility. You cannot find 2 points which will have the same level of utility. That is what is unique about lexicographic preferences. Each point represents different level of utility. Now, it says, should the indifference curve be vertical line? Now, by definition, indifference curve are those curves which represent same level of utility. If I draw an indifference curve like this, IC1, and let's say I have an indifference curve here, IC2. Supposedly, I take IC1 and I take different points on this indifference curve. Let's take a point A, point B, point C, etc. Now, clearly, all of them have same amount of good X, but C has more of good Y than B. B has more of good Y than A. So since C has more of good Y than B, and B has more of good Y than A, I clearly understand that they should not be lying on the same indifference curve. They do not represent the same level of utility. So I will go ahead and cancel this option. No. Now horizontal lines, exactly same concept, you can try and apply. So if I have horizontal lines, then supposedly I take this indifference curve, I take a point A, I take a point B, I take a point C. If A, B and C are on the same indifference curve, it says utility from A should be equal to B, should be equal to A. However, this is not true because C has more of good X than B and B has more of good X than A. So C should be preferred over B, should be preferred over A. So they should not be on the same indifference curve. Again, this eliminates horizontal lines. Diagonal lines. Draw a diagonal line and check. Here only let me draw a diagonal line. Diagonal line would mean that point O and point D has same amount of utility. But that is not true. D has more amount of good X and hence should have been on a different point, different indifference curve. They do not represent the same level of utility. So even this is cancelled. So for the question number 1, my answer is none of the above. Actually, lexicographic preferences are just points. Each point in itself is a convex set. So we can have the answer as point. We can have the answer as convex set, or we can have the answer as none of the above. Okay. Now, go ahead and tell me for the second question, what did you do? What is the answer? Just see this once.
Ma'am, I selected answer option A.
Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. See, it says consider the bundle 2, 1 and a sequence of bundle Sn such that each bundle is strictly preferred 2, 2, 1. So ideally what is happening is, let's say that I have this bundle 2, 1. And you know, whenever I create a sequence of bundles Sn, whatever the sequence is, this sequence is strictly preferred over 2, 1. Now, what you can go ahead and do is you can, in order to create this 2, 1, you can refer to sequences in series. In order to create this bundle, you can take different values. So for example, you can go ahead and you can say, let the sequence be 1 plus n, comma n for n starting from 1 to infinity. It starts from 1 and it goes till infinity. This can be a sequence. A sequence usually goes ahead and it represents a pattern. For example, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. This is a sequence. It represents a pattern that I'm adding 2 to it. My other sequence can be, let's say, 2, 2 by 4, and this can be nothing but 1 by 2, or let's say this 3, 9 by 2, let's say 27 by 6, and so on. This is also a sequence. I just created one. Now, what kind of sequence this is? What kind of pattern does this sequence create? Well, this creates a pattern where I'm saying that each element is 3 to the power n upon n factorial. This is the sequence that I just created. How? If I put n equal to 1, I will get 3 to the power 1 upon 1 factorial, which is 3. If I put n equal to 2, I will get 3 to the power 2, which is 9, upon 2 factorial, which is 2. If I put 3, I will get 3 to the power 3 upon 3 factorial. 3 factorial is 6. 3 to the power 3 is 27, and so on. So ideally, for something to be called as a sequence, you must have some pattern that you should be able to see. So for example, if I am seeing here, it says that consider the bundle to 1 and a sequence of bundles Sn such that each bundle Sn is preferred to 1. So, I am saying that whatever sequence I'm creating, whatever patterned sequence I'm creating, whatever bundle you obtain for different values of n, over all those bundle, 2, 1 would be preferred. This is what I'm going ahead and saying. Now, there are two ways to go ahead and solve this thing. If you are not given any particular sequence, any particular pattern, then you will try and create a sequence such that you are able to get this bundle 2, 1. So for example, when I put n equal to 1, I will get 2, 1. When I put n equal to 2, I will get 2 plus 1, 3, 2. When I put n equal to 3, I will get 3 plus 1, 4, 3, and so on. And now I'm saying that over all these bundles, 3, 2, 4, 3, etc., 2, 1 is preferred because no sequence was given to me, right? But you have to create a sequence first. Then it says if the sequence of bundle converges to a bundle S. Now for this, you must understand what is a converging sequence and a divergent sequence. So again, this is something we covered in maths, but let's understand this. A convergent sequence is one where as limit n tends to infinity for the sequence, you get some number. You should be able to get some number. And a divergent sequence is where a divergent sequence is where limit n tends to infinity, the sequence just gives you infinity. So for example, if I say my sequence of n square, then now as limit n tends to infinity, any sequence of n square will simply give you infinity because you're just saying infinity square. As n keeps on increasing, your number will keep on increasing. So this is a divergent sequence, clearly. But take another example. So for example, let's say that I have a sequence which is n plus 1 upon 2 plus n square. I'm just taking some random example to make you understand what is a convergent and divergent sequence. Now when I will apply limit n tends to infinity, n plus 1 upon 2 plus n square, if you directly apply, you will get infinity by infinity. So usually we don't do that in limits. So what you will do, you will go ahead and you will say dividing both numerator and denominator by n. So you will have n plus 1 by n upon 2 plus n square by n. You will get 1 plus 1 by n upon 2 by n plus. Now, if you go ahead and apply here as limit n tends to infinity, you will go ahead and you will get 1 plus 1 by 1 by infinity upon 2 by infinity plus infinity This will be 1 plus 0 upon 0 plus infinity, which will be 1 by infinity. Anything 1 by a very large number should go towards 0, but we haven't still got exactly equal to 0. Now take a third case. Suppose this is n, and here also you have n. This becomes 1, and here also you will just have 1. Here you will just have 1. So 1 by infinity is 0, 2 by infinity is 0. So you will get the answer as 1 by 1, which will be 1. So we are saying that as you keep on increasing n, this sequence will converge towards 1. So let's see here. If I go ahead and I put different values, suppose I put n equal to 1, I will get 2 plus 3. If I put n equal to 2, I will get 3 by 4. Then I will get 4 by 5. Then I will get 5 by 6 and so on. But as even if you put something very, very large, if you put 100, you will get 101 by 102 and so on. Slowly, 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 you will go towards 1. This is what we are saying. Even when n goes very, very large, the entire sequence will converge towards 1. This is the concept. This is what we are trying to say. This is the convergent sequence. So now, coming back to this question that is given to us. This is a convergent sequence. It converges to S. So now I will give you a sequence, because if you use this sequence, 1 plus n comma n, this is not a convergent sequence. Now go ahead and take this sequence. So supposedly, I want to take a sequence which has n in the denominator, such that when I apply infinity to it, anything by infinity becomes 0. So I take a sequence, and let's say that this sequence is 2 plus 1 by n, comma 2. Usually you will be given sequence. This will be given to you. What sequence you should take. Don't worry about this. So this sequence, this will be given to you. Now again, try with different values. Put n equal to 1. When you put n equal to 1, you will get 2 plus 1, 3 by 2. This is preferred over 2 by 2, right? This is what it says. Each bundle Sn is strictly preferred over 2, 1. So 3, 2 is preferred over 2, 1. Put n equal to 2. You will get 2 plus 1 by 2, which is 2.5, 2. So this is also preferred over 2, 1. This is given to you. Now let's just check for infinity clearly. So for n equal to infinity, let me just put limit n tends to infinity, 2 plus 1 by n, 2. So this will be 2 plus 1 by infinity, 2. So this will be 2 plus 0, 2, which will be 2, 2. So I will get 2, 2. And I'm saying this is also preferred over 2, 1. This is actually S, the bundle S. This entire sequence of bundle, this is converging to 2, 2. This one. Okay. Now, if you go ahead and you notice, then can we just simply say that this is a monotonic preference? This bundle clearly had more of X and Y. So this was preferred over 2, 1, and this was given to us. This bundle also had more of XY. So because it had more of XY, it was preferred over 2, 1, it was given to us. So from the pattern that is given to us, we understand that our preferences are well-defined preferences. we understand that they are monotonic preferences, that more is preferred. So when more is preferred and this sequence converges to 2, 2, and this has more of good y, this should be preferred over this bundle. So even this converged bundle, the entire sequence converges to this S, because this S has more of good y, and from the pattern we see monotonic preferences. More is preferred, it should be preferred over 2, 1. So we come to the conclusion, and you were correct, that S is preferred to 2, 1. But you have to, in the background, understand all of these concepts very well. What is a sequence? What is a convergent sequence? What is a divergent sequence? Why am I saying that it is preferred to 2, 1? Is this sequence, every bundle of the sequence, following the property of monotonic preferences, or is it not following that? Okay.
Okay, beta, let's start. Look at in the first question. This is ISI 2011 question. Dekho dhyan se beta. It says x into fy plus y into fx is equal to x plus y fx into fy. And it says the number of continuous functions satisfying this will be. So you have to tell how many functions, continuous functions will be there that will be satisfying this equation. Okay. And options are given to you as 1, 2, 3, or none of the above. Okay. So beta, the trick to solve this kind of question is that in such questions, you will go ahead and you will plug, you have to check at different points. So the first point where you can go ahead and check is by putting x equal to 0. That is the trick to solve this question. Then you have to check at y equal to 0. You can check at x and y both equal to 0. And you can check at x equal to y. So these are the common points that we will check at. X equal to 0, y equal to 0, xy equal to 0, and x equal to y. So you have to check your function at these common points. ठीक है बेटा, देखो अब ध्यान से. I am starting by checking and putting x equal to 0. So if I plug in x equal to 0, here I will get 0. This will remain as it is f of y. Here it will remain as it is y. This will become f of 0. This will become 0 plus y. This will become f of 0. And this will become f of y. समझे बात को? क्या किया हमने? We are plugging x as 0. So when we will plug x as 0, this will be 0 into f of y plus y into f of 0 is equal to 0 plus y f of 0 into f of y. This is how you can go ahead and you can solve this question. Now just have a look here. So this is the first step that I have gone ahead and I have done. And by solving it, so beta 0 into anything will become 0. So I will get y into f of 0 is equal to y into f of 0 into f of y. So now I will just take this on this side. And when I will take this on this side, what will happen, beta? I will get y f of 0 minus y f of 0 f of y is equal to 0. Then I will just take y and f of 0 common from here. And I will get 1 minus f of y is equal to 0. So this will give me three things. It will give me that either y is 0 or f of 0 is 0 or f of y is 1. So I have got three things using my first checking point that x is 0. This is how we will solve this question. Then beta, इसी equation में जो आपको दिया हुआ है, you will start with your second checking point. So you will now put y as 0 and you will recheck this. तो देखो y as 0 put करते हैं. What will I have? X into I will put y as 0 plus 0 into f of x is equal to x. I am putting y as 0. F of x into I am putting y as 0. So everywhere I will go ahead and I will put y as 0. अब फिर से देखो, when I will put that, तो 0 into anything will become 0. This will become x. This will be f of x, f of 0, and this will be x into f of 0. This is exactly what I have gone ahead and done here. So when I plugged y as 0, I will get this equation. That means you will get x into fx is equal to x, fx, f0. Again, beta, what you can do is, I will just do one step in between. You can take this on the other side. So when you will take this on the other side, you will get x into fx minus x into fx into f of 0 is equal to 0. Then what you can do is you can take common. So you will take x fx common and you will get 1 minus f of 0 is equal to 0. It means that either your x will be 0 or your fx will be 0 or your f of 0 will be 1. तो ध्यान से देखो बेटा, ऊपर से हमारे पास क्या आया है? We have got that your f of y is equal to 1, f of 0 is 0 and y is 0. And यहाँ से हमारे पास क्या आ गया है? We have got that either x is 0 or f of x is 0 or f of 0 is 1. I've told you we have to check at different points. तो अब हम एक और point लेंगे, x is equal to y point, because it just says that it is defined for all particular x's. x और y का value तो नहीं दिया हुआ है ना, so I can take different x and y's and check. So the last point I want to check for is when x and y become equal to each other. So beta, when x and y is equal to each other, what will I get? X, f of x plus x, f of x is equal to x plus x, f of x into f of x. ये हो जाएगा when x and y are equal to each other. So if x and y are equal to each other, you will be getting this equation. You will be getting this equation. हाँ बेटा. And when you will go ahead and solve this equation, you will get 2x fx is equal to 2x fx square. You can just again bring this on the other side. Take 2x fx common and again you will get x is 0, fx is 0 और fx is 1. तो जो हमारे पास चीजें आ रही हैं वो कुछ ऐसी आ रही हैं कि या fx 0 होगा या fx 1 होगा. From this entire analysis, जो हमने ये 3 analysis किए हैं, we see that either my function takes the value 1. Either my function is taking the value 1. ध्यान से देखो. Either my function is taking the value 1 or my function is taking the value 0 or my function is taking the value 0. So my function is looking like a constant function, which has it's a continuous function. All constant functions are continuous. So either my entire function is across 0 or the value of the function is at as 0 or at 1. यही दो values निकल के आ रही है, nothing else is coming. So which means that ultimately I see that as a generalization, my function looks something like a constant function that takes two values, zeros or ones. Therefore, I can say that there will be two continuous functions. This is how we will solve this kind of question. ठीक है बेटा, this is ISI 2011 question. It's an interesting question and the answer to this question will be 2. Clear हुई ये बात? Okay, बच्चे. Now let's go to the next question and let us just try to solve this question. But this question is ISI 2014 question. And let us try to read the question. I want all of you to try this on your own now, based on how I taught you the first question. देखो ध्यान से. A function is defined from R to R for all xy belonging to R. ठीक है. What does it say? This equation is given to you. This equation says f of x plus y into f of x minus y is equal to f of x plus f of y whole square minus 4x square f of y. This entire function is given to you. What is the question asking, beta? It is asking which of them is not possible. कौन सी value होगी जो possible नहीं होगी? f of 0 is equal to 0. f of 2 is equal to 2, f of 3 is equal to 9, and f of 5 is equal to 0. Which of them will not be possible? ये हमें बताना है. Beta, again, we will use the same trick. What is the trick to solving these questions? You have to check at different points. So I am checking them at different points. And what are those points, bache? I am checking at x0. I can check at y0. I can check at x, y, both 0. And I can check at x equal to y. So these are the different points that I can check my function at. Just to ease out things, to solve it in a better way. So beta, in this case, I am taking the point that both x and y are simultaneously 0. मैंने दोनों को ही एक साथ 0 रखा है. So if I take both x and y simultaneously 0, what is it that I will be getting? क्या मिल जाएगा मुझे बच्चे? I will be getting 0 plus 0, f of 0 minus 0, f of 0 plus f of 0 whole square minus 4 into 0 square f of 0. When I will keep both x and y 0, ये मेरे को मिल जाएगा. So beta 0 plus 0 is 0. 0 minus 0 is 0. This is f of 0 2 times whole squared minus 0. This is what I will get. So if I just open this up beta, I am going to go ahead and get f of 0 whole squared is equal to 4 f of 0 whole squared. I can just take this here. So I will get 3 f of 0 whole squared is equal to 0. This means f of 0 is 0. So by solving this, I have got that my f of 0 is coming out to be 0. तो ये तो पक्का होगा ही होगा. This is what is possible. तो बेटा ये आंसर इनकरेक्ट हो गया. It says which of the following is not possible. And I am showing that this is in fact possible. तो ये तो मेरा correct option है. This is possible. Now beta what I can do is I can go ahead and take another. So I've told you, you have to check at different points. So now I am taking another point where I am taking that let x and y be equal to each other. I am taking x and y equal to each other and I am trying to solve that again. So dekho beta, what will we do in that case? If I take x and y equal to each other, what will I get? F of x plus x, f of x minus x equal to f of x plus f of x whole square minus 4x square f of x. I have taken x equal to y. हाँ बेटा, अब देखो, this will be f of 2x, f of 0 equal to 2f of x whole square minus 4x square f of x. बच्चे, we just proved that f of 0 is coming as 0. तो अगर f of 0 0 है, so this becomes 0. This will be 4 f of x square minus 4x square f of x. Clear हुई बात? अच्छा, अब देखो, हमें next condition check करनी है. Let's see whether f of 2 is coming as 2 or not. So I will put x as 2. तो बेटा when, देखो ध्यान से. So now what I will do is checking whether f of 2 is 2 or not. ठीक है बेटा, तो x की जगह पे हम क्या करेंगे ना, we will plug in the value as 2. So what will I get here? I will get 4 f of 2 whole square minus 4 2 square f of 2 equal to 0. I will just take this on this side, but I will get 4 into 4 f of 2 is equal to 4 f of 2 whole square. So I can just take this 4 common and I will get 4 f of 2 minus f of 2 square equal to 0. बहुत important type of questions are, huh? Then better you can just take f of 2 also common and you will get 4 minus f of 2 equal to 0. So I'm getting two values of f of 2. What's the first value that I'm getting? Either f of 2 is 0 because the product is coming as 0. So either f of 2 is 0 or f of 2 is 4. These are the two values that I am getting of f of 2. But beta, यहाँ पे क्या क्वेश्चन बोल रहा है कि f of 2 is equal to 2. I am not getting that. I am getting either f of 2 is 0 or f of 2 is 4. So this is incorrect. और यही तो क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा था. Which of the following is not possible? This is not possible. Right? That's the answer to this question. So I have told you the trick to solve these questions. The trick to solve such questions is to go ahead and check at these points. X equal to 0, y equal to 0, xy equal to 0, x equal to y. इन्हीं 4-5 points में you will get your answer. You will get the right answer to the question. I hope that is clear to you. Huh? Okay, beta. Now, let me just take another question. This is ISI 2023. देखो बेटा क्वेश्चन क्या कह रहा है. You are given a function and this function is given as 2 into x square plus 1 by x square minus 3 into x plus 1 by x minus 1. What is the question asking? The question is asking solution of f of x is equal to 0. You have to find that. But question में क्या पूछा बेटा? It says such that their product is. So you don't have to just find the solution. You have to go ahead and you have to find the product also. आपको product भी निकालना होगा. That is what the question is asking. Okay, बच्चे. Now let's just go ahead and look into this. But before I do that, I want to give you some extra information that can be useful. So extra information from the point of view of exam. Try to think. Whenever you are given this function, f of x, and this function that is given to you is of this format. A into x to the power n plus a1 x to the power n minus 1 and so on till an. Whenever you are given this function, bacha, such that this is equal to 0, then you will get some roots of these functions. The roots of these functions will be alpha 1, alpha 2 and so on till alpha n. Now, what do we know? Suppose beta I tell you that my function is x square minus 5x plus 6. And I tell you that 2 and 3 are roots of this function. What does this mean? It means that this function can be written as x minus 2 into x minus 3 equal to 0. This is how this function can be written. So beta, उसी चीज पे समझो. If I am telling you alpha 1, alpha 2 till alpha n are roots of this function, what does this mean? It means that this function can be written in this format. X minus alpha 1 into x minus alpha 2 into x minus alpha 3 and so on. Now what we can do is, we can go ahead and compare the coefficients from here when you open this up with this, and you will find that when you do the sum of the roots, it is equal to minus of coefficient of x to the power n minus 1 upon coefficient of x to the power n. So you will get minus of a1 by a0. Similarly, if you do sum like this, a1 into a2 plus a1 into a3, matlab you are doing sum of the products of the roots, then you will get it as minus 1 square coefficient of this x to the power n minus 2 by a0. And you will follow this pattern throughout. Matlab, if I have to go ahead and I have to do the product of 3 roots and sum them over, it will give me minus 1 cube a to the power a3 by a0. This is a rule that you have to remember. Sometimes it is very useful in exam. It's a pattern. Acha. Now, same thing I can just tell you here also. Suppose you have a biquadratic equation. मतलब आपकी equation ऐसी है. So using this property that I have just told you, what you know from this property? You know that the sum of there will be 4 roots. X to the power 4 जा रहा है. So there are 4 roots. Say alpha, beta, gamma and delta. So the sum of the 4 roots ka will be minus b by a. Similarly, if I just go ahead and multiply these roots and add, matlab alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma delta and so on, then it will be c by a. If I do 3 ka products, alpha beta gamma plus alpha beta delta plus alpha gamma delta and so on, then beta it will be minus d by a. Right? And if I do all 5 ka root, it will be e by a. So this is the rule that you have to remember. Now, using these rules, I want you to solve back the question that I have given, but I am teaching you using another technique today. But this is another way to solve such questions. Wherever it is asking you about the product of the roots, माने you just have to do e by a. Clear हुई ये बात? अच्छा, आज के लिए क्या करना है? हमें इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. So just have a look what I am doing in this question. This is what the question is asking. So what I will go ahead and do is, I will go ahead and assume that let x plus 1 by x be t. So if I were to go ahead, let me create some space. If I were to go ahead and do x plus 1 by x whole square, but what will I get? I will get x square plus 1 by x square plus 2x into 1 by x. So I will just get x square plus 1 by x square plus 2. And this part that I have here, this is t. So I will get t square is equal to this. So from here, what will I have? I will have x square plus 1 by x square is equal to t square minus 2. बस यहीं से question आपका solve हो जाएगा. So have a look what I have done. So I have taken x plus 1 by x as t. I have squared on both sides and I have found out the value of x square plus 1 by x square is equal to t square minus 2. Now just go back to the equation that is given to you in the question. The equation given to you in the question is this. So this part, I have just found that this is t square minus 2. So I have just replaced this part with t square minus 2. This part I had assumed as t. So I've just replaced it with t. So what is my function looking like now? My function now looks like this. It looks 2t square minus 2 minus 3t minus 1. So if I just open this up, it will become 2t square minus 4 minus 3t minus 1. It will become 2t square minus 5 minus 3t. So I have converted this into a quadratic equation. Now you have converted this into quadratic. Quadratic को solve करना तो easy है. You can easily find the roots of the quadratic. तो इस quadratic equation के आप roots निकालो. Just use completing the square method. Completing the square method. And using completing the square method, you will be able to find out that the roots are t equal to minus 1 and t equal to 5 by 2. These will be the two roots that you will be getting. ठीक है बेटा? अच्छा, now just see. See, when you will put t equal to minus 1, तो t क्या था? T was x plus 1 by x. This will be minus 1. Now this means that x square plus 1 minus x will be 0. If I just, I just simplify this thing. So this means x square minus x plus 1 will be 0. But this equation has no real roots. If you just use the technique of b square minus 4ac under root, you will find out that this is coming negative. So it means that it has no real roots. So we can't use this. So therefore, the value of t that I have to take will be 5 by 2. So now I will equate x plus 1 by x to 5 by 2. And again, I will just solve this equation for x. So I will get x square plus 1 by x is equal to 5 by 2. And from here, beta, I will get 2x square plus 2 is equal to 5x. So 2x square minus 5x plus 2 equal to. And you can just go ahead and you can solve for x's. So you will get 2x, 2.5. The question was asking you about the product of the roots. Beta, what will be the product of the roots? It will be 2 into half It means it will be 1. So the answer to this question should be 1. I hope this is clear to you, right? So these are the questions that I wanted to discuss today from functions. I hope it is useful to you. Read out the first question. Radius as well as height is increase of cone. Radius as well as height of cone is increased by 10%. What is the percentage increase in the volume of the cone? Now make sure that you go ahead, I'm just writing it here. Please revise all the formulas of area, volume, perimeter for all cases, right? So you should be well aware about what is the volume of the cone, how do you find the volume of the cube, how do you find the volume of the cuboid, right? So make sure to revise all of that. Make sure to revise all area and volume formulas, right? Okay, read out this question. It says radius as well as height of the cone is increased by 10%. तो हम क्या करेंगे? Let the initial radius of the cone be r and the initial height of the cone be h, right? And now what we can go ahead and we can do is, so I am just saying that initial radius of the cone is r, right? And initial height of the cone is h. Now the radius of the cone is increased by 10%. So 10% of r will be 10 by 100 into r. So this is going to be 0.1 r, right beta? So your initial radius is r and the increase in radius is by 10%, which is 0.1 r. So what is going to be your new radius? It is going to be initial radius plus the increase in the radius. So when we go ahead and we do initial radius, new r will be initial radius plus the increase in the radius. This is going to be 1.1 r. Similarly, you are given that the initial height is h, right? And you are given that there is a 10% increase in the height. Same thing. If initial height was h, 10% of h will be 0.1 h. So the new height is going to be 1.1 h. Now can you tell me what is going to happen to the volume? So the formula of the volume is, again, this is important that you remember the formula of the volume. So the formula of volume is 1 by 3 pi r square into h. This is the formula of the volume. So the new, just think about it. The new r is 1.1 r. The new h is 1.1 h. So if I just plug in the formula here, I will get 1.r to the power 3, 1 by 2 pi r square h. But beta, this is your original volume. जब r और h radius था, r radius था, h height था, so this was your original volume. And this is your new volume. So new volume, original volume का कितना time है? 1.1 to the power 3, right? This is what I've done here. That the new volume is going to be 1.1 to the power 3 times the old volume. So what is the percentage change in the volume? The percentage change is going to be the new volume minus the old volume divided by the old volume into 100. So you will get the answer as 33.1%. That's the answer to this question. Right, beta? Okay, I am just skipping the homework. Please do these homework. Solution will be posted on the portal. Look into the next classwork question. This is a square of side length 4 centimeters. So you are given that the length of the square is 4 centimeter. And the boundary of the shaded region is defined by one semicircle on the top and 2 circles at the bottom. So ध्यान से देखो बच्चे. It says there is this one semicircle that has been formed. And there are these 2 circles which have been formed. जो circle पूरे दिख नहीं रहे हैं. These are these 2 circles that we have to go ahead and we have formed. Huh? It says find the area of the shaded region. And by area of shaded region, yes, beta, you have to remember all the volumes and areas. So the area of the shaded region, by that we mean the blue area. तो अब ध्यान से देखना हाँ. See, in order to find the area of the blue portion, I can find the area of the square. I can directly find the area of the square. And after finding the area of the square, I can subtract this area. That is one way in which I can go ahead and do that question. The another way you do it with me, huh? The another way of going ahead and solving this question can be, tell me something. If this is a circle, if I just extend this, if this is a circle, can you tell me what will be the area of the circle, beta? The area of the circle will be pi r square. Can you think about what is going to be the radius? Clearly, I can see that the radius is this. It is 2 centimeters. So if I were to find the area of the circle will be pi into 2 square, which is going to be 4 pi. Right? And if you notice, this entire circle, I am taking 1/4 of this circle. Na? This kind of question will come a lot times in GATE exam. So I am just taking 1/4 of the circle. मैं तो सिर्फ ये वाला part ले रही हूँ ना circle का, 1/4 of the circle. So if you think about it, then this area, just this area that I can think about, this area will be 1/4 of the entire area of the circle. So it is going to be pi. So I know that this area, just this area, this is going to be pi. Similarly, I am given that this is 2 pi. This is this is 2 centimeter. Again, you can think that this is going to be a bigger circle. And I am going ahead and I am taking 1/4 of this circle now. So the area of this circle will be pi r square. So it is going to be pi into 2 square, again 4 pi. These are symmetric. So I am again taking 1/4 of this circle. So 1/4 of this circle would mean that I need to divide this by 4, right? So if I divide this by 4, I will get this also as pi. So this is also going to be pi beta. So I have found out that this part is pi. And I have also found out that this part is pi, right? If I can find this and this part, I can add them together and I will get the area of the shaded region. So just think about it. Now, if you just think about just this part now, just see this part, huh? Just see this, the one that I am highlighting. This is a rectangle. This rectangle again has this one given to me as 2 centimeter. So I know that the area of this rectangle will be length into breadth, which means it is going to be 4 into 2, which means it is going to be 8. And this is half a circle. So, bache, what is the area of the circle? Pi r square, right? So, what is going to be area of half of the circle? Divided by 2. So, pi, radius of this circle is also 2 only, because this is made in the complete zone. So, diameter is 4, radius is 2 only. So, it is going to be pi 2 square by 2. So, this is going to give me 2 pi. So, try to think about it. I have found out that the area of this semicircle, this is actually 2 pi. And I have found out that the area of this rectangle, this is 8. So what is going to be the area of these shaded region? This shaded region, the one I am marking in pink, what is going to be its area? Area of the rectangle minus the area of the semicircle. Now I want the total area, whatever is shaded, this also and this also. So I need to add pi of this and pi of this. So it is going to be 8 minus 2 pi plus pi plus pi. That means the answer will be 8. So the correct answer to this question should be that it is 8. Such kind of questions are very, very common in GATE exam. You will get find the area of the shaded region. ऐसे question बहुत often आते हैं. So you need to be well aware of such questions. So the correct answer to this question will be 8. Okay, beta. This is homework question. I am skipping the homework questions. For homework questions, I have provided the answer in the portal. You can just look at those. Huh? Coming to the next question, beta. It says a right angle triangle with side 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter and 5 centimeter is rotated two sides of 3 centimeter to form a cone. ध्यान से समझो. You have a triangle. It's a triangle. You are trying to go ahead and rotate the triangle in such a way that it becomes a cone. ऐसे rotate क्या? So if you have a triangle, if you just keep rotating it, it will become into a cone like a cap, right? This is what it is saying. You have a right angle triangle and with side 3, 4 and 5 and you are rotating side 3 centimeter and forming a cone. The question is the volume of the cone formed will be. So this is my 3 centimeter. It's a right angle triangle. So clearly I know that we need to understand that hypotenuse square should be base square plus height square. So hypotenuse is the biggest. So I can't have 5 here. This is common sense that we will have 5 in the hypotenuse, right? So perpendicular square plus base square is hypotenuse square. So we need to have smaller perpendicular and base. And I am taking 3 centimeter in the base because around that only I am rotating to form a cone. That is what the question is saying, right? So this becomes 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter and 5 centimeter. Now what is the volume of the cone? We already know the formula. The volume of the cone is 1 by 3 pi r square h. R is the radius, that is 3 centimeter. H is the height, that is 4 centimeter. So if I will just put instead of R3 and instead of H4, I will get the answer as 12 pi. And that's the answer to this question, right? Okay, beta, homework questions I am skipping. So that was the first kind of question set that we have covered. Just remember that in this kind of question set, you will be given to find area, you will be given to find volume, you will be given to find perimeter, and you must be aware of all 3 formulas. This is very important and there will be a sure shot question in part A based on this. Either you can be given question based on shaded area, right? That find the shaded areas. Or you can be given question based on the volumes. Or you can be given question based on quadrilateral, based on parallelogram, based on circles. So you need to go ahead and try to do all such kind of practice questions, right? I have given those in the homework also. Now let's do the second type of question. And those questions are related to time and work. Now what happens in time and work kind of questions? In such kind of questions, you will be actually gone ahead and given that suppose A takes this much time to complete a task. B takes this much time to complete a task. How can the task be completed if they do it together? In how many days they will be able to do it? Okay. Or questions like, suppose A, B and C started the task together, but A left. Then B and C continued the task. In how many days task will be completed? So ऐसे questions exam में बहुत ज़्यादा आएंगे where you will be given time and work kind of questions. Let us see the first question of this type it up. So this says that A can do a work in 10 days. अगर A अकेले लगे, if A is individually putting all his effort, then A can do the task in 10 days. So beta, if A can do in 10 days, हमेशा इसको 1 के टर्म्स में निकालो. So in 1 day, how much task can he do? 1/10 of the task. Similarly, if B can do the task in 15 days. So bache, in 1 day, how much task can he do? He can do 1/15 of the task. Right? So if I just ask कि एक दिन में, अब मैं इन दोनों को एक साथ रख रही हूं. I am putting A and B together. Right? How much task will A and B be able to do together if they sit together? In 1 day, A will do 1/10 of the task. In that same day, B will do 1/15 of the task. So together, A and B will do 1/10 plus 1/15 of the task in 1 day. So if I just take this, this will be 150, 15 plus 10. It means this will be 25 by 150. It means 1/6 of the task. अब ध्यान से समझो, एक टास्क है, उसका 1/6 out of the entire task, 1/6 can be done in 1 day if A and B do them together. अगर A और B साथ में उस टास्क को करते हैं, if A and B do a task together, then they can do that task in 1/6. राइट? सो हाउ मेनी, एक दिन में 1/6 वर्क कंप्लीट करते हैं वो. So how many days will they take to complete the entire task? 6 days. Just revert it. In one day, they are doing 1/6 of the work. So in 6 days, they will do the entire work. So when I will just revert this, I will get that they will take 6 days to do the work together. So it is very easy. You find out how much time A is taking alone, how much time B is taking alone. You add them together, and you're telling how much time they take to do together. They can do 1/6 of the work in one day together. So which means they will take 6 days to complete the entire task. Okay, beta, come to the next question. So this says A, B and C. ध्यान से पढ़ो question को. A, B and C complete work in 15, 12 and 10 days respectively. So A is taking 15 days to complete the task. So how much can he do in one day? 1/15. B is taking 12 days to complete the task. So how much work can he do in one day? 1/12. C is taking 10 days to complete the task. So how much work can he do in one day? 1/10. Ab padho question. A and B started work together and left after 4 days. If remaining work can be done by C, how many days will the total work get completed? तो शुरू में C involved नहीं है. In the beginning, C is not involved. It is saying that initially A and B started work together and they left the work after 4 days. अब ध्यान से देखना है हमने, हाँ? So to complete the task, A is taking 15 days. So in one day, he can do 1/15 of the task. To complete the task, B is taking 12 days. So in one day, B can do 1/12 of the task. So together, how much task can they do in one day? So together, 1/15 plus 1/12. So 12 plus 15 divided by 12 into 15. So this is going to be 27 divided by 15 into 12. So this is going to go ahead and give me 3 9s are, 3 5s are, 4 into 12. And this is going to be 3/5 into 4. So this is going to be 3/20. In one day, अगर वो एक दिन काम पे लगते हैं, in one day, they can go ahead and cover 3/20th of the task. So let me write this statement. In one day, they can do 3/20th of the work. Right, beta? 3/20th of the work is completed in one day. So in 4 days, how much work will they complete? 4 दिन एक साथ है. So 4 into, in one day, they are covering 3/20th of the work. So in 4 days, they will cover 12/20th of the work. Total work 1 है बेटा. Out of which 12/20th of the work has been completed. So what is the remaining work left? कितना काम बच गया? What's the remaining work left? The remaining work left will be 1 minus 12/20. This is going to be 8/20. So C alone has to complete 8/20th of the task. और C को कितने दिन लगते हैं बच्चे? C can do 1/10th of the work in one day. So C can do in one day 1/10th of the work. So how many days will he take to do 8/20th of the work? How many days will he take? He will go ahead and he will take. How do you find this out? You need to find this. In one day, he is covering 1/10th of the work. So how many days will he take to cover 8/20th of the work? 1 into 8/20 divided by 1/10. So 8 into 10/20, that means he will go ahead and take 4 more days. So in the first 4 days, पहले 2 दिन में A और B ने काम किया. जब उन्होंने काम किया, तो उन्होंने 3/20th of the काम को खत्म कर दिया एक दिन में. 4 दिनों में, in 4 days, they have covered 12/20th of the work. जो remaining काम था वो 8/20 था. 8/20 काम को करने के लिए always use unitary method. डे को वर्क से मल्टीप्लाई करोगे और वर्क से डिवाइड करोगे. So you are getting that he takes 4 more days. So what are the total days taken? The total days taken will be 4 plus 4, that means 8 days. So the total work can be completed in 8 days. Read out the next question. Let's try another one. It says A, B and C can do work in 20, 30 and 60 days. फिर से बेटा, we will find for 1 day. So A is taking 20 days to cover the work, B is taking 30 days to cover the work, and C is taking 60 days to cover the work. So in 1 day, A will do 1/20th of the work. In 1 day, B will do 1/30th of the work. In 1 day, C will do 1/60 of the work. It says in how many days can A do the work if he is assisted by B and C every 3rd day? तो क्वेश्चन को समझने की कोशिश करो जरा. इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब ये है that on day 1 only A will work. On day 2 only A will work. On day 3 A, B and C all 3 will work. Then again on day 4 A will work. Day 5 A will work. Day 6 पे A, B and C will work. Like this, if they keep working, then in how many days will the work be completed? कितने टाइम में काम पूरा खत्म हो जाएगा? How many days the work would be completed? Okay, now just try to think about it. Beta, in 1 day, A can complete 1/20th of the work. तो पहले दिन जब A आया, he completed 1/20th of the work. On the second day, A can again complete 1/20th of the work individually. And on the 3rd day, all 3 of them are working. So A will cover 1/20th of the work, B will cover 1/30 of the work, and C will cover 1/60 of the work. So after 3 days, uske baad it's a repetition of this pattern. So in every 3 days, how much work is getting completed? If I just take LCM, this will be 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. So this will be 12/60. So in every 3 days, हर 3 दिनों में 12/60th of the work is done. In every 3 days, 12/60th of the work is done. So we want to do the complete work. How many days will it take? It will go ahead and take 1 into 3 divided by 12/60. So you will always cross multiply and divide by this unitary method. So this is going to be 3 into 60/12. So this is going to give me 15. So the entire work can be completed in 15 days. That's the answer to this question. Right, beta? So this is the second kind of questions which can come in exam. These are known as work and time questions. You will be given that A can do task in these many days, B in this, C in this, how many days the task will be completed. Such questions can be asked in exam. Okay, beta, this is your homework. I am just skipping it. Please practice your homework. Now, let us go to the third kind of question that can be asked in exam, and that is related to the train questions. Now, what happens in train questions? In train questions, you will be asked to go ahead and find the length of the train. You will be asked to find the length of the train. So what will happen in this kind of question? They will go ahead and they will say, you look, there is a train which is going to cross a pole. Find the length of the train. Or there is a train which will go ahead and cross a still person. Find the length of the train. Or there are 2 trains moving in the opposite direction. Find the length of the trains. Or find the speed of the trains when they will cross each other. Or there are 2 trains moving in the same direction. When will they cross each other? Something like that. So in such kind of questions, these are all called as train questions. And again, these are very, very important from the point of view of exam. So look into the first kind of question, beta. Here we are saying that there is 1 pole and 1 train. So you have a pole here right? You have a train here, right? And we want to ask ourselves, what is going to be the length of the train? So the formula for this is that the length of the train is going to be the speed of the train into the time taken to cross the pole. Similarly, suppose you are given that there is one train and one bridge, right? And they're asking you find the combined length of the train and the bridge. There is a big bridge, not a pole. There is a bridge. There is a train. The train is crossing the bridge and it is asking you find out the length of the train plus the bridge. So the length of the train and bridge together can be written as speed of train into time taken to cross the entire bridge. Now, another question that can be asked in exam is, there are two moving trains. One is moving at speed u, other is moving at speed v. Find the total length of the train. So the total length of the trains together can be written as u minus v into t. So u is the speed of one train, the bigger speed. V is the speed of the other train, the train which is going at a slower speed. U minus V is the net speed into T, that is going to be the length of the two trains together. Similarly, suppose they ask you that the trains are not moving in the same direction, but they're moving in the opposite directions, right? And then they ask you find the length of the two trains together. In that case, the length of the two train is going to be U plus V into T. So here you're going to add the speeds together and here you're going to subtract the speeds. Let us look into one of the questions first. This is a basic question. In this case, what happens is you must know how you can convert the speed which is given in kilometer per hour into meter per second. Sometimes in exam, we need some conversion, right? So we need to know how to convert. हमें दिया हुआ है 180 kilometer per hour and we need to convert this in meter per second, right? So how can we convert? If you want to go, listen to me carefully. If you want to go from kilometer per hour into meter per second, you will multiply with 5 by 18. And if you want to go from meter per second into kilometer per hour, you will multiply with 18 by 5. So whenever you want to go from kilometer per hour to meter per second, you will multiply with 5 by 18. And whenever you want to go from meter per second into kilometer per hour, you will multiply by 18 by 5. Look into the first question. It says a train is moving at the speed of 180 kilometer per hour. Then the speed in meter per second is. So as I told you, if I have to convert into meter per second, I need to go ahead and I need to multiply it with 5 by 18. So when I multiply it with 5 by 18, I will get the answer at 50 meter per second. Come to the next question. This says a train is 75 meter running at the speed of 20 kilometer per hour. So notice very carefully, beta. जो speed दी हुई है, it is in meter per kilometer per hour. But जो length दी हुई है, it is in meter. So since the length is in meter, first of all, I have to convert this in meter per second. And in order to convert this in meter per second, I need to multiply this with 5 by 18. So I have multiplied 20 with 5 by 18. And when I did that, I got 50 by 9. Now it says, when will it pass the standing man? The formula to check how it will pass the standing man, that means you need to find the time, right? So I need to just revert this formula that I have just told you, right? So I have told you that length is equal to velocity into time. So what will be time? Time will be length by velocity. Time will be length by velocity. So the length of this is 75 given to me. The speed or velocity is 50 by 9. So if I just divide it, I will get the time it will take to pass the pole or pass the man. So the time is going to be 13.5 seconds. And that's the answer to this question. Okay. Come to the next question. This says there is a train which is 250 meter long, right? And it also goes ahead and it tells you that the speed of the train is 50 kilometer per hour. Again, notice the speed is given in kilometer per hour. Notice that the length of the train is given to you in meters. It is asking you when will it pass the electric pole. So it is asking you the time, right? So we know that the length of the train is equal to velocity into time. So the time is going to be length by velocity. But before we go ahead and do that, we need to convert the speed into the meter per second, right? So we are given that the speed is 50. And when I convert this 50 into meter per second, I will get 50 into 5 by 18. So I will get 125 by 9. Now I just need to use this formula that T is equal to L by V. So length divided by speed. The length is given to me as 250. So I've just plugged 250 here. And the speed is given to me as 125 by 9. And when I just solve this, I will get the answer as 18 seconds. Right, beta? Come to the next question. It says there is a train which is 300 meter long and it is passing a standing man and it is passing in 15 seconds. Find the speed of the train. Again, we know that the formula is that the length is equal to velocity into time. The length of the train is velocity into time. So we know that from here, the speed of the train will be length divided by time. So length is given to me as 300 meters and time is given to me as 15 seconds. So 300 divided by 15, that is going to give me 20 meter per second. So the answer to this question will be 20 meter per second. And suppose in exam, they have given you in kilometer per hour, then you can just multiply it with 18 by 5 and you will get the answer in kilometer per hour. Right, beta? So that is the next part of the question set where there can be questions based out of trains, right? So this is your homework. Please do this homework well. I'm just skipping this homework. Okay. The next kind of questions which can be asked in exam, they are the questions related to percentage and fractions. Now, percentage fraction is very simple. You will be asked that suppose there is a square and its length has been increased by so and so percentage. Find the change in the area of the square. Or suppose they will go ahead and ask you that there is basically an investment where you're investing your money and it is giving you so much interest rate. But at the same time, there is an inflation which reduces your return by this much percentage. Find the net return, right? So percentage has various applications. Percentage can be clubbed with geometry. Percentage can be clubbed with your simple interest, compound interest. Percentage can be clubbed with basic questions, right? Where they will go ahead and tell you that a batsman scored this much runs, how much in terms of percentage, what is his efficiency or something like that. So percentage is a very wide part and it can be asked in different ways. Let me take the first question to you. So look into the first question, beta. It is saying a batsman scored 100 runs. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much. Keep joining such sessions so that I can take those in the future as well. A batsman scored 100 runs, which included 3 boundaries and 8 sixes. What percentage of his total score did he make by running the run in between the wicket? So try to see. He is making 3 fours and 8 sixes. So 3 fours means 3 into 4, 12 runs he has made out of those fours. And he has made 8 sixes. So 8 sixes means he has made 48 runs out of those. So total runs he has made is, suppose this is 110. Total run he has made is 110. Out of which 60 he has earned out of the boundaries and out of the sixes. So how many runs he made in between? That means 50 runs. 110 minus 60. This is asking you to find in terms of percentage. So he made 50 runs in between wickets. His total runs are 110 into 100. That is in terms of percentage. So when you will solve this, you will get the answer as 45/5 by 11%. Take the next question. It says 2 students appeared in exam. One of them scored 9 marks more than other and his mark was 56% of the sum of their marks. देखो ध्यान से, what is it saying? It is saying there are two students involved. So I can take the marks of the first student as X. What will be the marks of the second student? 9 more than other. So 9 plus X, right? His 9 more than his other, and his marks were 56% of the sum of their marks. तो ये जो इसके marks हैं, the marks of the first person, sorry, marks of the second person, it is 56% of what, beta? Of the sum of their marks of X plus 9. Are you understanding it? I am saying that the first person has scored X. The second person has scored X plus 9. And then it is saying that the marks scored by the second person is 56% of the sum of the marks. So of X plus 9. Just solve this equation. So you will get X plus 9 is equal to 0.56 2X plus 9. Right, you have got an equation next. Solve for the value of X. So when you will solve for X, you will get X as 33. So marks of the other person is X plus 9. So 33 plus 9 will be 42. So the two marks will be 33 and 42. Okay, come to the next question. This is a good one. So it says, what percentage of numbers between 1 and 70 have either 1 or 9 in the unit digits? So what will be our numbers, beta? It can be 1, it can be 9, it can be 11, it can be 19, it can be 21, it can be 29, and so on till 61, 69. अब ध्यान से सोचो एक बारी. How many numbers for every 10 numbers? 2 numbers, 2 numbers, 2 numbers, and so on. So in every 10 numbers, I see 2 numbers. How many numbers I am taking in total? 70. So in 70 numbers, how many such numbers will be there? 14. हर 10 number में from 1 to 10 there are 2. From 10 to 22, 20 to 32, and so on and so forth. So in total there will be 14 such numbers which end with 1 or 9. Out of how many numbers? Out of 70 numbers. So 14 by 70 into 100, that is going to give you the answer as 20%. Read the next question, beta. It says, let A be defined as X% of Y. Let B be defined as Y% of X. Then, which of the following statement is true? A is smaller than B. A is greater than B. There is no relation between A and B, and none of the above. देखो, A is defined as X% of Y. So it will be X% of Y. So XY by 100. ये हो गया A. Beta B is defined as Y% of X. So Y by 100 into X. So it will also be XY by 100. So if I just notice, A is also XY by 100. B is also XY by 100. So both of the numbers are same only, na? So this is incorrect. A is smaller than B. This is also incorrect. A greater than B. This is also incorrect. That relationship cannot be determined. This is correct. None of the above. Because we know that A and B are equal to each other. Okay. Come to this question. It says that the length of the rectangle is halved while the breadth is tripled. What is the percentage change in their area? So what is the area of the rectangle? Length into breadth. What will be the new area of the rectangle? Beta, length is halved. Breadth is tripled. So it will be 3 by 2 into LB. This will be 3 by 2 times the old area. Because old area to LB tha. So what is the change in the area now? Can you tell me what is the change in the area? The change in area will be new area minus old area. So this is going to be 1.5A minus A, 0.5A. What will happen in terms of percentage, beta? Change in area by original area into 100. So the area is changing by 0.5a, original A into 100. So this is going to be 50%. So the area will change by 50%. Okay, beta. I am leaving this up to you. You can do this as a homework, please. So you need to, as I've told you, you need to remember all the formulas of perimeter, of your volume, of surface area, of area. ये सब formulas याद रखना बहुत जरूरी है. You need to keep those in your tips. ठीक है? Class 8th 9th में जो maths पढ़ते थे, you need to go ahead and revise that once. हाँ, quickly revise all the formulas before you sit for this exam. Okay, beta, this is your homework. I am just leaving this. Please go ahead and do these homework questions. Okay, come to the next type of question that can be asked in exam. The next question that can be asked in exam is from number system. Right? In number system, they can go ahead and give you some basic questions like how many integers lie between 1 to 1 lakh, which are a multiple of 4. How many integers lie between 1 lakh to 9999 that are divisible by both 4 and 7. ऐसा कुछ basic question भी पूछ सकते हैं. And they can give you some word problem also. Just for example, something like this. Read it out. A positive integer n is multiple of 7. The square root of n is between 17 and 18. How many positive values of n are there? तो क्या बोल रहा है कि एक इंटीजर है जो 7 का मल्टीपल है, but because it is a multiple of 7, it means that जो भी नंबर होगा, जैसे for example, if I tell you 49 is multiple of 7, so you can write 49 as 7 into 7. If I tell you 63 is multiple of 7, you can write 63 as 7 into 9. So if I tell you that a number is a multiple of 7, you can write that number as 7 times some number x. 7 times something, 7 times something. So whenever a number is a multiple of some number, you can write it as 7 times that number or 8 times that number, just which is का multiple है. Now, it tells you that this number, it is between the square root of this number, it is between 17 and 18. I can square both sides. So beta, if I square both sides, I will get 289 less than 40, less than 7x, less than 7x, less than 324, 328 by squaring both sides. Now, if I divide throughout by 7, what will I get? I will go ahead and get 289 by 7 less than x less than 328 by 7. So if you will be solving this, you will get that x should be between 41.28 and 46.25, right? Now it is asking you how many integers are there. So beta, कितने integer हैं 41 से लेके 46.25 के बीच में? You have the integer 42, 43, 44, 45 and 46. So how many such integers are there? 5 na? So what's the number? What are the number of integers between it? How many numbers are there? The answer will be 5. Am I clear with it? So the correct answer to this question will be 5. Okay. So what you need to do for today, beta? As of now, you will go ahead and you will revise all questions related to area, volume. You will do all questions related to percentage. Right, beta? You will do all questions related to number system. You will do all kind of questions related to time, right? And related to trains or distance. This is time and work. Right? That is your task for today. Right? Hi, good evening, everyone. In today's lecture, I'm going to take some questions on continuity beta. And this is going to be from ISI 2004 past year. Let's look into the question. Pehla question dekho. It says you need to go ahead and you need to find limit sin x by x to the power 1 by x square. अब ध्यान से समझना स्टार्ट करो बेटा. See, we know that sine theta by theta, limit theta tends to 0 is 1. This is what we know. I don't have to prove this. You can just use this directly. Now look into your function. The function that is given to you, that function is y is equal to sine x by x to the power 1 by x square, to the power 1 by x square. This is not directly x by x form, I mean sine x by x form. In this case, you have the power given to you. Power is 1 by x square. So how do I solve such questions? In such questions, the first thing that you will go ahead and do is that you will take log on both sides. Now, when you go ahead and when you take log on both sides, then you can use the property that log m to the power n will be n log m. So this power that you have right here, this power can come here. Ha, beta. So when you will go ahead and you will bring this 1 by x square here, you will get this 1 by x square here, and you will get ln y is equal to 1 by x square ln sine x by x. Right? Now, once you have gone ahead and done this much, I want to somehow bring this in the form of L'Hopital. ठीक है, मुझे इसको L'Hopital फॉर्म में लेकर आना जरूरी है. अगर ये 0 by 0 फॉर्म हुआ तो शायद मैं डिफरेंशिएट कर पाऊं. So when I want to go ahead and I want to solve this further, but just think about this. If I tell you 1 by a into b, can I simply write this as b divided by a? Simple. So what I can go ahead and do is that because this is 1 by x square into this, it means my x square is in the denominator. तो मैं इस x square को ना denominator में ले आती हूँ and I will get ln sine x by x divided by x square. Limit x tends to 0. Now I will go ahead and I will use that property. क्या property थी बच्चे हमारी? क्या property हमने अभी पढ़ी है? We have read the property that limit theta tends to 0, sine theta by theta is 1. Right? Sine theta by theta is 1. That is the property that I have gone ahead and I have taught you. So beta, if I am supposed to go ahead and bring limit here, what will happen in this case? I can clearly go ahead and see that I will get ln. This part beta, यहाँ पे मैंने limit लगा दी. Limit x tends to 0, sine x by x, and then here I have x square. So from here, I will get ln. ये पूरा चीज beta, it will become 1 upon x square. And ln1 is 0 and x tends to 0, so this is also 0. So what I see is that I am getting 0 by 0 form in this case. इस चीज को solve करके I am going ahead and I am getting a 0 by 0 form. Since I am getting a 0 by 0 form, when I solve this, I have got a 0 by 0 form. So what should I be doing? I should be using L'Hopital rule. That is exactly what I'm going to go ahead and do. I will go ahead and I will use the L'Hopital rule. But L'Hopital में क्या करते हैं, कैसे use करते हैं? You will differentiate the numerator and denominator separately. तो हमने numerator को अलग से differentiate किया और denominator को अलग से differentiate किया. Now just have a look here. My numerator is ln sine x by x. So if I have to differentiate the numerator, how will I do it? Differentiation of log will be 1 by sine x by x into, now I have to differentiate this part. So I have to use the quotient rule. So differentiation of the numerator into denominator as it is minus differentiation of the denominator into numerator as it is upon denominator whole square. राइट बेटा? तो ये वाला जो पार्ट है, दिस थिंग दैट इज कमिंग इन माय न्यूमरेटर, दिस पार्ट बेटा, इसका डिफरेंशिएशन विल बी दिस एंटायर थिंग दैट आई हैव रिटन हियर. I can just simplify this. So, this is 1 divided by this thing. So this is going to be equal to x by sine x into cos x into x minus sine x upon x square. So I will just have 1x cancelled, and this is going to be x cos x minus sine x upon x cos x upon x sine x. Upon x sin x. हाँ बेटा, this is going to be the differentiation of your numerator. इस numerator का differentiation ये हो गया. And L'Hopital में we need to differentiate the numerator and denominator separately. So the differentiation of this x square, it is going to be 2x. So we have gone ahead and we have differentiated the numerator separately. This is the differentiation of the numerator. And we have differentiated the denominator separately. This is the differentiation of the denominator. Now, after this, I will get this thing. I have got this thing. Achha, now I am still applying limit to it. So I will still go ahead and say that, okay, limit x tends to 0. X cos x minus sine x upon 2x square sine x. फिर से मैंने इस पे लिमिट लगा दी. But when I will apply limit to it, what am I going to go ahead and get? 0 minus sine 0 is 0 upon 2 into 0. So I will again get 0 by 0 form. मतलब मेरा अभी भी सॉल्यूशन नहीं आया. I haven't been able to solve this. अब मुझे यहाँ पर कुछ करना पड़ेगा so that I don't have to continue doing the L'Hopital rule again and again and again. I don't want to do that. So what I can go ahead and do, I have to do one tricky step here. ध्यान से समझना. What I can go ahead and I can do is, I will just divide this with x and multiply this with x. When I will do this, I will get x cos x minus sine x upon 2x cube sine x by x. Limit x tends to 0. Clear hua baat? We know that this part at least will become 1. Whenever limit x tends to 0 is coming, you will go ahead and get 1 here, right? So what I am going ahead and doing is, I am just eliminating this part now because I know that this will become 1 and I can just work with the remaining. So with the remaining, I will be left up with x cos x minus sine x upon 2x cube. This is a very important step to ease out the process. You can go ahead and do such things. Okay. Again, beta, now if I just go ahead and put 0 yahan par, so I will get 0 minus 0 by 0. So I'm still getting 0 by 0 form only in this case. Because I'm getting 0 by 0 form, I will again apply the L'Hopital. So differentiation of the numerator alag se karoge, or differentiation of the denominator beta alag se karenge. So what will be the differentiation of the denominator? 2x cube hai na? So differentiation of the denominator will be 6x square. So this is what I've applied here. Differentiation of the denominator will be 6x square. And now just go ahead and look into the numerator. But your numerator is x cos x minus sine x. So if I have to differentiate the numerator, I will have to use the product rule here. Idhar product rule lagega. So what will I get? I will get differentiation of first function, second as it is, plus first function as it is, differentiation of second function minus cos x. So I will get cos x plus x sine x minus cos x. And when I will just solve this, I will get x sine x. So the differentiation of the numerator has gone ahead and it has given me x sine x. And the denominator has given me 6x square. this is what has gone ahead and happened. Acha, yahan par, sorry, I just haven't put the negative sign with minus sign, right? This is what I have got. Now, but a 1x is getting cancelled. So I am getting this minus 1 by 6 sine x by x, limit x tends to 0. And we know that this will become 1. So I will get the answer as minus 1 by 6. What does this mean? देखो ये पूरा चीज जो हमने solve किया, we solved this entire thing for ln y. We are solving this entire thing for ln y. So it means that I can go ahead and I can say that my ln y will be minus 1 by 6. Now I can just take e. So this will mean that y will be e to the power minus 1 by 6. Y will be e to the power minus 1 by 6. And that will be the answer to this question. Answer will be D. E to the power minus 1 by 6. Okay, beta. Okay, come to the next question now. ISI 2004, another important question. देखो ध्यान से. You are given a function. And this function is of this format. You are given x to the power t minus 1 upon x to the power t plus 1. This is the function that is given to you, right? And it is asking you that is this function continuous or not? Or is it discontinuous or what is the thing? Right? This is what the question is asking. So just think about it. When is the function not continuous? When left hand limit, right hand limit, they are not equal to each other, right? And they're not equal to the value of the function. Then my function is discontinuous. Then my function is discontinuous. Now, if I just go ahead and I look in this function, ये जो मेरे को function यहाँ given है, अगर मैं इस function को ध्यान से देखती हूँ, I to go ahead and I want to evaluate this function. It tells me that, so here it is given that x is between 0 and 1. So I want to go ahead and I want to evaluate this function between 0 and 1. This is what my aim is, right? Now let's just start processing. इसको एक बारी ध्यान से सोचना शुरू करते हैं. See, when I go ahead and when I tell you that your function x का जो value है, x is between 0 and 1. ठीक है, जैसे I tell you for example, x is half, या x is 1 by 3, या x is 1 by 4. It is a decimal. तो बेटा जैसे जैसे हम इसकी पावर बढ़ाएंगे, देखो अगर मैं x को half लेती हूँ, if I take x to be half, so what will be x square? It will be 1 by 4. What will be x cube? It will be 1 by 8. Right? What will be x to the power 4? It will be 1 by 16. So can you see that it is decreasing half, then 1 divided in 4 parts, 1 in 8 parts, 1 in 16 parts, and so on. It is falling. It is decreasing. So as the power will continuously increase, your value will keep decreasing and it will approach 0. It will become very, very close to 0. So when your value, when x is between 0 to 1, when x is between 0 to 1, we notice that x to the power t, beta, this is approaching 0. X to the power t is approaching 0. है ना? So it means that this part, तो अगर मैं इसको solve करूं, if I just go ahead and I take limit, I am approaching 1, but I have a value less than 1. And I just take x to the power t minus 1, x to the power t plus 1. So what do I notice? I notice that this value is falling, 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 and it is going towards 0. So I will notice that it will become 0 minus 1 upon 0 plus 1. That means minus 1 by 1. That means minus. So my function takes the value minus 1 if I am approaching 1 from any value less than 1. Now, what if I'm approaching 1 from any value equal to 1? So, beta, again, go back to the function and tell me something. What if the value of my function is exactly 1? Then what will happen? Well, in that case, if I put exactly 1 here, so I will get 1 to the power t minus 1, 1 to the power t plus 1. 1 to the power anything is just 1. So I will get 1 minus 1 upon 1 plus 1, 0 by 2. It means I will get 0. So the value of my function at 1 is 0. Beta, yahi se pata chal gaya that the function is not continuous. When I'm approaching 1 from the left hand side, the value of my function is minus 1. And when I'm approaching the function from when my function is 0, when I'm evaluating the function at 0, then the value of the function is, at 1, the value of the function is 0. It means that the function has become discontinuous. So here till 1, I'm taking 0 and 1. When I'm approaching it towards 1, it is giving me minus 1. But exactly at 1, it is becoming 0. And what if I approach the function from any value greater than 1? So just take the value of x, say to be 1.5. And just keep taking its power. So beta, suppose I tell you, or just take x to be some number, say 2. So as my t approaches infinity, what will happen? I will get 2, 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 8, and so on. Power is increasing. So this number will just explode now. It will go towards infinity. So if I were to go ahead and ask you, what will happen to x to the power t? When your x is greater than 1, it will approach infinity. So if I were to just go back to my function and I were to put anything more than 1, I will get infinity minus 1 upon infinity plus 1. So I will get infinity by infinity form. So I will have to use L'Hopital. Now just think about this. If I were to go ahead and use L'Hopital beta, तो किसके respect में differentiate करेंगे? I am approaching t to infinity na. So the variable I will have here will be t. So if I differentiate the numerator, I am going to go ahead and get x to the power t ln x. And if I differentiate the denominator, I'm going to go ahead and get x to the power t ln x. So when you will go ahead and differentiate the numerator and denominator using L'Hopital, you will get the same number and therefore you will get the answer as 1. So what does it mean? That when I am approaching the function from any value greater than 1, it is going towards 1. So when it is approached from here, it is going towards minus 1, 0 and 1. So clearly the function is discontinuous. The function is not continuous. So the answer to this question is that the function is a discontinuous function. It is not continuous at 1 because the left-hand limit, this is limit, left-hand limit, right-hand limit, and the value of function at 1 are not equal to each other. ये तीनों values equal नहीं है. They are not equal to each other. Right? So that's the answer to this question.
The first question is this. So you need to go ahead and I have given you a sequence, and the sequence that is given to you is an is equal to minus 1 to the power n, where n belongs to natural numbers. You need to go ahead and find range of this sequence. I'm giving you a moment. Try to answer this for me. Then I will go ahead and I will share the solution with you. So you are given a sequence and you need to go ahead and find the range of this sequence. Take a moment, beta. Okay. So, okay. So you're saying C, fine. Others, just go ahead and try to answer this. So see that domain is what you put in, right? So n belongs to all natural numbers, na? So n belongs to natural numbers. So when I talk about the domain, I know it should be natural numbers. Range is the output you get, the return answer that you get. So beta, when I go ahead and I put n as 1, what will I get? Minus 1 to the power 1, which means minus 1. When I put n as 2, what will I get, beta? Minus 1 to the power 2, which means 1. When I put n as 3, minus 1 to the power 3, minus 1. When I put n as 4, minus 1 to the power 4, 1. So you see, I am only fluctuating between two numbers, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 1, and so on and so forth. So what is the output that I am getting? I am getting just two things in return, minus 1 and 1. So if I were to also go ahead and plot this now, how can I go ahead and show this diagrammatically? I can show this saying something like this, that here, you know, if I put any odd number, 1, 3, 5, 7 and so on, then for all of those, the answer that I get is minus 1. So they all link to minus 1. Right? And for any even number that I put, 2, 4, 6, I just get the answer as 1. So the range is only minus 1 and 1. All of you are correct who are saying the answer to be C. The answer is in fact C. Okay, better go to the next question, and the question is this. So you are given that n stands for the set of natural numbers. Which of the following is an unbounded set? Better today all questions that I am doing with you are ISI questions. When I come with IIT questions, you will see that the similar kind of question can also come as multiple select question, MSQ question. So more than one answer can be correct for these questions also when it becomes an MSQ question. But for today, it is an MCQ question. So tell me what the answer to this should be. So I am waiting. I am looking into the chat window to try and answer this question. N stands for the set. Remember, a bounded set. But that is one which is both bounded above and bounded below. So when I talk about an unbounded set, let me just zoom this a bit for you. An unbounded set is one which is both bounded above and bounded below. In this case, you have to see which is that set which is either bounded above or below but not both. So just try to think about this. Let me give you an example. Look at option number D here. Look at option number D. What is option number D doing? Now option number D says that X is such that N belongs to natural numbers and X is less than 4, 5, 3, 2. N belongs to natural numbers. Natural numbers start from 1. So it is starting from 1. 1, 2, 3. And it is ending at 4, 5, 3, 2. So the last natural number can be 4, 5, 3, 1. It is bounded below. The minimum number I have is 1. It is bounded above. The maximum number I have is 4, 5, 3, 1. So there is an infimum to it. There is a supremum to it. This is bounded. Now can you try identifying which is that set which is not bounded, which is an unbounded set? Okay, so you are saying C. That is the correct answer to this question. Why beta? Because when I put n as natural numbers, what will happen? It says X is such that X is 2 to the power n. So beta, when I put n as 1, I will get 2. When I put n can only be natural numbers. So when I put n as 2, it will be 4. then it will be 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4 and so on. There is no upper bound to this. There is a lower bound, it starts from 2, but there is no upper bound to it. So this is unbounded. So that is what we can go ahead and we can say in this case. Let me zoom this a bit for you. So what can we go ahead and say? We can say that Z is bounded below. There is a lower bound to this, but it is not bounded above. There is no upper bound to this. So since there is no upper bound, it becomes an unbounded set. And that's the answer to this question. Okay, beta, come to the next question. Let me zoom this a bit for you. Try to solve this question. Which of the following sequence is a bounded sequence? There are 4 options. You have n, n square, n cube and 1 by n. You have to tell me which of this is a bounded sequence. That means it should be both bounded above and bounded below. Both should be satisfied. So just try to think about it. Okay, so you are saying D. Let others join in. Let's see what the answer should be. What do you think should happen? Try with the first one, beta. N ko, when I put n as 1, I get 1. Then n as 2, I get 2. Then 3, then 4 and so on. There is no upper bound to it. It starts from 1 but it continues. No upper bound. But when I put n square, when I put 1, I get 1. 2 square 4, 3 square 9, 4 square 16 and so on. No upper bound to it. So this is not bounded. Can you tell me what happens with n cube? Yes ma'am. Same will happen with n cube. 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube and so on. No upper bound to it. But what about 1 by n? 1 by n is bounded below also and above also. How? Let me start by putting n as 1. When you put n as 2, what will you get? Half. That means 0.5. When you put n as 3, what will you get? 1 by 3, 0.33. Then 1 by 4, 0.25. And so on and so forth. But when you put as n as infinity, anything by infinity is 0. So it is going towards 0. It means that whatever you put, n ki koi bhi value dal lo, everything will be between 1 and 0. You have the bounds defined. It cannot exceed 1. It cannot be below 0. Everything is between 1 and 0. It becomes both lower and upper bounded. Therefore, it is a bounded set. So, the third part that I get, the answer that I get to this question will be 1 by n. It is bounded. Okay, but come to the next question. Let me zoom this a bit for you. This is very difficult. Take some time, try to do this yourself. Pretty good question. Okay, beta. It says the following. Consider a mapping F from set of natural numbers n to set of integers. So I am going from natural numbers to integers. And the function is defined in 2 ways. One, the function is defined as n minus 1 by 2. When is this defined, beta? When it is odd. And it is defined as minus n by 2. When is this defined, beta? When it is even. So function has 2 parts to it. One when it is odd and second when it is even. I have defined the function like that. You have to go ahead and tell me whether it is 1 to 1 or not, whether it is onto or not, whether it is both, whether it is either. Take some time. This is a tricky one. Try to solve this yourself. Then I will discuss this with you. Take a moment. Write your answers in the chat section. Okay. Let's start. to take the first case, and that case is going to be that, okay, first of all, just try to think about it. First of all, I need to ask if it is 1 to 1 or not. Just think about this. The function, the way that I have defined the function, it says that if you put anything odd in n, you will get a corresponding value attached to it. Anything odd. Like I put n as 1. Then I will get 1 minus 1 by 2. That means I will get 0. When I put n as 3, I will get 3 minus 1 by 2. 2 by 2, that means 1. I put different n's and I will get different functional values attached to it. This is when I am showing when n is odd. Same try for even. I put n as 2, but I will get 2 by 2, which means minus 1. I put n as 4. I get 4 by 2, minus 4 by 2, which means minus 2. So I put different values of n and I am getting different answers. This should hint you something. Now let's see this proof. So I am saying let n1 and n2 be two numbers such that they are odd numbers. Then what can I go ahead and do? Ma'am, let me go ahead and see what happens if I try to equate f of n1 to f of n2. The rule is that if f of n1 equal to f of n2 implies n1 equal to n2, then ma'am it is a one-to-one function. Right? So if the functional values are same and it gives me that those x's were same, the numbers I plugged in were same, it will be a one-to-one function. So just think about this. एक और example लेके देखते हैं before I go ahead. All of you should be aware about this, the mod function. What is my mod function? Mod function looks like this. Here I have two n's, n1, n2, and they give me the same value of the function. One value of function attached to two different values of n, it's not a one-to-one function. A one-to-one function means if the functional value is same, it should imply that my n1 and n2 should also be the same. Let's try this here. So if I try this when my n is odd, so when my n's are odd beta, then what do I get? I will use the function n minus 1 by 2 now. So I took n1 minus 1 by 2 is equal to n2 minus 1 by 2. When you solve this, you will get n1 minus 1 is equal to n2 minus 1. This implies n1 is equal to n2. So I started by equating the function and I got that n1 and n2 are equal to each other. It means it is a one-to-one function. Try it for the even values also. Try it for the even values also. So for even value, what is your function beta? The function is minus n by 2. Let n1 and n2 be both even. So if minus n1 by 2 is equal to minus n2 by 2, so beta 2 and 2 cancels out. Minus minus cancels out. It means n1 is equal to n2. So when my function are equal, I am getting that these numbers are also equal. That means it is a one-to-one function, whether it is even or odd. So we have proved that it is a one-to-one function. Homework for you. You will prove this. That is why I haven't written anything here. You will go ahead and prove to me that it is also an onto function. So it will both be a one-to-one and onto function, and therefore all of you who are saying that the correct answer should be C are correct, that it is both one-to-one and onto. A very good tricky question. Why? Because in this beta we have two parts given to us. Just a hint for you for onto. Beta f is a function that goes from n to z. Just try to think about this. Okay, I am leaving that to you. Okay, beta next question. and giving you a movement, try to solve this on your own. It says, which of the following is not a bounded sequence? I am waiting for your answer. Try to solve this. It is not bounded, huh? The options given are 1 by n, 1 by n square, 1 by n to the power 3 minus 1 to the power n into n. Which of the following is not a bounded sequence? Try to solve this. Okay, beta? Okay, you're saying B. Let's see. Let me take this with you together. So look at the D part. You're right. But look, simply try to use method of elimination sometimes. Huh? So look here. Minus 1 to the power n into n. Put n is equal to 1. What will you get? Minus 1 to the power 1 into 1. What will you get, beta? Minus 1 into 1 minus 1. That's the first element. Put n is equal to 2. What will you get? Minus 1 to the power 2 into 2. So 1 into 2. So 2. Second element. Put n as 3. Minus 1 to the power 3 into 3 minus 3. So you see that there is no bound. How is your sequence going? If I were to show this graphically, very simple. The numbers I have here, they go, I have minus 1, so minus 1, and then I have plus 2, and then I have minus 3, and then I have plus 4. So you see that this is exploding series. Minus 1 plus 2, minus 3 plus 4. So it will keep going like this. It will become bigger and bigger and bigger. Here also, in the lower part also, and in the upper part also. There will be no bound to it. Right? So, because there will be no bound to it, therefore it will be an unbounded sequence. So, everyone who said that the answer should be D, you are correct. The correct answer to this question should be D. And that's absolutely correct.
Hello, beta. Let us go ahead and take some practice questions today. The topic for the day is law of variable proportion. Beta, look at the first question. क्या कहता है ये? The law of variable proportion states that as more units of variable factor are added to fixed factor, which of the following is likely to happen in the short run? एक बारी खुद से करके देखो. Total output increases continuously. Marginal product of variable factor increases then declines. Marginal product of variable factor remains constant. Total output and marginal product both increase indefinitely. Read the question, beta. The law of variable proportion. क्या बोलता है variable proportion? That as we increase the variable factor, जैसे जैसे हम variable input को increase करते हैं, जो वो additional output produce करता है, additional output, it is less and less. जो additional output produce होता है वो कम होता जाता है ना? As the input increases, the extra output that is produced is decreasing. अगर मुझे लॉ ऑफ वेरिएबल प्रोपोर्शन के लिए मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट का डायग्राम बनाना होगा तो मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट एक्चुअली ऐसा दिखेगा, मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट ऑफ लेबर. सो एक्चुअली इनिशियली मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट विल गो अहेड एंड विल इंक्रीज एंड देन मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट विल डिक्रीज. तो इस हिसाब से व्हाट डू यू थिंक बेटा, व्हाट शुड बी द राइट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन? ट्राई टू आंसर दिस वन. द आंसर विल बी बी. आंसर विल बी बी. सो मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट of the factor initially increases then declines. Padho beta. According to law of variable proportion in short run, as additional unit of variable factor are added, marginal product first increases, पहले increase करता है, and then eventually it starts declining. ठीक है? Come to the next question beta. Try to do this next question. In which phase of law of variable proportion does the total product increases at diminishing rate and marginal product becomes positive but starts declining? तो एक बारी इसका हम graph we will try to plot this. क्या बोल रहे हैं? Total product increases
at diminishes rate. So this is my total product. Beta, when total product is maximum, marginal product is 0. Okay. When total product is increasing at increasing rate, जब ये increasing rate से increase हो रहा है, marginal product is increasing. When total product is increasing at decreasing rate, marginal product is decreasing. When total product decreases, marginal product decreases. ये हो गया हमारा ग्राफ. So we can say phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. ठीक है. So देखो ध्यान से, this is not increasing returns for sure beta. Increasing returns तो नहीं है, but this is diminishing returns, है ना. Negative returns भी नहीं है. देखो negative returns भी नहीं है. It is diminishing returns. So we can say it is diminishing returns. Right? So second phase. In the second phase, the law of variable proportion, total product continues to increase, but at decreasing rate, marginal product is positive, starts to decline as more units of variable factors are added. Okay, okay beta, come to the third question. Ye karo. At what stage of variable proportion marginal product of variable becomes negative, total product starts to decline? Marginal product कब negative हो जाता है और total product decline करना शुरू हो जाता है? So अगर मैं इस diagram पे वापस आऊं, if I come back to this diagram, तो बेटा can we see here? देखो यहाँ पे जरा total product decline कर रहा है और marginal product negative है. बेटा this is called as the phase of negative returns. इसको हम क्या बोल देते हैं? It's called as the phase of negative returns. So answer will be C. Phase of negative returns. ठीक है? Okay बेटा. देखो ध्यान से. In the third stage, adding more units of variable input leads to decline in total product and marginal product becomes negative. इसको बोल देते हैं हम phase of negative returns. Next question बेटा. In the context of law of variable proportion, which of the following best explains reason for diminishing returns in the short run? किस वजह से diminishing returns होते हैं short run में? Diminishing returns हो रहे हैं क्योंकि आप उसी resource को over utilize कर रहे हो. आपके पास limited capital है, उस पर आप और labor impose करे जा रहे हो. So because of मैंने बहुत सारा labor, तो अल्टीमेटली क्या होगा? लेबर का डिमिनिशिंग रिटर्न विल स्टार्ट. सो व्हाट इज द राइट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन बेटा? द आंसर विल बी बी. देयर इज इनएफिशिएंसी ऑफ लेबर बिकॉज जिस फैक्टर पे वो काम कर रहा है ऑन द कैपिटल इज फिक्स्ड. तो inefficiency of labor due to fixed factor, diminishing return occurred because fixed factor becomes overused and adding more variable input leads to inefficiency. तो बेटा हमें inefficiency क्यों हो रहा है? Why we have inefficiency? Because capital is fixed. कैपिटल फिक्स्ड है एंड वी आर ओवर यूजिंग द लेबर को हम ज्यादा यूज कर रहे हैं ऑन दिस लिमिटेड अमाउंट ऑफ कैपिटल. लास्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर द डे बेटा. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन मार्जिनल प्रोडक्ट एंड टोटल प्रोडक्ट इज ऑब्जर्व्ड इन सेकेंड फेज ऑफ लॉ ऑफ वेरिएबल प्रोपोर्शन? सेकेंड फेज. तो सेकेंड फेज ऑफ लॉ ऑफ वेरिएबल प्रोपोर्शन इज व्हाट बेटा? दिस फेज. Second phase of law of variable proportion. ठीक है? Look at the options बेटा. Marginal product is 0 when total product is maximum. Marginal product is negative. Marginal product is increasing. Marginal product is positive. तो क्या लगता है इसमें से क्या आंसर होगा? The answer will be D. Marginal product is positive, but total product बढ़ तो रहा है, but it is increasing at a diminishing rate. It is increasing at a diminishing rate, and that is the second phase of law of variable proportion. ठीक है बेटा? We will have similar practice questions every day in the future also, and I hope to see you in these practice classes. Thank you beta. Topic for today is solo growth model. Let us try to see some questions based on solo growth model. According to solo growth model, in the absence of technological progress, what happens to economy in the long run? ठीक है? Economy will experience perpetual growth in output per worker. economy will reach a steady state where output per worker remains constant. Economy will experience decline in output per worker. Economy will reach a steady state where capital accumulation continues indefinitely. तो बेटा हम पहली बात है कि लॉन्ग रन की बात कर रहे हैं. Try to solve this. Long run में what happens? Long run में economy is at steady state. और जब इकोनॉमी स्टेडी स्टेट पे होती है और टेक्नोलॉजिकल ग्रोथ नहीं हो रही होती है तो ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ आउटपुट एंड ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ कैपिटल किस रेट से होता है बेटा? एट द रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ लेबर, एट द रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ लेबर. ठीक है, ये एक बात है जो हमें समझनी होगी. एट द सेम टाइम दिस इज द ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ आउटपुट और कैपिटल पर, ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ आउटपुट पर कैपिटा नहीं, ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ एग्रीगेट आउटपुट, ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ एग्रीगेट कैपिटल. ठीक है, तो अब हम बात करेंगे ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ आउटपुट पर कैपिटा या ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ कैपिटल पर कैपिटा. इसका ग्रोथ रेट इज 0. इसका ग्रोथ रेट इज 0. सो इकोनॉमी विल रीच स्टेडी स्टेट वेयर आउटपुट पर वर्कर रिमेन्स कांस्टेंट. माने आउटपुट पर वर्कर चेंज नहीं होगा, इट विल नॉट ग्रो, इट विल बी नॉट ग्रोइंग. आउटपुट पर वर्कर विल नॉट ग्रो और उसका जो ग्रोथ रेट है वो 0 हो जाएगा एंड दैट आउटपुट पर वर्कर जो होगा दैट विल बिकम कांस्टेंट. सो आंसर विल बी बी. In steady state, capital per worker and output per worker are constant and no further growth in output per worker occurs. ये बात समझ में आई? ठीक है. Take the next question, beta. What is the role of capital output ratio in the solo growth model? It determines long run rate of economic growth, increases indefinitely, remains constant, decreases. तो बेटा हमने कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो को एक फॉर्मूला के साथ पढ़ा हुआ है, राइट? We have gone ahead and we have studied this formula, है ना? तो basically what is there is that we have already seen that the capital output ratio, it is equal to ये वैल्यू और ये वैल्यू तो कांस्टेंट होता है. दिस वैल्यू इज कांस्टेंट. इट मींस दैट द कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो रिमेन्स कांस्टेंट in the steady state of economy. So it remains constant in the steady state of the economy. Capital output ratio remains constant because economy grows at the same rate as depreciation and population growth rate. ठीक है, ठीक है बेटा. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखो. In the solo growth model, which of the following is necessary for sustained growth in output per worker over time? तो अगर मुझे growth of small y चाहिए, small y क्या था? Small y is output per worker. So if I want this to grow, तो बेटा क्या grow करना जरूरी होगा? Continued capital accumulation, increased population growth, technological progress, or constant returns to scale. What is required for the growth in output per worker, sustained growth in output per worker? What should be the answer to this question? Technological growth rate, because it will grow at the rate of technology. It will grow at the rate of technology. So the correct answer to this question should be C. The correct answer will be C, beta. Sustained growth in output per worker in the solo model requires technological progress. Without technological advancement, there is no growth of output per worker. इसका growth rate will be 0. ठीक है, next question बेटा. In the solo model, which of the following best describes impact of increase in savings rate on the economy? तो बेटा ग्राफ एक बार याद कर लेते हैं. What was the graph? This was y. This was S times y. This was delta plus n. तो बेटा we were getting our equilibrium here. ये steady state था. And now what happens when there is increase in savings rate in the economy? तो अगर savings rate increase होगा, if savings rate will increase, what will happen? K will increase, small k will increase. So it will go ahead and it will increase capital per worker level effect होगा. It will have a level effect but not any growth effect. There will be level effect but there will not be any growth effect. ये बात clear है बेटा? So it causes shift of the steady state to higher level of capital and output per worker. अब अगर small k increases तो automatically बेटा we can say that small y will also increase. ठीक है, ओके। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा, what is the primary assumption regarding returns to capital in solo model? ये सबको पता है that whenever we talk about the solo model, तो what kind of production function we are working with beta? A, k to the power alpha, l to the power beta, where alpha plus beta will be 1, where alpha plus beta will be 1. तो माने इसका क्या मतलब हो गया? That we have constant returns to scale. We have constant returns to scale. So what will be the answer to this question beta? What happens to the production? Sorry, ये production function का नहीं पूछ रहा है, ये सिर्फ capital का पूछ रहा है. I'm sorry, this is only asking about capital. ठीक है, तो ये दो properties है, समझ लो, difference समझो बेटा. returns to scale is going to be constant returns to scale, CRS production function. But returns to any input, money returns to capital या returns to labor, that will be diminishing. That will be diminishing. That will be diminishing. तो अगर हम returns to capital या returns to labor निकालेंगे, that will be diminishing. So the solo model assumes diminishing returns to capital. Money, if I go ahead and if I work with this production function, y is equal to a, k to the power alpha, l to the power beta, and I find marginal product of capital. अगर मैं यहाँ से marginal product of capital निकालूं, I will get this beta. And now if I check how marginal product of capital changes as capital changes, तो मेरे को ये मिल जाएगा. And this will be less than 0. So I have diminishing returns to capital. ठीक है, okay बेटा, thank you.
And some aspects of producer theory also. Let's take the first question. Read out the question. What type of efficiency is identified when P is equal to MC? So, but P is equal to MC. It implies I am in a perfect competition. Try to see that price. It represents what consumers are willing to pay, what they are paying, right? Try to see that marginal cost. So price basically is the demand side. Demand represents the benefit of the consumers. But a marginal cost is the cost of producing an additional unit of output. जब एक extra output produce करते हो, उससे related cost कितनी है? So cost of producing an additional unit of output, that is marginal cost. And we are saying that the two are equal to each other. This is what this means. So when this is achieved, this is known as allocative efficiency, कि एकदम सही से allocate हुए हैं resources. So this is known as allocative efficiency. So the answer is A beta. Come to the next question. The diagram shows the cost and revenue curve for a firm with monopoly power. ठीक है. What would be the increase in firm's output if it was required to charge a price equal to marginal cost? It will take some time. Try to think yourself. It is saying what would be increase in output if you are asked to charge price equal to MC. But what is profit maximizing condition of firm? फर्म की एक मोनोपोलिस्ट की प्रॉफिट मैक्सिमाइजिंग कंडीशन क्या होती है? MR is equal to MC. MR is equal to MC. So beta MR equal to MC is achieved at R. Beta what is price? Price is nothing but TR by Q. क्योंकि TR क्या होता है? Price into quantity by quantity. It is P. And TR by Q is nothing but AR. So we know कि AR curve ही price होता है. So price equal to MC कहाँ पे हो रहा है? Here. this is MC, this is price, they are getting equal at T. So beta, what is the increase when you go from this to this? RT. So what will be the answer to this question? RT. Okay, read the next question. What condition must be met for social efficiency to be achieved? तो बेटा social efficiency, economy की efficiency कब आती है? When marginal social benefit is equal to marginal social cost. But what is marginal social benefit? Marginal private benefit plus external benefit. What is marginal social cost? Marginal private cost plus external cost. So this is with externalities. ये externalities के साथ का equilibrium condition है. So let's read this out. So it should be D. Marginal social cost is equal to marginal social benefit in the production of all the goods. Read the next question, beta. The production efficient output for a firm in a given industry is assumed to be 70% of the total market. Given this information, the market structure of the industry will be okay. See, try to read it, huh? Beta, monopolistic market is a market where there are multiple firms. Multiple firms, each having less share of the market, but less share तो होता है, पर differentiated products. But there are multiple firms in the market, not a single firm. But a perfect competition is also which has multiple firms. Highly contestable market, contestable मतलब competition है, multiple firms. But which market will have one firm having majority share? Monopoly, oligopoly. एक दो firm के पास बहुत ज़्यादा market का share है. So 70% of total market एक के पास है. It represents a monopoly. It has to be natural monopoly. Right? So the answer to this question is C. Better come to the next question. Technological changes reduces the minimum efficient scale of production in an industry. What is the likely result? So, technological change is always related to reducing the cost. Hamisha. Whenever there will be technological change, it will be able to go ahead and reduce the cost. Whenever the cost of production will be lower, more people will want to enter the firm. If I can produce at a lower cost, if the cost of producing the product is low, there will be more number of firms who will enter the market. So more firms will enter the market. When more firms will enter the market, each firm will have reduced size, reduced share, right? So there is going to be increased number of firms and reduced size of each firm. हर एक के पास कम कम market का share रह जाएगा. So answer should be B. That's the answer to this question. Okay, beta, thank you. Hope you are doing these sessions with me. I will go ahead and meet you again in the next session. Thank you, beta.
Today we are going to go ahead and take the MCQs on national income accounting. बेटा ये एक बहुत easy topic है जो exam में आता ही आता है. It is good that you revise this topic thoroughly. ठीक है? While revising this topic, I will suggest that you do class 12th macroeconomics. You do it from class 12th macroeconomics book. ठीक है? In this book, there will be questions which will be on national income accounting. You should be solving those questions, right? And you have to be very thorough with all formulas. What is private income? Okay, what is personal disposable income? Okay, what is the formula of GDP using all three methods? ये जितना भी आपको formulas है, you have to be well aware of this. On all these formulas, I have prepared separate shorts and I have posted them on YouTube also. in case you want to go through these formulas, and I have also made shorts on how to do conversion, कि अगर मेरे को GDP दिया हुआ है और प्राइवेट इनकम तक जाना है, या अगर मुझे पर्सनल इनकम दिया हुआ है और GDP तक जाना है, how I can do these changes. Also, I have gone ahead and I have talked about those changes. So you can go ahead and you can look into those also. ठीक है बेटा? ठीक है, let's start with the MCQs now. So national income accounting is primarily concerned with, तो national income accounting, what does it tell? But a national income, हमें पता है income is nothing but the output in the economy, and it tells us the total economic activity in any country. हमें बताता है कि एक country के अंदर कितना economic activity हुआ है. So the correct answer to this question should be B. ठीक है, come to the next question. The gross domestic product of any country is total market value of, तो ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट क्या होता है? वैल्यू ऑफ ऑल गुड्स एंड सर्विस विच आर प्रोड्यूस्ड विद इन द डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स. उन्हें कंट्री की डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स के अंदर अंदर प्रोड्यूस करना होगा बाय रेजिडेंट्स और नॉन रेजिडेंट्स, डज नॉट मैटर, बट इट हैज टू बी प्रोड्यूस्ड विद इन द डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स ऑफ द कंट्री. उसको विद इन डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर प्रोड्यूस होना होगा. सो आंसर इज सी, ऑल फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विस प्रोड्यूस्ड विद इन द डोमेस्टिक country borders in one period, in a given period of time. ठीक है, next question देखो बेटा, which of the following is not included in the calculation of GDP? So we don't include intermediate goods in the calculation of GDP, क्योंकि intermediate goods से क्या हो जाता है हमारे पास? We have problem of double accounting, है ना? तो using value added method हम दो तरीके से कर सकते हैं. Either we add the value of only final goods and service, or we add the value at each level. We sum up the value added at each level. ठीक है, but we don't add the value of intermediate goods in GDP. तो answer will be C. ठीक है, come to the next question बेटा. Which of the following approaches is not used in national income accounting? तो प्रोडक्ट मेथड होता है, एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड होता है, इनकम मेथड होता है, बट देयर इज नथिंग कॉल्ड एज डेट मेथड. सो आंसर विल बी डी. द टर्म नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट रेफर्स टू, तो नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट NNP कहां से आ सकते हैं हम इस पे? GNP से, बिकॉज वी आर गोइंग फ्रॉम ग्रॉस टू नेट, तो क्या करना होगा? माइनस डेप्रिसिएशन. सो वी हैव GNP माइनस डेप्रिसिएशन. Personal income differs from national income because it, तो personal income national income से क्यों अलग है? Because in personal income we also include transfer payments. National income में बेटा we only include productive activities. But in personal income, जैसे for example, if I have my parent जिनको मैं कुछ money transfer कर रही हूँ, so it will be part of their personal income, but they have not done any productive activity. वो I have transferred them the money, so it is not part of national income. ठीक है, so correct answer would be C. It includes transfer payments. Which of the following best describes disposable personal income? तो disposable personal income क्या होता है बेटा? From personal income, जो भी हमारा income है, we have to pay taxes. We have to find whatever disposable income is. We have to add subsidies. मतलब मेरे हाथ में कितना income है? What is the income at my disposal? So income available to individual after paying taxes, that is your disposable income. ठीक है? The expenditure method of measuring GDP includes which of the following components? So expenditure method is what beta? C plus I plus G plus NX. माने answer will be A. ठीक है? If nominal GDP increases while real GDP remains constant, what does this indicate? तो nominal GDP क्या था बेटा? Price into quantity. Real GDP क्या है? Quantity. So ये इंक्रीज हो रहा है और ये कांस्टेंट है, तो ये इंक्रीज होने का क्या रीजन हो सकता है? इंक्रीज इन प्राइसेस. सो आंसर विल बी बी, इकोनॉमी इज एक्सपीरियंसिंग इन्फ्लेशन. द डिफरेंस बिटवीन जीडीपी एट फैक्टर कॉस्ट एंड जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस. बेटा व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन द टू कॉल्ड? तो फैक्टर कॉस्ट और मार्केट प्राइस में क्या डिफरेंस है कि जब हम मार्केट तक जाते हैं तो हमें टैक्सेस पे करने पड़ते हैं, हमें कुछ सब्सिडीज मिल जाती हैं. सो इट इज इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस एंड सब्सिडीज. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज a measure of national income that accounts for depreciation. So depreciation beta means net, so net means net national product. In the expenditure method of calculating GDP, which of the following is not included? तो ये बहुत easy है बेटा. Transfer payments किसी भी method में not included है. Transfer payments GDP का ही part नहीं है because there is no productive activity involved. There is no economic activity involved. So pension, social security, unemployment benefit, they are not part of GDP because they don't reflect the production of goods and services. ठीक है? आगे देखो बेटा. If net factor income from abroad is negative, it means that तो NFIA negative है. What is NFIA बेटा? NFIA is income earned by residents abroad minus income earned by foreigners domestically. माने जो पैसा हमारे यहाँ के लोगों ने बाहर जाके कमाया है माइनस बाहर के लोगों ने हमारे यहाँ पे आके कमाया है, उसका जो डिफरेंस है उसी को हम NFIA बोलते हैं. सो इफ NFIA इज नेगेटिव, ठीक है, आई विल मार्क दिस एज एन इंडियन गोइंग अब्रॉड. रेड कलर का इंडियन है और ये फॉरेनर है. सो इफ NFIA इज नेगेटिव लेस देन 0, दैट मीन्स इंडियन लेस देन foreigner. So the person who is coming in India, जिनको हमने पैसा दिया है, that is the factor income going abroad, that is more than the factor income from abroad. जो हमारे लोग बाहर से earn करके आए हैं, the money that they have earned from outside, that is less. So answer will be B. Foreigners earn more in the country than residents earn from abroad. Which of the following statement about GDP deflator is true? तो GDP deflator क्या बताता है बेटा? It tells us about the inflation in the economy, है ना? And what does it tells us about the changes of real GDP compared to nominal GDP? Answer A होगा. Measures changes in price level of goods and service in the economy. ठीक है? तो बेटा what is GDP deflator? Nominal GDP को रियल जीडीपी में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए यूज किया जाता है. Which of the following would be included in India's GNP but not GDP? तो GNP नेशनल इनकम. नेशनल इनकम में क्या क्या आता है बेटा? इनकम ऑफ रेजिडेंट्स, ऑल रेजिडेंट्स, चाहे वो इंडिया में हो या अब्रॉड. ठीक है. एंड GDP में इनकम विद इन डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स, बट चाहे वो रेजिडेंट्स की हो या नॉन रेजिडेंट्स की, बट ओनली विद इन डोमेस्टिक फ्रंटियर्स. तो अगर कोई रेजिडेंट इंडिया के बाहर अर्न कर रहा है, दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ GNP बट नॉट GDP. सो आंसर विल बी B. सॉफ्टवेयर सर्विस प्रोवाइडेड बाय इंडियन कंपनी टू क्लाइंट्स इन USA, टू क्लाइंट्स इन USA. ठीक है. सो दिस इज अर्न्ड बाय रेजिडेंट्स अब्रॉड, है ना? तो जो रेजिडेंट्स अब्रॉड के थ्रू मनी अर्न कर रहे हैं, that is part of GNP but it is not part of GDP. Is this clear beta? Okay, so this was part 1 of the national income questions. I hope you will go ahead and revise class 12 national income accounting chapter. ठीक है बेटा, thank you. Hello beta, in today's class we will go ahead and discuss some questions related to externalities. पहला question देखो बेटा, try to do this question yourself. What is an externality? A cost or benefit that affects party who did not choose to incur cost or benefit. Benefit received only by producers. Tax imposed by government on consumer. Payment made by firm to the government for pollution. तो इनमें से क्या आंसर होना चाहिए बेटा? The correct answer will be A. Cost or benefit that affects a party who did not choose to incur that cost or benefit. माने suppose आप there is a person who is smoking and you are standing here, आप उसके साइड में खड़े हो और आपको उसका नेगेटिव इफेक्ट आ रहा है, बट आपने तो चूज नहीं किया था. You did not choose to get that negative effect, so that means that you are getting negative externality. You are getting negative externality. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखो बेटा. Which of the following is example of negative externality? Negative माने कुछ negative होना चाहिए दूसरे इंसान को, which is not accounted in the market. ठीक है. So education, it's positive है. If someone gets educated, it's positive.
वैक्सीनेशन अगर वैक्सीनेशन से दूसरे लोगों को डिसीज आने का चांस कम होता है, सपोज आई गेट कोविड वैक्सीनेशन, तो अब मैं अब कोविड स्प्रेड नहीं करूंगी, सो इट्स अ पॉजिटिव थिंग, तो ये नहीं हो सकता। पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ना, ओनली पॉल्यूशन फ्रॉम फैक्ट्री बेटा, ये होगा नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी, ठीक है। A positive externality occurs when, तो positive externality कब होती है बेटा? The action of individual or firm create benefit for other party, एक के एक्शन की वजह से दूसरे को बेनिफिट मिले। Firm increase price due to government regulation, government imposed taxes, consumers are harmed in the production process. तो positive externality, what is positive externality बेटा? Answer will be A. Action of individual or firm create benefit for the third party, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट देखो बेटा क्वेश्चन, which of the following is method of government that can be used to correct negative externality? तो negative externality में क्या होता है बेटा? हमने क्या देखा था, what we have seen that marginal, देखो that there is presence of external cost, और हमें इस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट को इंटरनलाइज करना है, माने हमें फर्म की कॉस्ट को इंक्रीज करना होता है। एंड हाउ वी कैन इंक्रीज दैट कॉस्ट बेटा? बाय पुटिंग टैक्स, और उस टैक्स को हम क्या बोल देते हैं बेटा? व्हाट डू वी कॉल दैट टैक्स? पिगोवियन टैक्स। वी कॉल दैट टैक्स एज पिगोवियन टैक्स। सो करेक्ट आंसर विल बी बी, टैक्सिंग द गुड और सर्विस दैट कॉजेज एक्सटर्नैलिटी, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा, which of the following is example of positive externality? सेकेंड हैंड स्मोक, स्मोक तो नहीं हो सकता पॉजिटिव। नॉइज पॉल्यूशन पॉजिटिव नहीं हो सकता। बीज पॉलिनेटिंग क्रॉप नियर अ हनी फार्म, हाँ दिस इज करेक्ट। यहाँ पे आपके पास एक, हियर यू हैव एन ऑर्चर्ड, फ्लावर्स का एक जमीन है, और यहाँ पे हनी प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, और हनी स्वीट हो रहा है बिकॉज बीज आर एबल टू यूज द नेक्टर फ्रॉम द फ्लावर्स, फ्लावर्स को यूज कर पा रहे हैं। दिस इज एन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ पॉजिटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी, तो आंसर विल बी सी, ठीक है बेटा। व्हेन देयर इज नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी, सोशल कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोड्यूसिंग अ गुड, तो नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी में क्या होता है बेटा? हमने बोला कि सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट जो होती है वो प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट प्लस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट होती है, माने सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट एक्सीड्स प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट, तो इट इज ग्रेटर देन प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट, ठीक है। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा, which of the following policies can address positive externality? imposing tax on consumer पॉजिटिव है, तो माने हमारा जो कंजम्पशन या प्रोडक्शन है वो अंडर है, हाँ। इन पॉजिटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी देयर इज अंडर कंजम्पशन और अंडर प्रोडक्शन, तो इस केस में हमें क्या करना होता है बेटा? व्हाट वी हैव टू डू, वी हैव टू इंक्रीज कंजम्पशन और इंक्रीज प्रोडक्शन, और ये हम कैसे कर सकते हैं बेटा? बाय गिविंग सब्सिडीज, एंड इन सब्सिडीज को व्हाट डू वी कॉल दैट बेटा? पिगोवियन subsidies. So answer will be B, providing subsidies to encourage more production or consumption, ठीक है। Next question बेटा, the Coase theorem suggests that externalities can be efficiently addressed through, तो Coase theorem क्या बोलता है? We can go ahead and give property rights, इस property rights देने के थ्रू हम externality का problem को resolve कर सकते हैं, but these property rights have to be clearly defined, exactly बताना होगा कि who owns that thing, है ना। तो correct answer is B, by private bargaining, as long as property rights are well defined, ठीक है। next question देखो बेटा, which of the following is consequence of ignoring negative externality in production? तो negative externality में what happens बेटा? हमने पढ़ा है there is overproduction or over consumption, so correct answer will be overproduction of the good, ठीक है। ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा, which of the following is market based approach to deal with pollution? तो market based में हमने क्या बोला था? कैप एंड ट्रेड पॉलिसीज, जिसमें आप एक कैप लगा दो, पॉल्यूशन परमिट्स देना शुरू कर दो, then you can have regulations imposed by governments, fines on pollution, then you can have taxes imposed, है ना। तो the correct answer to this question is establishing ट्रेडेबल पॉल्यूशन परमिट, माने आपने बोल दिया कि इतने परमिट्स हैं, ये खरीदो और बेचो और इतनी ही पॉल्यूशन होगी, राइट? सो व्हेन यू गो अहेड एंड डू दैट, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज कैप एंड ट्रेड पॉलिसीज. ठीक है बेटा. Okay beta, I hope that you had proper practice with this session on externalities. I hope to see you in the next test soon. ठीक है बेटा, thank you. Public revenue, tax and non-tax revenue. बेटा आज के जो क्वेश्चंस होंगे, we will be taking questions on tax and non-tax revenue. पहला क्वेश्चन देखो, what is public revenue? Public revenue क्या है? जो भी गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर का रेवेन्यू है, that is called as public revenue बेटा. So what will be the answer? Total income collected by government sector from various sources. Private sector का public revenue नहीं हो सकता. Private corporation public revenue cannot be there. Money spent. If government is spending money, तो वो expenditure हो जाएगा. That will be expenditure. So the only right answer to this question is B. ठीक है. Okay बेटा, come to the next one. Which of the following is a form of tax revenue? Tax revenue है ना? तो डिविडेंड फ्रॉम कंपनी तो नहीं हो सकता, फाइन एंड पेनल्टी भी नहीं हो सकता, ग्रांट भी नहीं हो सकता. एज द वर्ड सजेस्ट, डेफिनेटली आंसर इज इनकम टैक्स. इनकम टैक्स इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ टैक्स रेवेन्यू. ठीक है बेटा. ठीक है, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. What is the distinction between tax and non-tax revenue? तो टैक्स रेवेन्यू क्या होता है बेटा? टैक्स रेवेन्यू वो है जो टैक्सेस के थ्रू हो, और नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू क्या है? जो नॉन टैक्सेस के थ्रू हो, जैसे फाइन हो गए, जैसे टोल पे आपने टोल चार्जेस दे दिए, जैसे कुछ और, है ना? गवर्नमेंट ने अपना कहीं से मनी अर्न किया थ्रू इट्स ओन बिजनेस, सो मतलब थ्रू इट्स ओन पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑफिसेस. So what do you think the right answer to this question is beta? C. Tax revenue is generated through taxes. Non-tax revenue is generated from other sources like fine, fees, government-owned enterprises. ठीक है? ठीक है बेटा. Come to the question number 4. Which of the following is type of non-tax revenue? तो टैक्स तो नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू नहीं हो सकता, टैक्स नहीं हो सकता, टैक्स नहीं हो सकता. सो फीस फ्रॉम इशूइंग लाइसेंस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू. ठीक है. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट देखो बेटा. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग टैक्सेस इज एग्जांपल ऑफ डायरेक्ट टैक्स? डायरेक्ट टैक्स क्या होता है बेटा? विच इज इम्पोज्ड ऑन इनकम एट सोर्स. ठीक है, तो डायरेक्ट टैक्स क्या हो जाएगा? Income tax. Answer will be B. ठीक है. Excise duty is an example of बेटा excise duty, value added tax, sales tax, ये सारे के सारे they are example of indirect taxes. ठीक है. Come to the next question बेटा. Question number 7. Non-tax revenue source include. Non-tax revenue हमने अभी भी बोला, these are the tax revenue जो नॉन टैक्स आते हैं, लाइक फाइन, लाइक फीस एक्सेट्रा. तो माने सेल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट एसेट, अगर गवर्नमेंट एसेट बेच रही है तो कोई टैक्स तो नहीं है, बट मनी इज कमिंग इन, रेवेन्यू इज कमिंग इन. इंटरेस्ट ऑन लोन गिवन बाय गवर्नमेंट, अगर गवर्नमेंट कोई लोन दे रही है तो उस पर जो इंटरेस्ट अर्न हो रहा है वो भी नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू हो गया. सो आंसर विल बी बी. ठीक है, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा. Which of the following is a reason for government to collect taxes? क्यों government tax collect करती है? Of course, एक तो it's a source of revenue for the government, but government also collects taxes for redistribution, ताकि वो it takes taxes from rich and takes money from rich and redistributes to the poor. So answer will be B. ठीक है, next question बेटा. Which of the following falls under non-tax revenue of the government? तो government का non-tax revenue क्या हो सकता है? प्रॉफिट फ्रॉम स्टेट ओन्ड एंटरप्राइजेस, इसमें कोई टैक्स नहीं है बट मनी आ रहा है, सो प्रॉफिट फ्रॉम स्टेट ओन्ड एंटरप्राइज कैन बी नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू. ठीक है. विच टाइप ऑफ टैक्स इज लेवाइड ऑन गुड्स एंड सर्विस रादर देन प्रॉफिट और इनकम? गुड्स एंड सर्विस माने क्या? इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स, जैसे गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स, सेल्स टैक्स, वैट, एक्साइज. सो आंसर विल बी these are examples of indirect taxes. Okay, okay beta, thank you.
Hi, good evening everyone. Today we will go ahead and take 10 questions based on consumer theory. These are very important, basic but important questions, and you must go ahead and give some time with me to solve these questions. So let us have a look at the first question of the day. It says, the law of diminishing marginal utility states that when more and more units of commodity are consumed, marginal utility. So we know that the law of marginal utility is diminishing, which means as you increase the consumption of the good, the marginal utility decreases. So the answer will be begins to decrease. That means C. So the answer to this question is C. It begins to decrease. Okay, beta, come to the next question. When total utility is maximum, marginal utility becomes. So we know that we have a graph like this. So this is total utility. And when total utility is maximum, marginal utility is 0. When total utility decreases, beta, negative हो जाती है marginal utility. So when total utility decreases, marginal utility is negative. When total utility is increasing, marginal utility is decreasing but positive. So when total utility is maximum, marginal utility is 0. So answer to this question is 0. Okay, come to the next question. If consumer consumes only one commodity X, he will be in equilibrium when. So बेटा जब सिर्फ एक commodity consume करते हो, जब दो करते हो तो ये होता है MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY. Actually, books will write equal to MUM also. ठीक है? When there is a single commodity, so some books will write like this: MUX by MUM is equal to PX. Right? But सब यहाँ पर MUM की बातें नहीं हो रही है. They're not talking about marginal utility of income. So simply we will assume this to be 1, and the answer will be where the price and marginal utility are equal. So if you derive additional utility equal to the price that you pay for the commodity, वो ही equilibrium हो जाएगा. That will be your equilibrium. So answer to this question beta will be B. Marginal utility is equal to price. ठीक है, next part पे आओ. What will be condition of total utility when marginal utility stays positive? Again, we have seen this. This is total utility function and this is marginal utility function. So beta, when total utility is positive, marginal utility is still diminishing but positive. So it says उल्टा पूछ रहा है, ये बोल रहा है जब marginal utility positive है तो total utility को क्या होगा? Total utility will be increasing. So answer will be increasing. It will be C. Right? Okay, come to the next question. When total utility is increasing at diminishing rate, marginal utility must be. So beta, total utility increase तो हो रही होती है, but it is always increasing at decreasing rate. यहाँ पे भी it is increasing, but at a decreasing rate. So therefore, marginal utility is decreasing only. So answer to this question will be decreasing. Marginal utility is decreasing. It is B. Come to the next question. Marginal utility of a particular commodity at a point of saturation is. So but a point of saturation is the point where you have got maximum satisfaction. You will stop. This is where your total utility is maximum. And जब total utility maximum है तो marginal utility को क्या होगा? It will be 0. Marginal utility will be 0. So when total utility is maximum, marginal utility will become 0. So answer to this question is 0. Okay, come to the next question, beta. Which of the following options is incorrect? तो बेटा पहला ऑप्शन देखते हैं. It is incorrect का पूछ रहा है. Marginal utility is TUN plus 2 minus TUN plus 1. ठीक है. एक एडिशनल कमोडिटी कंज्यूम करने पे कितनी एडिशनल यूटिलिटी मिल रही है, वही तो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी है, राइट? सो दिस इज द करेक्ट ऑप्शन. सो ए इज करेक्ट. सेकंड, marginal utility is total utility by quantity. ना That can be average utility, not marginal. So this is not marginal utility. Incorrect. Marginal utility is difference between total utilities. Correct. Marginal utility का sum total utility देता है. Correct. So the only incorrect option will be B. B is incorrect. Okay. Come to the next question. In which analysis can utility function be measured in definite numbers such as 1, 2, 3, etc.? Beta, how can we measure this 1, 2, 3 mein? Only if it is a cardinality concept. Cardinality is in terms of numbers. Ordinality is in terms of ranking. So if it is a cardinality concept, tab hum numbers mein karenge. If it is an ordinality concept, tab hum ranking mein karenge. So the correct answer to this question should be A. It is a cardinality concept. Okay, come to the next question, beta. Under cross elasticity of demand between two substitute products, dash. Okay, so beta, substitute products, जैसे tea and coffee. When price of tea increases, demand of coffee will increase. So cross price elasticity is positive. So when price of one product increases, demand of the other product increases. They move in the same direction. So same direction. So answer to this question should be B. If price of one product decreases, demand of other product also decreases. Answer is B. Okay, beta, come to the next question. An inferior good is a commodity whose dash with an increase in income. So inferior goods कौन से होते हैं? When income increases, demand decreases. So they have opposite relationship with income. ठीक है जी? So answer to this question will be A. Demand falls with increase in income. So answer will be A. So these are the 10 questions that I wanted to discuss today. Today we will go ahead and take the top 10 questions related to your government budget, fiscal, monetary policies, and government budget. Okay. So let's have a look at these questions. Which of the following statement is correct about government spending? When government spends more than it can collect as revenue, it incurs revenue expenditure? No. The definition of revenue expenditure is any expenditure where you are not forming any asset or liability. So no asset or liability is revenue expenditure. Revenue expenditure has got nothing to do with the gap between spending and collection. So that is a deficit. When you spend more than you have, it's called a deficit. So this is incorrect. Come to the second option. When a government spends more than it can collect as revenue, it incurs capital expenditure. No, this is again the definition of a deficit. So the capital expenditure is where asset or liability are formed. So this is also a deficit. This is incorrect. When a government spends more than it can collect, it incurs a budget deficit. Yes, this is the correct statement. C is correct and D is also incorrect. It cannot be a surplus. So whenever you spend more, when expenditure is more than revenue, then it is called as deficit. It is called as deficit. So this is a deficit. Okay, come to the next question, beta. Which of the following statement is true about fiscal deficit? Okay. It is the difference between total expenditure and receipt of the government excluding interest. Yahi sahi hai actually. The first definition itself is correct. When I don't include interest, but excluding interest, total expenditure minus total revenue, इनका जो gap होता है, that is called as fiscal deficit. Not interest, sorry, excluding borrowings. Interest वाला तो primary deficit हो जाता है. So excluding borrowings, the difference between total expenditure and total revenue, that is called as fiscal deficit. So the answer to this question is C. Okay. So come to the third question now. Which of the following statement is true about primary deficit of the budget? Okay. So primary deficit, what is primary deficit? As I was just telling you, when I talk about primary deficit beta, primary deficit ka formula is, it refers to the difference between fiscal deficit and interest payment. So likh lo. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit less interest payment. Fiscal deficit क्या था? Total expenditure minus revenue excluding borrowings. Right? So let's read this out. The primary deficit is 0 when revenue deficit is 0. Primary deficit can be 0 if fiscal deficit is equal to interest payment, isn't it? तभी तो 0 होगा primary deficit, otherwise नहीं. So primary deficit, क्योंकि primary deficit का definition is this ना, fiscal deficit minus interest payment. So it will be 0 when the fiscal deficit is equal to interest payment. That means answer to this question is D. Okay. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement is correct about direct taxes? But direct taxes means tax that is collected directly at source. Like for example, एक example ले लो, income tax. People who are earning income are paying the tax directly to the government. So this is a direct tax. So direct taxes are collected from the income earners is correct. Direct taxes are collected from producers on goods and service produced by them? No. Direct taxes are collected from sellers? No. Direct taxes are collected from buyers on goods and services? No. Because यहाँ पे incidence of tax involved होता है. So the people who are paying the tax and the people who are on whom the burden of tax is falling can be different. So the first answer is correct. Come to the next question. What is the duration of the financial year? So financial year is from every year April 1st. This is a very easy question to 30th March. Laddu question hai ye bahut. So answer will be B. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement about capital budget is accurate? So capital budget basically is beta where capital expenditure and capital receipt are involved. Hai ki nahi? So capital budget consists of direct and indirect tax? No. Tax में no asset liability involved. It cannot be capital. It consists of capital expenditure and capital receipt, correct? It consists of revenue expenditure receipt? No. It consists of direct taxes? No. So answer to this question will be B. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement describes the function of a budget? So budget क्यों बनाया जाता है? Budget is made to understand income and expenditure of the government. Budget is prepared because you want to understand where the government will be spending money. Budget tells us about the different programs of the government. So answer to this question is all of the above. Everything is correct. All three parts. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement is true about an unbalanced budget? So beta, unbalanced budget वो होता है जिसमें you have huge expenditure, very less income, right? So unbalanced budget is where your expenditure is huge, but income is less. This can usually happen during the period of COVID beta. During COVID ऐसा हो सकता है कि expenditure बहुत ज़्यादा हो और income काफी कम हो. So during that period you can have unbalanced budget. Okay, so this is correct. Expenditure is more than income. Income is greater than expenditure. No, that's incorrect. The deficit gets covered by loans or by printing note, correct. So we know better that printing of note is called seigniorage, right? So either by loans or printing note, you can cover the deficit. So answer to this question will be A and C. So that means D is the correct option. Only A and C are correct. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following statement about goods and service tax is accurate? It's an example of indirect tax. हाँ, indirect tax is correct. Direct tax, no. Non-tax revenue, बेटा non-tax revenue नहीं, revenue receipt में ही आता है ये, because tax है ना, so it's a tax revenue, so it's incorrect. Is an example of income tax? No. So answer to this is A. Today we will take some questions from statistical methods. Okay, let's look at the first question. If a boy cycles 8 kilometer at a speed of 8 kilometer per hour, तो बेटा distance कितना हो गया? पहले 8 किलोमीटर के लिए जो आपका speed है, that is given as 8 kilometer per hour, and walks another 8 kilometer at the speed of 2 kilometer per hour. अब बेटा यहां से मुझे आप बताओ that speed is distance by time, right? So what will be the time beta here? Time will be distance by speed. So it will be 8 by 8. मतलब हो गया 1. Here beta speed is distance by time. तो distance cover हो रहा है 8 किलोमीटर and time speed जो है हमारी. So बेटा यहाँ से उल्टा कर लेते हैं एक बारी once. So time will be distance by speed. So distance is 8 kilometer, speed is 2 kilometer per hour. So time is 4 hours. Now, average speed will be beta total distance by total time. ठीक है जी? तो total distance कितना cover हो रहा है? 8 kilometer यहाँ and 8 यहाँ. So total distance covered is 16 kilometers. What is the total time he is taking? So he is taking 1 hour here and 4 hours here. So 5 hours. So this will be 3.2 now. 3.2 kilometer per hour will be your average speed. So 16 by 5. Answer should be B. Please avoid this. Huh? This is not the correct answer. Answer is 16 by 5. B. Okay, come to the next question. Two events are said to be independent. Two events are said to be independent if the occurrence of one. तो independent events हो गए बेटा, mathematically speaking कौन से independent events होते हैं? When probability of A intersection B is A into B. So independent events वो events होते हैं जिसमें जैसे for example rain and tossing a coin. अब rain के होने से coin में क्या result आएगा? Head या tail is not affected, right? So when the occurrence of one event does not affect the other event, then beta it is called as independent event. So when one event does not affect the other event, it is called independent event. So answer is B. Okay, come to the next question. The Fisher's index is, so beta Fisher's index is actually last pair into Pache under root, right? That is Fisher's index. So when I talk about Fisher index, it is under root of last pair into Pache. So because this is under root of last pair into Pache, matlab it is the geometric mean of last pair and Pache. So answer will be A. Okay, come to the next question. In order to apply correctly the chi-square for goodness of fit, which of the following assumption is correct? The observed and theoretical distribution contain the same number of elements? Yes. Observed should be equal to actual. जितने observed में numbers होंगे उतने ही actual में होने चाहिए. So this is true. No expected frequency can be less than 5. Yes, you cannot work if it is less than 5 because then you will have a problem with your degrees of freedom. So this is also true. Observed values are taken from random sample. हाँ, randomized method ही use होता है. This is also true. So all the above options are true. ठीक है बेटा, come to the next question. X measures wages in rupees. Okay. Then unit of its average is rupees and unit of variance is rupees. Okay. So let's think about this better. Please understand that whenever you find average, जब भी mean, median, mode निकालते हो, it is in the same unit as variable. But जब भी variance, standard deviation, ये सब निकालते हो, it is unit free. It is not affected by the unit. So variance is unit free. Variance is unit free. This is what it wants to test here. That do you understand? So variance में ऐसे नहीं लिखते that it is it's called unitless. Huh? It is called a standardized unitless method. Measure. Standardized unitless measure. तो variance में ऐसे नहीं लिखते 10 रुपी 15 रुपी. No. Variance is always unitless. Variance का कोई भी unit नहीं होता है. So the answer to this question is that average will be in rupees, but variance will be unitless. Okay, better come to the next question. If x is a random variable a and b are constant, then variance ax plus b. So beta variance of ax plus b will be variance of ax plus variance of b. Okay, variance of a constant is 0. So this will be 0. And whenever a constant is a variable with a variable, यहाँ पे a एक variable के साथ है ना, a एक constant है, x एक variable है, a is coming with x. So a is a constant coming with a variable. In that case, you can take the constant out, but with a square. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा a square variance of x. So this can be written as a square var x. So answer to this question will be D. It will be a square variance of x. Okay, beta, come to the next question. The probability of drawing a spade from a well-shuffled pack of cards is. So you have to go ahead and you have to draw a spade. Beta, what is a spade? Any idea? So spade is basically so basically when you talk about card, a spade is looking like this. I mean, I may not be able to draw it very nicely. I'm not that good in drawing. Something like this. ऐसा दिखता है. This is a spade. ठीक है. So beta, whenever you talk about cards, you have spade, diamond, and then you have this, and then you have a heart. ऐसे होता है ना चार. Isn't it? Right? So the four, you have four, right? And out of which, beta, when we talk about spade, there are 13 spades. Right? This is called club. There are 13 club. There are 13 diamond and 13 heart. हर एक 13 होते हैं. So out of well-shuffled pack of cards, 52 cards होते हैं total, and I have 13 spades, so probability will be 1/4. So answer to this question is C, 1/4. Okay, come to the next question. The coefficient of correlation is found to be 0.80. So R is given as 0.80. If all the values of x and y are reduced by 50%, correlation of coefficient will be. Okay, fine. What is coefficient of correlation? Coefficient of correlation is basically the value of R that you have, right? Now, whenever I talk about this coefficient of correlation, an important question is asked कि क्या ये स्केल और ओरिजिन से अफेक्ट होता है या नहीं होता है. सो दिस कैन बी रिटन एज bxy into byx, अगर रिग्रेशन की टर्म्स में बात करें, अंडर रूट. सो इज दिस कोएफिशिएंट, एंड एक और फॉर्मूला भी होता है. So you can have n summation xy minus summation x summation y upon n summation x square minus summation x whole square under root into n summation y square minus summation y whole square. ये coefficient of correlation होता है, right? Now question is it affected by scale or not? दो चीजें होती है, एक होता है scale, एक होता है origin. Origin थोड़ा सा समझ लेते हैं. Origin होता है जब आप कुछ भी add या subtract करते हो to the variables, and scale होता है जब आप कुछ भी multiply या divide करते हो. Now it is not dependent on the choice of origin or scale. That means it is independent of origin and scale. मतलब जब आप origin या scale change करोगे, the coefficient correlation will not be affected. अगर सारी x and सारी y values को same से multiply या same से divide करोगे, the correlation coefficient will not be affected. It is independent of scale and origin, so it will remain the same. So answer is A. Okay, come to the next question. For Poisson distribution with n is equal to 200, p is equal to 0.02, the mean is. Now थोड़ा सा अच्छा आइडिया रहेगा if you read about different kind of distributions. ठीक है, जैसे for example you should at least know about binomial, Poisson, exponential. इतनी distributions के कैसे mean और median निकलते हैं, you should go ahead and know about it. So when we talk about the mean of Poisson distribution, beta, the mean of Poisson distribution is given by lambda. यहाँ पर lambda is not given to us, right? So because lambda is not given to us, the only way, because I don't know where lambda is, the only way in which I can go ahead and I can find the mean of this Poisson distribution is by thinking that it is approximately close to a binomial distribution. और उस केस में उसका जो mean होता है वो n into p होता है. So 200 into 2 by 100. Right? So the answer to this will be 4. So that's the answer to this question, that the mean of the Poisson distribution will be 4. Is this clear? Okay. Okay, beta, let's come to the next question. So you are given what will be coefficient of correlation between x and y, and two equations are given to you. So we know that the coefficient correlation is nothing but the geometric mean of the two slope coefficients. जब हम x को y पे regress करते हैं और y को x पे regress करते हैं, तो जो दो slopes आते हैं उनके geometric mean को coefficient correlation बोलते हैं. So R is going to be nothing but B1 into B2 under root. So beta, the first answer is absolutely correct. Okay, let's come to the next question. A commuter drives 10 miles on first day at speed of 60, second day 15, third day 10. The mean speed of the commuter is. Okay. So beta, 10 miles at the rate of 60 kilometer per hour. So we know that speed is distance by time. So time क्या हो जाएगा? Distance by speed. So it will be 60 by, sorry, it will be 10 by 60. अब एक बात यहाँ पे important है. You are given distance in terms of miles. So you must convert miles in kilometer. क्योंकि नीचे किलोमीटर दिया हुआ है, right? So 10 miles will approximately be 16.09 kilometer. तो बेटा यहाँ पर I will write 16.09. 16.09 किलोमीटर. उसी तरीके से नेक्स्ट डे पे 10 miles at the rate 15 kilometer per hour. तो टाइम क्या हो जाएगा? टाइम will be distance by speed. So distance is 10 miles only and speed is 15 kilometer per hour. डे 3 पे क्या है बेटा? डे 3 पे 10 kilometer per hour. So 10 miles at the rate of 10 kilometer per hour. So time will be distance by speed. Distance is 16.9 and speed is 10. ये time लगा day 1 पे. This is the time taken on day 1. This is the time taken on day 2. Time taken on day 3. So beta, now we want to ask what is the average speed. So average speed will be total distance by total time. So total distance 30 miles हो गया. 10 miles plus 10 miles plus 10 miles 3 दिन travel किया ना. So total distance is 10 miles. 10 miles is 16.09 kilometer plus 16.09 kilometer plus 16.09 kilometer. So total distance by total time. And total time कितना लगा बेटा? So total time is 16.09 divided by 60 plus 16.09 divided by 15 plus 16.09 divided by 10. This is the total time taken. Is this clear to you? Okay, so bas isko solve kar lo. Whatever answer you get will be your final answer. So this will be something like this. Apna apna method hai, just use any method. You need to just solve this. So 1 plus 4 plus 6 by 60. 11. 180 by 11 is your answer to this question. So एक बार जरा divide कर लेते हैं. 180 divided by 11. That will be your answer. So it should be 16.36. So the answer to this question beta will be 16.3. Right? I hope this is clear. भाई हर एक का अलग अलग time निकालो. Total distance by total time karo and that will be your average speed. Okay, so with this we end today's session on questions from statistical methods. Thank you. Okay, let us have a look at this question. Which of the following reduces the capital stock in an economy? Depreciation of asset, spending on infrastructure rather than capacity building, and it says 1, 2, 1 and 2, neither 1 and 2. But a capital stock kaise kam hota hai? Whenever there is appreciation, right? So if you have gone ahead and seen, whenever there is depreciation of the asset. So if you remember, capital stock at the period KT plus 1, agar solo model yaad ho, so what is the capital at the period T plus 1? It is the capital at the period T minus depreciation of capital plus investment done during this period. So depreciation always reduces capital. It always reduces capital. So 1 is correct. It reduces capital in the economy. Spending on infrastructure rather than capacity building of financial institution. Agar infrastructure pe spend kare, it is a kind of investment. That is fine, right? So answer will be A. So let us read down the reason. Capital stock is anything that adds to the productive capacity of economy. Spending on infrastructure increases the capital stock of the nation. So infrastructure pe spend karne se capital stock बढ़ता है. It increases. It does not decreases. Okay, beta. Let us look further. Which of the following are correctly matched? Okay. So let's have a look here. PJ Nayak Committee, Sectors Bank, Governance of Public, and it says Ratan Vatal Committee, Digital Payment. Beta, actually both of them are correct. This is also correct. This is related to the governance of public sector banks. कमेटी का नाम ये है पीजे नायक कमेटी, एंड इट वाज फॉर्म्ड टू सी हाउ पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स आर वर्किंग. एंड बेटा रतन वटेल कमेटी वाज फॉर्म्ड टू चेक ऑन द डिजिटल पेमेंट्स. ये जो आजकल सब यूपीआई करते हैं, इसके लिए डिजिटल पेमेंट्स के लिए जो कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी, दैट वाज रतन वटेल कमेटी. So both of them are correct, both 1 and 2. Please remember these names. Usually ऐसे आ जाता है that you know which committee is related to governance of public sector bank, which committee is related to digital payment. You should know these committees. Okay, beta, come to the next part. Consider the following statements about Uday scheme. Okay, it is voluntary for state governments to join the Uday scheme. The Uday bonds cannot be kept as G securities under the SLR. So tell me in the comments below if you have ever heard of the Uday committee or the Uday scheme. अगर कभी भी इसके बारे में सुना है या सिर्फ उदय चोपड़ा के बारे में ही सुना है, go ahead and tell me that. Okay, so बेटा उदय scheme is basically उज्जवल, लिख लेते हैं पहले. It is उज्जवल डिस्कॉम एश्योरेंस योजना. उज्जवल डिस्कॉम एश्योरेंस योजना, ये 2015 में it was launched by Ministry of Power and New and Renewable Energy, and its aim was to go ahead and to give more it was to go ahead and to financially turn around the discoms. अब बेटा एक क्वेश्चन बहुत बड़ा ये आता है कि सॉरी, एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन इससे ये रिलीज होता है that what is discom, है ना. most of you may not know what is a discom, and discom के बारे में जानना जरूरी है. so बेटा अगर आप गूगल करोगे ऐसे डिस्कॉम को तो बहुत अलग अलग डेफिनेशंस आएंगे डिस्कॉम की, बट हमें we have to go ahead and look it from our side, what is a discom, right? So बेटा discom is basically the distribution companies. ठीक है, अगर मैं पावर सेक्टर की बात करूं, if I talk about the power sector basically has 3 levels. एक होता है पावर जनरेशन, राइट. सेकेंड इज पावर ट्रांसमिशन. पावर जनरेट तो गई, हाउ विल दैट बी ट्रांसमिटेड, एंड लास्ट होता है पावर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. पावर सेक्टर हैज 3 पार्ट्स, जनरेशन, ट्रांसमिशन एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. जो डिस्कॉम्स होते हैं वो पावर जनरेशन का काम करते हैं. दे गो अहेड एंड दे लुक एट पावर generation part, right? Is this clear? So that is the role of the discoms. Now going further, let's go back to the question that we had. So it says it is voluntary for state governments to join the Uday scheme. That is absolutely correct. That it's not something that is a compulsion. It's a voluntary thing. Do you want to voluntarily join this or not? And Uday bonds cannot be kept as G securities. Correct. अच्छा बेटा, अब एक चीज इसमें और समझने की कोशिश करते हैं. उदय बॉन्ड्स होते क्या हैं? ठीक है, क्यों चाहिए ये बॉन्ड, राइट? सो बेटा व्हाट हैपेंस इज, बॉन्ड्स क्या होते हैं? बॉन्ड्स बेसिकली whenever someone wants to raise money, right, that is when they can go ahead and they can issue bonds, जैसे गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड इशू करके पब्लिक में, right? So who issues these government bonds? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ही उदय बॉन्ड्स इशू करती है. ठीक है, ये उदय बॉन्ड्स जो होते हैं, these बहुत सारे बॉन्ड्स ना किसी सेक्टर से रिलेटेड होते हैं. जब वो सेक्टर बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करता है तो उन बॉन्ड्स की वैल्यू भी बढ़ती है. ठीक है, सो बेसिकली जो भी हमारे उदय बॉन्ड्स होते हैं उस पे यू गो अहेड एंड यू गेट सम इंटरेस्ट ऑन इट, यू गेट सम रिटर्न ऑन इट, एंड इसका जो इम्पैक्ट देखा जाता है, इट इज बेसिकली रिलेटेड टू द पावर सेक्टर, राइट? इट इज रिलेटेड टू द पावर सेक्टर. So basically this is something that was launched in November 2015, right? अब जो ये उदय बॉन्ड्स हैं ये गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज के अंडर एसएलआर में नहीं रखे जा सकते. So let's link this to the banking sector. If we talk about the banking sector, we know that in the banking sector we will have government secure जो भी banking sector होता है उसमें we have cash reserve ratio CRR and statutory liquidity ratio SLR, है ना? कैश रिजर्व रेशियो को तो कैश में ही रखना होता है एंड इसको इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज आपको कुछ अमाउंट अलग कर देना होता है, राइट? सो यू कैन, ये सिक्योरिटीज होती है गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज दैट ईच बैंक हैज टू परचेज, बट यू कैन नॉट गो अहेड एंड कीप उदय बॉन्ड्स एज पार्ट ऑफ दीज एसएलआर सिक्योरिटीज. ये नहीं कर सकते, राइट? सो दिस इज अबाउट इट. ये जो पॉइंट्स है. Otherwise, beta, I will suggest you to go ahead and read about these Uday bonds in detail. क्यों इन्हें प्रीमियम पे लॉन्च किया जाता है, इनकी क्या कॉस्ट होती है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इशू करती है या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इशू करती है, उदय 2.0 क्या है, राइट? which talks about installment of smart prepaid meters, ठीक है, making coal available in the short run. तो ये जो भी चीजें हैं, you should go ahead and research about it. But as of now, because both these options are correct, that it is voluntary for state governments to join Uday scheme and it cannot be kept as G securities. So C is the correct answer, both 1 and 2. Okay, let us come to the next question. India's growth story from the eve of independence to liberalization phase is largely termed as Hindu rate of growth. What it refers to? So Hindu rate of growth, right? बेसिकली क्या कहता है कि इंडिया वॉज नॉट एबल टू ग्रो एट अ वेरी हाई रेट. देखो बहुत, इफ यू रीड माई लेक्चर ऑन द 5-year प्लान, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट देयर वर मल्टीपल इश्यूज. कभी ड्रॉट, कभी फेमिन, कभी आपका वॉर विद चाइना, विद पाकिस्तान. तो क्योंकि इतने ज्यादा इश्यूज थे, दैट इज द रीजन व्हाई इंडिया वॉज नॉट एबल टू ग्रो, राइट? ग्रोथ रेट बहुत ही कम थी. सो द sluggishness कि we are not able to grow at a good growth rate, that basically is called Hindu rate of growth. Exact rate कितना था? Average to 4%, ठीक है? So between the period, not 1990s तक नहीं था, between the period 1950s to 1980s, we on an average grew at 4%. एंड जो उस टाइम के लिबरलिस्ट्स थे उन्होंने ये टर्म की थी. इन पर्टिकुलर दिस टर्म वाज कॉइंड, किसने दी थी ये टर्म? इट वाज कॉइंड बाय राज कृष्णा. ही गेव दिस टर्म इन 1978 एंड ही सेड दैट दिस इज एन एनुअल रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ व्हिच इज वेरी वेरी लो. अच्छा, बहुत बच्चे कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं ड्यू कि ये रिलीजियस बिलीफ है कुछ या ये नहीं. इट इज नॉट रिलेटेड टू एनी रिलीजन बेटा. This is just saying that the rate of growth was very low. That's it. So, non-inclusive growth story nahi. Religious belief nahi. Irrational development agenda nahi. The phenomenon of sluggishness in the growth rate, yes. So, answer to this question is D. That the rate of growth was very, very slow. Okay, come to the next question, beta. Which among the following changes have been made for GDP estimation in India? Changes in base year, very important, beta. This comes as an MCQ in itself. The base year of India has been changed from 2004-5 to 2011-12. Very important. Very important. ठीक है? Yes, this is a correct statement. अच्छा, question for you. You will tell me when was base year changed? Which year? ये search करके बताओ. Change in GDP estimation from GDP at market price to GDP at factor cost? Nah, that has not happened. We are still doing it at market price. Capture of economic activity from MCA 21 database. Yes, this is correct. That you now have economic activities being captured from MCA database. Acha. Now Can you tell me what is MCA 21? Database, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That is MCA 21. MCA 21 basically क्या है? It is an e-governance initiative. मतलब electronically हम सब कुछ govern करेंगे. We will try and govern everything electronically, right? And in this, what are we going ahead and why are we calling it as MCA 21? अगर आप कभी देखो तो बेटा, if you go into the government websites, right, you will understand that MCA 21 क्या करता है? It tries to automate all the process. जितने भी लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं कंपनीज एक्ट के अंडर, जितने भी आपकी और जो भी चीजें हैं, it has tried to go ahead and automate everything, right? So the aim is to bring e-governance. The aim is to go ahead and automate everything, and उसी के अंडर all economic activities are being captured from MCA 21 database now. So that's the correct statement. So 1 and 3 are correct. एक क्वेश्चन में ना, if I start giving you the information, इतनी information होती है, I can speak for hours on just one topic. But then we have to keep moving on. So it is your curiosity कि once you read something, उसके ऊपर और research करना, it's what you should be curious about, right? Okay, beta.
The first question, beta. A box contains 5 colored balls, out of which 2 are black and 3 are white. Balls are drawn successively without replacement. If the random variable x is the number of draws till last black ball is obtained, find the PDF for random variable x. Find the probability density function for random variable x. Good question, beta. देखो ध्यान से. So I have 2 balls, 2 black balls and 3 white balls. Now, first thing that can happen is ki out of this, so if I just try to make a tree here, this is a bag. This bag has 3 white and 2 black balls. So the first thing that can happen is ki I draw a black ball, and then again I draw a black ball, and done. ठीक है, दोनों black balls निकल गई, and it was asking how many times you have to draw the ball till you draw the last black ball. So because I have gone ahead and I have drawn both the black balls, so I am done. So therefore I can go ahead and I can say that number will be 2. So this is this first one, beta, where my x is actually 2. यहाँ देख रहे हो, where my x is actually 2. This is my first one. The second thing that can happen is कि I go ahead and I start by drawing a black ball, and then I go ahead and I draw a white ball. पहले black निकली, फिर white निकल गई, and after I draw a white ball, then I draw a black ball. So how many times, beta? 1 ball, 2 ball, 3 balls, right? ये हो सकता है. Or after white, again I had a white ball and then black ball. 4 chances. Or after this white, again I had a white and then black. 5. So then I am taking 5 chances. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, and then in the 5th one, I draw the last black ball. This is possible. So this is the first tree that I have drawn here. You see this tree? This is this tree. Now what can happen? The first ball that I have drawn, that's a white ball. The first ball that I have drawn, that's a white ball. So that means I am here, beta. The first ball itself is a white ball. After that, I can draw a black ball. Once I draw a black ball, then again a tree will open up. Kyunki till now I have just got 1 black ball. I need 2 black balls. So it is possible that after this again I draw a black ball. Yeah, after black I end up drawing a white ball. Right? After which I draw a black ball. Yeah, after this I draw another white ball and then I draw a black ball. These are all the possibilities. Try to understand the question. So try to see, you will get a black ball, then white ball, then black, you stop. Or a white ball followed by black and then again white, but then you get black and you stop. Or white followed by black, white and again white. So you have drawn 3 whites now and therefore you get a black and you stop. Otherwise, what can happen here? That I have drawn a white ball. So either I can draw a black ball or a white ball. So if I have drawn a white ball, then again, beta, I can draw a black ball. Isn't it? So if I will draw a black ball, then again I have to go through the process. Ki after this, I draw a black ball and I stop. Or after this, drawing a black ball, I draw a white ball. So I have drawn 3 white balls and then I draw a black ball and I stop. Clear? Or it is possible that you have drawn this one also as a white ball. So all 3 white balls are drawn. So you're only left up with drawing 2 black balls. There is no other way in which you can be doing it. Am I clear with this example? ये बात समझ में आ रही है यहाँ पे? Is this making some sense to you? Okay. So if this is making some sense to you, then what we can go ahead and we can do better, we can just calculate these cases together. So you realize here that here I have black and I am stopping. So number of cases are 2. And then here I need black, white and black. So number of cases are 3. Black, white and black. So 4 balls drawn and 5 balls drawn. How many balls here, beta? White, black, so 3. White, black, so 4. White, black, white and black, so 5. White, black, so 4 balls drawn. White, black, so 5 balls drawn and 5 balls drawn. So against each of these, I have gone ahead and I have written their frequency. Har ek ke against, I have gone ahead and written their frequency. So what are the frequencies, beta? The frequency is 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, and 5. So how much is the frequency of 3? 1, 2. Right? How much is the frequency of 2? Just 1. How much is the frequency of 4? 1, 2, 3. And how much is the frequency of 5? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So what's the total number of frequencies? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So now I have just written their probability. 1 by 10, 2 by 10, 3 by 10, and 4 by 10. Right? So suppose in exam, they ask you to generalize this. Right? In exam, they ask you generalize this. So how will you generalize this? Beta, kya hoga generalization iska? So when they ask you to generalize this, it means that, can you see some pattern here? I can. When x is 2, I am getting 1 by 10. When x is 3, I am getting 2 by 10. When x is 4, I am getting 3 by 10. X is 5, I am getting 4 by 10. So if I were to generalize this, I will get that my probability density function, fx, will become x minus 1 by 10. Will become x minus 1 by 10. And this is how I can go ahead and I can generalize this. Is this clear? Making sense? Okay. Right, beta. So now let us try to take this question. So it says that there is a pair of dice consisting of 6-sided die and a 4-sided die, and it is rolled and the sum is determined. Let x represent this sum. So x is representing the sum that you get when 2 dice are thrown. One dice is a normal 6-faced die and the second dice is a 4-faced die. Find the sample space, space of random variable and the PDF of x. Okay. Now let's look at the sample space, beta. So you remember that when we draw 2 dice, जब हम 2 dice को throw करते हैं, when we throw 2 random dices, so we make a sample space which looks something like this. We make 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6. And here we will go till 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, and so on till 6, 6. This is how we go ahead and we make the sample space. Now what we have done is, I am only going to go here till 4, 1, 2, 4, 6, because the other dice only has numbers till 4. That's the only difference. So I have written the sample space here. ये मेरा sample space है. But what I have gone ahead and I have done now is that I have just gone ahead and considered till 4 for the other dice. देखो ये dice में सिर्फ हम 4 तक जा रहे हैं. We are just going till 4 here. And for the other one, we are going till 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is this clear? And now what we are going ahead and we are doing, we are accounting the sum. So 1 plus 1, 2, 1 plus 2, 3, 1 plus 3, 4, 1 plus 4, 5, 1 plus 5, 6, 1 plus 6, 7. Like this, I have just gone ahead and I have written the sum everywhere. Okay. Now I can represent this in terms of frequency. So frequency of 2 will be 1, frequency of 3 will be 2, frequency of 4 will be 3, frequency of 5 will be 4. Frequency of 6 is coming as 5, 6 is coming out as 4, 7 is coming out as 4, 8 is coming out as 3, and 9, 2, and 10, 1. And what are the total number of observations? Beta 24. So if I just divide everywhere by 24, their frequency by 24, so I will get their probabilities. So this is what I have done here. These are my x's. And these are the probabilities corresponding to those x's. X's and probability corresponding to those x's. Now, suppose someone would have asked you, find out the expectation. So what will be expectation? Expectation will be x, px summed up. Since this is a discrete variable beta. So the expectation will be summation x px. So I will go ahead and I will multiply x with px and get here. I will multiply x with px and get here. X with px and get here. X with px and get here. And once I get these x with px, I will just go ahead and I will add all of these together. Right? And when I will be adding all of these together, so I will get 144 by 24, and that will give me the answer as 6. That will give me the answer as 6. Am I clear? So this is how you can go ahead and solve this kind of questions, right?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, we will look at few of the important questions related to Indian economy. I'm trying to go ahead and create and share with you as many questions related to Indian economy as possible. So let us have a look at the first question of the day. An economy is said to have its highest possible efficiency when unemployment level has been consistently maintained at 0. Now, we don't want unemployment level at 0. Even when unemployment level is at natural level of unemployment, we are fine. Efficiency does not mean that unemployment should be 0. So this is incorrect. Next, equal income level has been reached for all economic agents. No. Efficiency has got nothing to do with equality of income. So that option is also incorrect. Incorrect. Factors of production are allocated optimally in production of goods and services. Yes. When you allocate the factors of production optimally, when you put the resources optimally, that is when you achieve efficiency in the economy. So the third option is correct. Right? So answer 3 is correct. Okay, come to the next question, beta. The foreign exchange reserve of Reserve Bank of India include which of the following? Gold, foreign currency reserve, SDRs. So the answer to this question, beta, is that foreign exchange reserves include all 3 of them. Reserves के अंदर ही you have gold, reserves के अंदर ही you have foreign currency reserves, reserves के अंदर ही you have SDRs, right? So all three are included as part of foreign exchange reserves. I have a question for you. All of you will answer this question to me. What is the full form of SDR? I am leaving this up to you. Go ahead and answer this. What is the full form of SDR? Okay. Okay. Let us go to the next question. Consider the following statement related to generalized system of preferences adopted by US. Okay. It allows duty-free import of certain goods into US economy in order to promote economic growth in poor and developing economies. So general system of preferences, this is something that you should know from your international economics. ये एक important topic है जो कभी-कभी exam में आ जाता है, and you must know about the general system of preferences. So beta, the general system of preferences, it comes in a lot of times in UPSC exam also, in NET, in CUET entrance exam, it can come, MA economics, anywhere. So this is basically a tariff system. And this is not similar to most favored nation. Isko most favored nation mat samajhna. This is different from most favored nations. This is one of the largest and oldest system that was developed by US for trade, right? And it promotes economic development by eliminating duties. It eliminates duties, right? So it promotes economic development by eliminating duties. Charge na karke koi bhi duty, it is promoting economic development on thousands of products, right? So the answer to this question is that A is correct. It allows duty-free import of certain goods into the economy to in the poor and developing economies. Achha. The product imported by US under GSP constitute major chunk of its promote. That is incorrect. Major chunk नहीं, कुछ countries के साथ कुछ goods पर आपको ये ड्यूटी फ्री इंपोर्ट अलाउड होता है, नॉट ऑन मेजर चंक ऑफ इंपोर्ट. ये नहीं है कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा पे ड्यूटी नहीं लगाएंगे, इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी नहीं लगाएंगे, ओनली ऑन मेजर चंक ऑफ रिपोर्ट्स. सो दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. A is correct, B is incorrect. The GSP is considered to be exception to most favored nation principle. Yes, this is what I was telling you. It is different from most favored nation principle. Beta, I am giving you second homework for the day. You have to read about what is most favored nation principle. You have to read about most favored nation principle. So 1 and 3 are correct. So the answer to this question will be C. Okay. Come to the next question. Consider the following statements about real estate investment trust. Okay. So, again, let us go ahead and read all these three statements. Real estate investment trust are mutual fund-like institution that enable investment mainly in completed and revenue-generating real asset. So the answer is that this is correct. This is the definition of REITs, that they are mutual fund-like institutions, and the aim is to go ahead and generate revenue in the real estate assets. So ये correct है. Real estate investment trust are regulated by securities market regulator in India. This is correct. तो जो इंडिया की सिक्योरिटी मार्केट रेगुलेटर है वो ही इस ट्रस्ट को मैनेज करती है. That's correct. A real estate investment investment trust can be launched as an initial public offer, IPO. That's also correct, beta. इसको IPO की तरह launch किया जा सकता है. So the answer to this question is D. All the above options are correct. Okay. Now come to the next question. Which among the following contribute the highest share to revenue or to the central government? very often asked, fiscal federalism is an important topic. चाहे आप यूजीसी नेट का एग्जाम दो या whether you give the exam of Economics, CUET, or you give UPSC. Fiscal federalism is a very, very important topic and must be done thoroughly. तो एक बार ही जरा हम इस fiscal federalism के हिसाब से ये topic है. Let's see. So बेटा, which of the following gives the highest revenue to the central government? The answer to this will be corporate taxes. So अगर आपने मेरा fiscal federalism वाला chapter पढ़ा होगा, then you would have understood that income tax is not completely under the central government. It may be charged, but it is shared with the state government, है ना? So we have to see the right option. The right option to this will be A. The answer to this is corporate tax. I hope this is clear. So, okay, we have discussed the first 5 questions for today. Hello, beta. Good afternoon. आज की क्लास में हम इम्पोर्टेंट कमिटीज के बारे में लिखने वाले हैं. ये वो कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में फॉर श्योर आएंगी ही आएंगी. और अगर आप सीयूईटी के एग्जाम को स्पेशली देखते हो और गेट के एग्जाम को देखते हो तो उनमें इन कमिटीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है. हाँ बेटा, तो ये चीज हमको एक बारी देखनी ही है. तो कुछ सिर्फ वो इम्पोर्टेंट कमिटीज हम लिखेंगे जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं और हर कमिटी किस चीज के बारे में है और वो किस ईयर में आई थी, इस पर हम एक पूरी लिस्ट बनाएंगे. ठीक है बेटा, मेरे साथ साथ सबको लिखना है. तो सबसे पहली जो कमिटी है, जो इम्पोर्टेंट कमिटी है, वो है एम खुसरो कमिटी. एम खुसरो कमिटी जो है वो ईयर 1989 में आई थी और ये एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट रिव्यू कमिटी थी. मतलब एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में कितना क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा, फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मली, उन सबको रिव्यू करने के लिए इस कमिटी को फॉर्म किया गया. जो सेकंड कमिटी बेटा विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज सीआर रंगाराजन कमेटी. सीआर रंगाराजन कमेटी 1993 में आई थी और ये किस लिए थी? ये कमेटी बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए थी. आप ध्यान से देख सकते हो, ईयर से भी हम देख सकते हैं कि 1993 की बात की जा रही है बेटा. 1991 में एनीवेज वी हैड एलपीजी, है ना, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन थी. तो उसी से ही रिलेटेड हमारी ये रंगाराजन कमेटी है. बेटा नेक्स्ट जो हमारी एक और रंगाराजन कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी, ये सीआर रंगाराजन कमेटी ही थी ये भी. तो रंगाराजन कमेटी को हम बहुत चीजों के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. तो इनको हम कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी बोलते हैं. मतलब जब भी आप अपने एग्जाम में फाइनेंस रिलेटेड देखोगे तो बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उसका आंसर जो है वो रंगाराजन कमेटी होगा, कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. ठीक है. इसके बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी जो फॉर्म की गई थी वो है चक्रवर्ती कमेटी. चक्रवर्ती कमेटी. और चक्रवर्ती कमेटी में आपको 2 डिफरेंट ईयर्स को रिमेंबर करना है बेटा. वन इज, एक जो आपको याद रखना है वो है आपका 1973. इसमें हमारी जो एक कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी उसका एम था मिनिमम वेजेस पे काम करना, कि मिनिमम वेज कितनी होनी चाहिए. और एक जो है वो यही चक्रवर्ती कमेटी 1985 में काम किया था और यहां पर मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे काम किया गया था. ओके बेटा, जो हमारी नेक्स्ट कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये काफी एग्जाम्स में आती है, ये है चोकसी कमेटी. चोकसी कमेटी 1978 में फॉर्मुलेट हुई थी और ये जो कमेटी थी ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स लॉ कमेटी कहलाती है. इसके बाद एक है कार्डर रिपोर्ट। इट्स नॉट अ कमिटी, बट ये काफी एग्जाम में चांसेस हैं इसके आने के, तो मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करके लिख रही हूँ, कार्डर रिपोर्ट। कार्डर रिपोर्ट बेसिकली 1956, बहुत अर्ली रिपोर्ट है ये, और ये रिपोर्ट जो है ये बेसिकली इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स के ऊपर फॉर्मुलेटेड है। इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स। उसके बाद, इसके बाद जो हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, जो इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम में कमिटीज आ सकती हैं वो है केलकर कमेटी। आपने बहुत बारी पढ़ा होगा कि मैच द फॉलोइंग में एग्जाम में केलकर कमेटी पे डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चन आता है। तो जो केलकर कमेटी है इसमें ना आपको दो चीजें याद रखनी है। एक है कि केलकर कमेटी ने 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट, 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पे वर्क किया था। बट एक है कि 2004 में केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था, और ये जो केलकर टास्क फोर्स है ये इसने मेजर एक्ट किया था FRBM एक्ट में। तो ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब आप लोग मुझे बताओगे कि FRBM एक्ट क्या है और इसका क्या काम है। मैंने इस पे एक अलग से वीडियो भी रिकॉर्ड करके पोर्टल पे डाली हुई है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज FRBM एंड व्हाट इज इट्स वर्क। हाँ, पोस्ट दिस बेटा, जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है हमारे लिए वो है हमारी LK झा कमेटी। LK झा कमेटी 1976 में फॉर्म की गई थी, और इसको भी हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन से ही लिंक करते हैं। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन इंक्वायरी कमेटी। हाँ बेटा, इसके बाद अगर आप मैच द फॉलोइंग वाले क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, सो यू विल नो कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन आता है बेटा। दिस इज 1993 फॉर्म, और ये काफी अलग तरीके की कमेटी थी। मतलब ये फाइनेंस रिलेटेड या टैक्स रिलेटेड कमेटी नहीं थी। लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी का जो मेजर वर्क था वो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे था। तो आपको मुझे ये सर्च करके बताना है कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे क्या सजेशंस दिए थे, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि पॉवर्टी को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं। हाँ, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि मिनिमम कैलोरीज कितनी होनी चाहिए, या कैलोरी बेस्ड थी भी उनकी पॉवर्टी एस्टिमेशन या नहीं, ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए। सो लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कमेटी। इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज आती हैं बेटा नारासिम्हा कमेटी। नारासिम्हम कमेटी को अगेन हम दो चीजों से रिलेट करते हैं। एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, और एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। दोनों ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजली रिलेटेड हैं आपको याद रखने के लिए। वेदर इट इज फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम, कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम काम कैसे करेगा, या इट इज रिफॉर्म्स ऑन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, दोनों ही नारासिम्हा कमेटी से लिंक्ड है। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है ऑफ कोर्स द फेमस रघुराम राजन कमेटी। और रघुराम राजन कमेटी जो है बेटा ये बेसिकली 2008 में आई थी। आपको पता होगा कि 2008 में देयर वाज अनदर रिसेशन व्हिच केम इनटू पिक्चर, और ये जो 2008 का रिसेशन था ये बेसिकली एक बबल था, बबल क्रिएट हुआ गया था, है ना, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में बबल क्रिएट हुआ था। तो ये जो हमारा रघुराम राजन कमेटी है उस टाइम पे क्या फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स होने चाहिए, व्हाट फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स शुड टेक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग 2008 रिसेशन, इसके ऊपर ये कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। उसके बाद कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट और कमिटीज हैं, जैसे एक आती है बेटा राज कमेटी। राज कमेटी बेसिकली आपकी जो है वो एग्रीकल्चरल टैक्सेशन के ऊपर है, कि एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे टैक्सेस को अप्लाई किया जाए। और एक आती है राजा चेलिया कमेटी, राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी जो है ये भी टैक्स रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड ही कमेटी है और ये 1992 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। इसके अलावा एक है हमारे पास बेटा रंगाराजन कमेटी। रंगाराजन कमेटी में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट ईयर्स में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट चीजें की गई। तो एक है 1992 जिसमें हमारे पास आया गया ऑन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट, इस टाइम पे इस कमेटी ने डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर बात की। और दूसरा है हमारा 2006 जिसमें बात की गई फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बारे में कि कैसे हम कंप्लीट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन लेके आ सकते हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बहुत अलग काम के साथ की कमेटी थी। एक 1992 पे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी थी, दूसरा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कमेटी थी जो 2006 में लॉन्च की गई थी। उसके बाद एक है हमारी रेखी कमेटी। और अगर आप ध्यान से देखोगे बेटा तो जो रेखी कमेटी है वो हमारी 1993 में लॉन्च की गई थी और रेखी कमेटी भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर थी। ठीक है, उसके बाद हमारी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मैं एक अलग वीडियो में आपको बताऊंगी इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड देयर फॉर्मेशन। तो हमें पता है कि देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड नबार्ड, है ना। आप मुझे बताओगे कि नबार्ड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, बट नबार्ड की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किस कमेटी में हुई थी? वो थी शिव रमन कमेटी। और कौन से ईयर में हुई थी बेटा? ये 1979। सो नबार्ड की फॉर्मेशन 1979 में शिव रमन कमेटी में की गई थी। तीन और इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज है बच्चे। तो हमारी एक आती है तेंदुलकर कमेटी। तेंदुलकर कमेटी भी पॉवर्टी के ऊपर और पॉवर्टी को कैसे कैलकुलेट किया जाए उसकी एस्टिमेशन पर थी। इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि तेंदुलकर कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी को कैसे एस्टिमेट किया, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेक्स्ट बेटा वी हैव एनके सिंह कमेटी। बेटा दिस इज रिलेटेड टू रिव्यू ऑफ FRBM एक्ट। हाँ बच्चे, और लास्ट हमारे पास जो आती है वो आती है हमारी खुसरो कमेटी। और जो हमारी खुसरो कमेटी है वो एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सिस्टम से रिलेटेड है। और ये कमेटी बच्चे 1989 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। एक लास्ट है जो मैं आपको लिखवा देती हूँ, नॉट वेरी ऑफन इट इज आस्क्ड बट यू शुड रिमेंबर, बट दिस इज कॉल्ड एज वांचाओ कमेटी। ये 1970 में आई थी और ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स इंक्वायरी कमेटी है। तो ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो आप लोगों को याद रखनी पड़ेंगी फॉर योर फाइनल CUET एग्जाम। CUET और गेट में इन कमिटीज के आने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस हैं और इसलिए आपको इन पर अच्छे से नोट्स बना के इनको याद करना है। ओके बेटा, थैंक यू। हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून। आज की क्लास में हम इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज के बारे में लिखने वाले हैं। ये वो कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में फॉर श्योर आएंगी ही आएंगी। और अगर आप CUET के एग्जाम को स्पेशली देखते हो और गेट के एग्जाम को देखते हो तो उनमें इन कमिटीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हाँ बेटा, तो ये चीज हमको एक बारी देखनी ही है। तो कुछ सिर्फ वो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हम लिखेंगे जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं और हर कमिटी किस चीज के बारे में है और वो किस ईयर में आई थी, इस पर हम एक पूरी लिस्ट बनाएंगे। ठीक है बेटा, मेरे साथ साथ सबको लिखना है। तो सबसे पहली जो कमेटी है, जो इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी है, वो है AM खुसरो कमेटी। AM खुसरो कमेटी जो है वो ईयर 1989 में आई थी और ये एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट रिव्यू कमेटी थी। मतलब एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में कितना क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा, फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मली, उन सबको रिव्यू करने के लिए इस कमेटी को फॉर्म किया गया। जो सेकंड कमेटी बेटा विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज CR रंगाराजन कमेटी। CR रंगाराजन कमेटी 1993 में आई थी और ये किस लिए थी? ये कमेटी बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए थी। आप ध्यान से देख सकते हो, ईयर से भी हम देख सकते हैं कि 1993 की बात की जा रही है बेटा। 1991 में एनीवेज वी हैड LPG, है ना, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन थी, तो उसी से ही रिलेटेड हमारी ये रंगाराजन कमेटी है बेटा। नेक्स्ट जो हमारी एक और रंगाराजन कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी, ये CR रंगाराजन कमेटी ही थी ये भी। तो रंगाराजन कमेटी को हम बहुत चीजों के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं, तो इनको हम कमेटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी बोलते हैं। मतलब जब भी आप अपने एग्जाम में फाइनेंस रिलेटेड देखोगे तो बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उसका आंसर जो है वो रंगाराजन कमेटी होगा, कमेटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। ठीक है, इसके बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी जो फॉर्म की गई थी वो है चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। और चक्रवर्ती कमेटी में आपको दो डिफरेंट ईयर्स को रिमेंबर करना है बेटा। वन इज, एक जो आपको याद रखना है वो है आपका 1973। इसमें हमारी जो एक कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी उसका एम था मिनिमम वेजेस पे काम करना, कि मिनिमम वेज कितनी होनी चाहिए। और एक जो है वो यही चक्रवर्ती कमेटी 1985 में काम किया था और यहां पर मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे काम किया गया था। ओके बेटा, जो हमारी नेक्स्ट कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये काफी एग्जाम्स में आती है, ये है चोकसी कमेटी। चोकसी कमेटी 1978 में फॉर्म्युलेट हुई थी और ये जो कमेटी थी ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स लॉ कमेटी कहलाती है। इसके बाद एक है कार्डर रिपोर्ट। इट्स नॉट अ कमिटी बट ये काफी एग्जाम में चांसेस हैं इसके आने के, तो मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करके लिख रही हूँ, कार्डर रिपोर्ट। कार्डर रिपोर्ट बेसिकली 1956, बहुत अर्ली रिपोर्ट है ये, और ये रिपोर्ट जो है ये बेसिकली इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स के ऊपर फॉर्म्युलेटेड है। इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स। उसके बाद, इसके बाद जो हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, जो इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम में कमिटीज आ सकती हैं वो है केलकर कमेटी। आपने बहुत बारी पढ़ा होगा कि मैच द फॉलोइंग में एग्जाम में केलकर कमेटी पे डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चन आता है। तो जो केलकर कमेटी है इसमें ना आपको दो चीजें याद रखनी है। एक है कि केलकर कमेटी ने 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट, 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पे वर्क किया था। बट एक है कि 2004 में केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। और ये जो केलकर टास्क फोर्स है ये इसने मेजर एक्ट किया था FRBM एक्ट में, तो ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब आप लोग मुझे बताओगे कि FRBM एक्ट क्या है और इसका क्या काम है। मैंने इस पे एक अलग से वीडियो भी रिकॉर्ड करके पोर्टल पे डाली हुई है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज FRBM एंड व्हाट इज इट्स वर्क। हाँ, पोस्ट दिस बेटा जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है हमारे लिए वो है हमारी LK झा कमेटी। LK झा कमेटी 1976 में फॉर्म की गई थी और इसको भी हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन से ही लिंक करते हैं, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन इंक्वायरी कमेटी। हाँ बेटा, इसके बाद अगर आप मैच द फॉलोइंग वाले क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, सो यू विल नो कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन आता है बेटा। दिस इज 1993 फॉर्म, और ये काफी अलग तरीके की कमेटी थी, मतलब ये फाइनेंस रिलेटेड या टैक्स रिलेटेड कमेटी नहीं थी। लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी का जो मेजर वर्क था वो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे था। तो आपको मुझे ये सर्च करके बताना है कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे क्या सजेशंस दिए थे, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि पॉवर्टी को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं। हाँ, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि मिनिमम कैलोरीज कितनी होनी चाहिए, या कैलोरी बेस्ड थी भी उनकी पॉवर्टी एस्टिमेशन या नहीं, ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए। सो लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कमेटी। इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज आती हैं बेटा, नारासिम्हा कमेटी। नारासिम्हम कमेटी को अगेन हम दो चीजों से रिलेट करते हैं, एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर और एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। दोनों ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजली रिलेटेड हैं आपको याद रखने के लिए। वेदर इट इज फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम, कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम काम कैसे करेगा, या इट इज रिफॉर्म्स ऑन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, दोनों ही नारासिम्हा कमेटी से लिंक्ड है। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है ऑफ कोर्स द फेमस रघुराम राजन कमेटी। और रघुराम राजन कमेटी जो है बेटा, ये बेसिकली 2008 में आई थी। आपको पता होगा कि 2008 में देयर वाज अनदर रिसेशन व्हिच केम इनटू पिक्चर, और ये जो 2008 का रिसेशन था ये बेसिकली एक बबल था, बबल क्रिएट हुआ गया था, है ना, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में बबल क्रिएट हुआ था। तो ये जो हमारा रघुराम राजन कमेटी है, उस टाइम पे क्या फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स होने चाहिए, व्हाट फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स शुड टेक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग 2008 रिसेशन, इसके ऊपर ये कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। उसके बाद कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट और कमिटीज हैं, जैसे एक आती है बेटा राज कमेटी। राज कमेटी बेसिकली आपकी जो है वो एग्रीकल्चरल टैक्सेशन के ऊपर है, कि एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे टैक्सेस को अप्लाई किया जाए। और एक आती है राजा चेलिया कमेटी, राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी जो है ये भी टैक्स रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड ही कमेटी है, और ये 1992 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। इसके अलावा एक है हमारे पास बेटा रंगाराजन कमेटी। रंगाराजन कमेटी में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट ईयर्स में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट चीजें की गई। तो एक है 1992 जिसमें हमारे पास आया गया ऑन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट, इस टाइम पे इस कमेटी ने डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर बात की। और दूसरा है हमारा 2006 जिसमें बात की गई फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बारे में, कि कैसे हम कंप्लीट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन लेके आ सकते हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बहुत अलग काम के साथ की कमेटी थी, एक 1992 पे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी थी, दूसरा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कमेटी थी जो 2006 में लॉन्च की गई थी। उसके बाद एक है हमारी रेखी कमेटी। और अगर आप ध्यान से देखोगे बेटा तो जो रेखी कमेटी है वो हमारी 1993 में लॉन्च की गई थी, और रेखी कमेटी भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर थी। ठीक है, उसके बाद हमारी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मैं एक अलग वीडियो में आपको बताऊंगी, इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड देयर फॉर्मेशन। तो हमें पता है कि देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड नबार्ड, है ना। आप मुझे बताओगे कि नबार्ड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, बट नबार्ड की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किस कमेटी में हुई थी, वो थी शिव रमन कमेटी। और कौन से ईयर में हुई थी बेटा ये, 1979। सो नबार्ड की फॉर्मेशन 1979 में शिव रमन कमेटी में की गई थी। तीन और इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज है बच्चे, तो हमारी एक आती है तेंदुलकर कमेटी। तेंदुलकर कमेटी भी पॉवर्टी के ऊपर और पॉवर्टी को कैसे कैलकुलेट किया जाए उसकी एस्टिमेशन पर थी। इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि तेंदुलकर कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी को कैसे एस्टिमेट किया, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेक्स्ट बेटा वी हैव एनके सिंह कमेटी। बेटा दिस इज रिलेटेड टू रिव्यू ऑफ FRBM एक्ट। हाँ बच्चे, और लास्ट हमारे पास जो आती है वो आती है हमारी खुसरो कमेटी। और जो हमारी खुसरो कमेटी है वो एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सिस्टम से रिलेटेड है। और ये कमेटी बच्चे 1989 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। एक लास्ट है जो मैं आपको लिखवा देती हूँ, नॉट वेरी ऑफन इट इज आस्क्ड बट यू शुड रिमेंबर बेटा, दिस इज कॉल्ड एज बांचाओ कमेटी। ये 1970 में आई थी और ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स इंक्वायरी कमेटी है। तो ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो आप लोगों को याद रखनी पड़ेंगी फॉर योर फाइनल CUET एग्जाम। CUET और गेट में इन कमिटीज के आने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस हैं और इसलिए आपको इन पर अच्छे से नोट्स बना के इनको याद करना है। ओके बेटा, थैंक यू। हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून। आज की क्लास में हम इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज के बारे में लिखने वाले हैं। ये वो कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में फॉर श्योर आएंगी ही आएंगी। और अगर आप CUET के एग्जाम को स्पेशली देखते हो और गेट के एग्जाम को देखते हो तो उनमें इन कमिटीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हाँ बेटा, तो ये चीज हमको एक बारी देखनी ही है। तो कुछ सिर्फ वो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हम लिखेंगे जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं और हर कमिटी किस चीज के बारे में है और वो किस ईयर में आई थी, इस पर हम एक पूरी लिस्ट बनाएंगे। ठीक है बेटा, मेरे साथ साथ सबको लिखना है। तो सबसे पहली जो कमेटी है, जो इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी है, वो है AM खुसरो कमेटी। AM खुसरो कमेटी जो है वो ईयर 1989 में आई थी और ये एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट रिव्यू कमेटी थी। मतलब एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में कितना क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मली, उन सबको रिव्यू करने के लिए इस कमेटी को फॉर्म किया गया। जो सेकंड कमेटी बेटा विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज CR रंगाराजन कमेटी। CR रंगाराजन कमेटी 1993 में आई थी और ये किस लिए थी? ये कमेटी बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए थी। आप ध्यान से देख सकते हो, ईयर से भी हम देख सकते हैं कि 1993 की बात की जा रही है बेटा। 1991 में एनीवेज वी हैड LPG, है ना, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन थी। तो उसी से ही रिलेटेड हमारी ये रंगाराजन कमेटी है बेटा। नेक्स्ट जो हमारी एक और रंगाराजन कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी, ये CR रंगाराजन कमेटी ही थी ये भी। तो रंगाराजन कमेटी को हम बहुत चीजों के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इनको हम कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी बोलते हैं। मतलब जब भी आप अपने एग्जाम में फाइनेंस रिलेटेड देखोगे तो बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उसका आंसर जो है वो रंगाराजन कमेटी होगा, कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। ठीक है, इसके बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी जो फॉर्म की गई थी वो है चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। और चक्रवर्ती कमेटी में आपको दो डिफरेंट ईयर्स को रिमेंबर करना है बेटा। वन इज, एक जो आपको याद रखना है वो है आपका 1973। इसमें हमारी जो एक कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी उसका एम था मिनिमम वेजेस पे काम करना है कि मिनिमम वेज कितनी होनी चाहिए, और एक जो है वो यही चक्रवर्ती कमेटी 1985 में काम किया था और यहां पर मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे काम किया गया था। ओके बेटा, जो हमारी नेक्स्ट कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये काफी एग्जाम्स में आती है, ये है चोकसी कमेटी। चोकसी कमेटी 1978 में फॉर्मुलेट हुई थी और ये जो कमेटी थी ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स लॉ कमेटी कहलाती है। इसके बाद एक है कार्डर रिपोर्ट। इट्स नॉट अ कमिटी बट ये काफी एग्जाम में चांसेस हैं इसके आने के, तो मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करके लिख रही हूँ, कार्डर रिपोर्ट। कार्डर रिपोर्ट बेसिकली 1956, बहुत अर्ली रिपोर्ट है ये, और ये रिपोर्ट जो है ये बेसिकली इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स के ऊपर फॉर्मुलेटेड है। इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स। इसके बाद जो हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, जो इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम में कमिटीज आ सकती हैं वो है केलकर कमेटी। आपने बहुत बारी पढ़ा होगा कि मैच द फॉलोइंग में एग्जाम में केलकर कमेटी पे डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चन आता है। तो जो केलकर कमेटी है इसमें ना आपको दो चीजें याद रखनी है। एक है कि केलकर कमेटी ने 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पे वर्क किया था। बट एक है कि 2004 में केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था, और ये जो केलकर टास्क फोर्स है ये इसने मेजर एक्ट किया था FRBM एक्ट में। तो ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब आप लोग मुझे बताओगे कि FRBM एक्ट क्या है और इसका क्या काम है। मैंने इस पे एक अलग से वीडियो भी रिकॉर्ड करके पोर्टल पे डाली हुई है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज FRBM एंड व्हाट इज इट्स वर्क। हाँ, पोस्ट दिस बेटा जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है हमारे लिए वो है हमारी LK झा कमेटी। LK झा कमेटी 1976 में फॉर्म की गई थी और इसको भी हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन से ही लिंक करते हैं। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन इंक्वायरी कमेटी। हाँ बेटा, इसके बाद अगर आप मैच द फॉलोइंग वाले क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो सो यू विल नो कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन आता है बेटा। दिस इज 1993 फॉर्म और ये काफी अलग तरीके की कमेटी थी। मतलब ये फाइनेंस रिलेटेड या टैक्स रिलेटेड कमेटी नहीं थी। लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी का जो मेजर वर्क था वो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे था। तो आपको मुझे ये सर्च करके बताना है कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे क्या सजेशंस दिए थे और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि पॉवर्टी को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं। हाँ, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि मिनिमम कैलोरीज कितनी होनी चाहिए या कैलोरी बेस्ड थी भी उनकी पॉवर्टी एस्टिमेशन या नहीं, ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए। सो लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कमेटी। इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज आती हैं बेटा नारासिम्हा कमेटी। नारासिम्हम कमेटी को अगेन हम दो चीजों से रिलेट करते हैं। एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर और एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। दोनों ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजली रिलेटेड हैं आपको याद रखने के लिए। वेदर इट इज फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम काम कैसे करेगा या इट इज रिफॉर्म्स ऑन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, दोनों ही नारासिम्हा कमेटी से लिंक्ड है। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है ऑफ कोर्स द फेमस रघुराम राजन कमेटी। और रघुराम राजन कमेटी जो है बेटा ये बेसिकली 2008 में आई थी। आपको पता होगा कि 2008 में देयर वाज अनदर रिसेशन व्हिच केम इनटू पिक्चर। और ये जो 2008 का रिसेशन था, ये बेसिकली एक बबल था, बबल क्रिएट हुआ गया था, है ना, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में बबल क्रिएट हुआ था। तो ये जो हमारा रघुराम राजन कमेटी है, उस टाइम पे क्या फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स होने चाहिए, व्हाट फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स शुड टेक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग 2008 रिसेशन, इसके ऊपर ये कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। उसके बाद कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट और कमिटीज हैं, जैसे एक आती है बेटा राज कमेटी। राज कमेटी बेसिकली आपकी जो है वो एग्रीकल्चरल टैक्सेशन के ऊपर है, कि एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे टैक्सेस को अप्लाई किया जाए। और एक आती है राजा चेलिया कमेटी, राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी जो है, ये भी टैक्स रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड ही कमेटी है, और ये 1992 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। इसके अलावा एक है हमारे पास बेटा रंगाराजन कमेटी। रंगाराजन कमेटी में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट ईयर्स में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट चीजें की गई। तो एक है 1992, जिसमें हमारे पास आया गया ऑन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट। इस टाइम पे इस कमेटी ने डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर बात की। और दूसरा है हमारा 2006, जिसमें बात की गई फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बारे में, कि कैसे हम कंप्लीट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन लेके आ सकते हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बहुत अलग काम के साथ की कमेटी थी। एक 1992 पे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी थी, दूसरा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कमेटी थी, जो 2006 में लॉन्च की गई थी। उसके बाद एक है हमारी रेखी कमेटी। और अगर आप ध्यान से देखोगे बेटा, तो जो रेखी कमेटी है वो हमारी 1993 में लॉन्च की गई थी, और रेखी कमेटी भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर थी। ठीक है। उसके बाद हमारी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मैं एक अलग वीडियो में आपको बताऊंगी, इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड देयर फॉर्मेशन। तो हमें पता है कि देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड नबार्ड, है ना। आप मुझे बताओगे कि नबार्ड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, बट नबार्ड की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किस कमेटी में हुई थी? वो थी शिव रमन कमेटी। और कौन से ईयर में हुई थी बेटा? ये 1979। सो नबार्ड की फॉर्मेशन 1979 में शिव रमन कमेटी में की गई थी। तीन और इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज है बच्चे। तो हमारी एक आती है तेंदुलकर कमेटी। तेंदुलकर कमेटी भी पॉवर्टी के ऊपर, और पॉवर्टी को कैसे कैलकुलेट किया जाए उसकी एस्टिमेशन पर थी। इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि तेंदुलकर कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी को कैसे एस्टिमेट किया, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेक्स्ट बेटा वी हैव एनके सिंह कमेटी। बेटा दिस इज रिलेटेड टू रिव्यू ऑफ FRBM एक्ट। हाँ बच्चे। और लास्ट हमारे पास जो आती है वो आती है हमारी खुसरो कमेटी। और जो हमारी खुसरो कमेटी है वो एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सिस्टम से रिलेटेड है। और ये कमेटी बच्चे 1989 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। एक लास्ट है जो मैं आपको लिखवा देती हूँ, नॉट वेरी ऑफन इट इज आस्क्ड बट यू शुड रिमेंबर, बट दिस इज कॉल्ड एज बांचाओ कमेटी। ये 1970 में आई थी, और ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स इंक्वायरी कमेटी है। तो ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो आप लोगों को याद रखनी पड़ेंगी फॉर योर फाइनल CUET एग्जाम। CUET और गेट में इन कमिटीज के आने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस हैं, और इसलिए आपको इन पर अच्छे से नोट्स बना के इनको याद करना है। ओके बेटा, थैंक यू। हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून। आज की क्लास में हम इम्पोर्टेंट कमिटीज के बारे में लिखने वाले हैं। ये वो कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में फॉर श्योर आएंगी ही आएंगी। और अगर आप CUET के एग्जाम को स्पेशली देखते हो और गेट के एग्जाम को देखते हो, तो उनमें इन कमिटीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। हाँ बेटा, तो ये चीज हमको एक बारी देखनी ही है। तो कुछ सिर्फ वो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हम लिखेंगे जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, और हर कमिटी किस चीज के बारे में है और वो किस ईयर में आई थी, इस पर हम एक पूरी लिस्ट बनाएंगे। ठीक है बेटा, मेरे साथ साथ सबको लिखना है। तो सबसे पहली जो कमिटी है, जो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है, वो है एम खुसरो कमिटी। एम खुसरो कमिटी जो है वो ईयर 1989 में आई थी, और ये एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट रिव्यू कमिटी थी। मतलब एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में कितना क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा, फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मली, उन सबको रिव्यू करने के लिए इस कमिटी को फॉर्म किया गया। जो सेकंड कमिटी बेटा विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज CR रंगाराजन कमेटी। CR रंगाराजन कमेटी 1993 में आई थी, और ये किस लिए थी? ये कमेटी बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए थी। आप ध्यान से देख सकते हो, ईयर से भी हम देख सकते हैं कि 1993 की बात की जा रही है बेटा। 1991 में एनीवेज वी हैड LPG, है ना, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन थी। तो उसी से ही रिलेटेड हमारी ये रंगाराजन कमेटी है बेटा। नेक्स्ट जो हमारी एक और रंगाराजन कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी, ये CR रंगाराजन कमेटी ही थी ये भी। तो रंगाराजन कमेटी को हम बहुत चीजों के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इनको हम कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी बोलते हैं। मतलब जब भी आप अपने एग्जाम में फाइनेंस रिलेटेड देखोगे, तो बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उसका आंसर जो है वो रंगाराजन कमेटी होगा, कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। ठीक है, इसके बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी जो फॉर्म की गई थी वो है चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। चक्रवर्ती कमेटी। और चक्रवर्ती कमेटी में आपको दो डिफरेंट ईयर्स को रिमेंबर करना है बेटा। वन इज, एक जो आपको याद रखना है वो है आपका 1973। इसमें हमारी जो एक कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी उसका एम था मिनिमम वेजेस पे काम करना, कि मिनिमम वेज कितनी होनी चाहिए। और एक जो है वो यही चक्रवर्ती कमेटी 1985 में काम किया था, और यहां पर मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे काम किया गया था। ओके बेटा, जो हमारी नेक्स्ट कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये काफी एग्जाम्स में आती है, ये है चोकसी कमेटी। चोकसी कमेटी 1978 में फॉर्मुलेट हुई थी, और ये जो कमेटी थी ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स लॉ कमेटी कहलाती है। इसके बाद एक है कार्डर रिपोर्ट। इट्स नॉट अ कमिटी, बट ये काफी एग्जाम में चांसेस हैं इसके आने के, तो मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करके लिख रही हूँ, कार्डर रिपोर्ट। कार्डर रिपोर्ट बेसिकली 1956, बहुत अर्ली रिपोर्ट है ये, और ये रिपोर्ट जो है ये बेसिकली इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स के ऊपर फॉर्मुलेटेड है। इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स। उसके बाद, इसके बाद जो हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। जो इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम में कमिटीज आ सकती हैं वो है केलकर कमेटी। आपने बहुत बारी पढ़ा होगा कि मैच द फॉलोइंग में एग्जाम में केलकर कमेटी पे डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चन आता है। तो जो केलकर कमेटी है, इसमें ना आपको दो चीजें याद रखनी है। एक है कि केलकर कमेटी ने 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट, 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पे वर्क किया था। बट एक है कि 2004 में केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। और ये जो केल का टास्क फोर्स है, ये इसने मेजर एक्ट किया था FRBM एक्ट में। तो ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब आप लोग मुझे बताओगे कि FRBM एक्ट क्या है और इसका क्या काम है। मैंने इस पे एक अलग से वीडियो भी रिकॉर्ड करके पोर्टल पे डाली हुई है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज FRBM एंड व्हाट इज इट्स वर्क। हाँ, पोस्ट दिस बेटा जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है हमारे लिए, वो है हमारी LK झा कमेटी। LK झा कमेटी 1976 में फॉर्म की गई थी और इसको भी हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन से ही लिंक करते हैं। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन इंक्वायरी कमेटी। हाँ बेटा, इसके बाद अगर आप मैच द फॉलोइंग वाले क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, सो यू विल नो कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन आता है बेटा। दिस इज 1993 फॉर्म और ये काफी अलग तरीके की कमेटी थी। मतलब ये फाइनेंस रिलेटेड या टैक्स रिलेटेड कमेटी नहीं थी। लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी का जो मेजर वर्क था वो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे था। तो आपको मुझे ये सर्च करके बताना है कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे क्या सजेशंस दिए थे और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि पॉवर्टी को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं। हाँ, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि मिनिमम कैलोरीज कितनी होनी चाहिए या कैलोरी बेस्ड थी भी उनकी पॉवर्टी एस्टिमेशन या नहीं, ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए। सो लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी इज एन इम्पॉर्टेंट कमेटी। इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज आती हैं बेटा नारासिम्हा कमेटी। नारासिम्हम कमेटी को अगेन हम दो चीजों से रिलेट करते हैं। एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर और एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। दोनों ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजली रिलेटेड हैं आपको याद रखने के लिए। वेदर इट इज फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम काम कैसे करेगा, या इट इज रिफॉर्म्स ऑन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, दोनों ही नारासिम्हा कमेटी से लिंक्ड है। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है ऑफ कोर्स द फेमस रघुराम राजन कमेटी। और रघुराम राजन कमेटी जो है बेटा, ये बेसिकली 2008 में आई थी। आपको पता होगा कि 2008 में देयर वाज अनदर रिसेशन व्हिच केम इनटू पिक्चर। और ये जो 2008 का रिसेशन था, ये बेसिकली एक बबल था, बबल क्रिएट हुआ गया था, है ना, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में बबल क्रिएट हुआ था। तो ये जो हमारा रघुराम राजन कमेटी है, उस टाइम पे क्या फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स होने चाहिए, व्हाट फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स शुड टेक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग 2008 रिसेशन, इसके ऊपर ये कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। उसके बाद कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट और कमिटीज हैं, जैसे एक आती है बेटा राज कमेटी। राज कमेटी बेसिकली आपकी जो है वो एग्रीकल्चरल टैक्सेशन के ऊपर है कि एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे टैक्सेस को अप्लाई किया जाए। और एक आती है राजा चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी जो है, ये भी टैक्स रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड ही कमेटी है और ये 1992 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। इसके अलावा एक है हमारे पास बेटा रंगा राजन कमेटी। रंगा राजन कमेटी में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट ईयर्स में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट चीजें की गई। तो एक है 1992 जिसमें हमारे पास आया गया ऑन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट। इस टाइम पे इस कमेटी ने डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर बात की। और दूसरा है हमारा 2006 जिसमें बात की गई फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बारे में कि कैसे हम कंप्लीट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन लेके आ सकते हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बहुत अलग काम के साथ की कमेटी थी। एक 1992 पे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी थी, दूसरा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कमेटी थी जो 2006 में लॉन्च की गई थी। उसके बाद एक है हमारी रेखी कमेटी। और अगर आप ध्यान से देखोगे बेटा, तो जो रेखी कमेटी है वो हमारी 1993 में लॉन्च की गई थी और रेखी कमेटी भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर थी। ठीक है, उसके बाद हमारी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मैं एक अलग वीडियो में आपको बताऊंगी, इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड देयर फॉर्मेशन। तो हमें पता है कि देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड नबार्ड, है ना। आप मुझे बताओगे कि नबार्ड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, बट नबार्ड की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किस कमेटी में हुई थी? वो थी शिव रमन कमेटी। और कौन से ईयर में हुई थी बेटा? ये 1979। सो नबार्ड की फॉर्मेशन 1979 में शिव रमन कमेटी में की गई थी। तीन और इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज है बच्चे। तो हमारी एक आती है तेंदुलकर कमेटी। तेंदुलकर कमेटी भी पॉवर्टी के ऊपर और पॉवर्टी को कैसे कैलकुलेट किया जाए उसकी एस्टिमेशन पर थी। इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि तेंदुलकर कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी को कैसे एस्टिमेट किया, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेक्स्ट बेटा वी हैव एनके सिंह कमेटी। बेटा दिस इज रिलेटेड टू रिव्यू ऑफ FRBM एक्ट। हाँ बच्चे, और लास्ट हमारे पास जो आती है वो आती है हमारी खुसरो कमेटी। और जो हमारी खुसरो कमेटी है वो एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सिस्टम से रिलेटेड है। और ये कमेटी बच्चे 1989 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। एक लास्ट है जो मैं आपको लिखवा देती हूँ, नॉट वेरी ऑफन इट इज आस्क्ड बट यू शुड रिमेंबर, बट दिस इज कॉल्ड एज बांचाओ कमेटी। ये 1970 में आई थी और ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स इंक्वायरी कमेटी है। तो ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो आप लोगों को याद रखनी पड़ेंगी फॉर योर फाइनल CUET एग्जाम। CUET और गेट में इन कमिटीज के आने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस हैं और इसलिए आपको इन पर अच्छे से नोट्स बना के इनको याद करना है। ओके बेटा, थैंक यू। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग एक्सप्लेन्स द टर्म इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ? तो जो ग्रोथ होती है व्हाट इज दैट? ग्रोथ मीन्स आपकी प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाएगी, पर कैपिटा, करेक्ट। इनकम विल इंक्रीज, करेक्ट। देयर विल बी सम चेंजेस इन द इकोनॉमी, करेक्ट। क्योंकि पहले क्या होगा कि आप एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में ज्यादा होगे एंड आफ्टर ग्रोथ मे बी यू विल बी मोर इनटू द इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर, सो देयर विल बी सम चेंजेस इन द स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ योर इकोनॉमी। एकदम ठीक बात है। सो ऑप्शन A, B, C ऑल ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट, सो द करेक्ट आंसर इज D। बेटा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन पे आओ। इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट इज कैरेक्टराइज्ड बाय, तो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट में व्हाट हैपेंस? देयर इज स्ट्रक्चरल चेंज इन द इकोनॉमी, करेक्ट। ग्रोथ हो रही है तो डेवलपमेंट तो हो ही रही है ना। ग्रोथ, of course they are different things, but development may be structural change in economy will take place and there will be change in occupational structure, ये भी ठीक है बेटा। earlier you will be into agricultural sector, बाद में ज्यादा people will be in the industrial sector, then more people will be in the service sector, तो occupational structure will change, correct। so both A and B are correct option, A और B दोनों ही correct है बेटा। come to the next question. Underdevelopment is defined in terms of, so when there is underdevelopment, सबसे basic चीज जो होती है वो होती है that the income will be very low in the economy, the per capita income will be very very low, so the correct answer to this question is B, there will be low income। हाँ, income कम होगी तो employment, unemployment will be more, poverty will be very low, will be very high, ये सब होगा, correct। but majorly whenever you will see the definition of underdevelopment, you will see it in terms of per capita income। हमेशा इसकी जो definition होती है वो per capita income के basis पे होती है, so that is in fact the correct option। ठीक है बच्चे, okay बेटा, come to the next question। which of the following explains the term economic development? Improvement in technology involved, yes। जब आप एक अंडर डेवलप्ड से डेवलप्ड नेशन की तरफ जाओगे, यू विल यूज बेटर टेक्नोलॉजी, दैट इज करेक्ट। इंप्रूवमेंट इन प्रोडक्शन, हाँ, Production will increase. Improvement in distribution system, yes. जो पहले inequality exist करती थी economy में, that will lower. More people will have higher income, right? So there will be improvement in the distribution system. That is correct option. So all the three are correct. So the correct answer to this question should be beta all of the above. तीनों के तीनों ही correct हैं. It will be all of the above. ठीक है बच्चे? Come to the next one, beta. Which of the following is generally regarded as the true index of economic growth? Growth के लिए सबसे ज्यादा क्या देखा जाता है बेटा? What we see is per capita income, per person income. And when there is increase in the per capita income, then there will be growth. Then there will be growth. बच्चा, which per capita income? Real. Nominal को बढ़ा के क्या करना? अगर inflation भी उतने से आ गई. We are concerned with real per capita income. So the correct answer to this question will be that it is A. An increase in national income at constant price. Constant price means that it is not A. This is not real income. It is B. Sustained increase in real per capita income. This is the correct answer to this question. So increase in real per capita income. हमेशा याद रखना, if they ask you in exam whether growth is related to real per capita or real national income, national मतलब GDP बचे, या NNPFC, this is not per capita. Growth की बात हमेशा per capita terms में होती है. So growth is per capita income, right? So you will always mark the answer as per capita. वो आपका correct answer होगा. Okay बच्चे, come to the next question. The concept of economic growth is, अब देखो ध्यान से समझना, हाँ देखो, growth is narrow, development is broad. और इसको याद रखने के लिए an example can be कि एक human being की height grow करती है, पर ओवरऑल उसकी डेवलपमेंट होती है, जिसमें वो बेटर ह्यूमन बीइंग बनता है, जिसमें वो अच्छी चीजें सीखता है. सो ग्रोथ इज लिमिटेड. ग्रोथ हो सकती है आपकी सिर्फ हाइट की, आपकी सिर्फ इनकम की, एक चीज की, इट्स लिमिटेड. डेवलपमेंट हैज अ लॉट ऑफ अदर फैक्टर्स. तो डेवलपमेंट ब्रॉड होती है, ग्रोथ नैरो टर्म होता है. सो वी कैन गो अहेड एंड से दैट economic growth is narrower than the concept of economic development. Development broad concept hota hai, growth is a narrow concept. Come to the next question beta. Narrower, which of the following is not an indicator of economically underdeveloped country? Let's see. Not an indicator पूछ रहे, not. Low per capita income, underdeveloped है तो per capita income तो less ही होगी. This is an indicator. Low proportion of labor force in the primary sector, no. अगर primary sector में less लोग employed हैं, there are less people employed in the primary sector, तो इसका मतलब तो हो गया कि you are growing, you are developing. If people move out of primary sector into the secondary sector, तो इसका मतलब तो ये हो गया कि आपकी growth हो रही है, आपकी development हो रही है. तो आप इकोनॉमिकली अंडर डेवलप नहीं हो, राइट? बिकॉज यू आर मूविंग फ्रॉम प्राइमरी टू सेकेंडरी टू टर्शरी. तो यही तो हमें चाहिए, यही तो रोस्टोज मॉडल है, राइट? सो एक्चुअली लो प्रपोर्शन ऑफ पीपल इन प्राइमरी सेक्टर, दिस रिप्रेजेंट्स डेवलप्ड नेशन, नॉट अंडर डेवलप्ड नेशन. So this is the correct answer to this question. Come to the next question. The rate of growth of an economy majorly depends on. तो बेटा growth किस पर डिपेंड करेगी? किस रेट से लेबर फोर्स ग्रो कर रहा है? दिस इज करेक्ट. व्हेन लेबर फोर्स विल ग्रो, मतलब मोर पीपल हु कैन वर्क विल ग्रो. व्हेन पीपल हु कैन वर्क विल ग्रो, देन योर आउटपुट विल ग्रो. व्हेन योर आउटपुट विल ग्रो, योर जीडीपी विल ग्रो. तो अगर लेबर फोर्स बढ़ेगा, ज्यादा लोग मेरे काम करने वाले होंगे, देन आई विल ग्रो एज एन इकोनॉमी, मेरी ग्रोथ होगी इकोनॉमी में. सो दिस इज करेक्ट. लुक इनटू द नेक्स्ट. द proportion of national income saved and invested. बेटा when savings will increase, investment will increase. जब इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ेगी तो जीडीपी बढ़ेगा. दिस इज करेक्ट. द रेट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंप्रूवमेंट, करेक्ट. जब टेक्नोलॉजी इंप्रूव होगी, इट विल increase the GDP of the economy. So all three options are correct. So the correct answer to this question is all of the above. सारे ही correct options है. Come to the next question. Assume the following determinants of growth which is non-economic factor. देखो बेटा, natural resources economic factor है. आप natural resources को economically use कर सकते हो. जैसे for example, you can go ahead and use them for the purpose of tourism. This is an economic factor for the determining the growth. अब next देखो, population growth. This is also an economic factor. Capital accumulation, ये भी एक economic factor है. When capital will increase, then investment will increase, then GDP of the economy will increase. But favorable legislation, this is not an economic factor. अगर मैं बोल दूं कि legislation favorable है, तो उससे how is that related to an economic factor? How is that an economic factor? ये तो economic नहीं है. So answer will be C. Come to the next question. Besides increase in output, economic development is concerned with. बेटा development एक broad concept है. Growth interested रहता है income related. पर development क्या बोलता है? इनकम तो बढ़ाओ, बट विमेन को इक्वालिटी दो, जेंडर इक्वालिटी लेकर आओ. हाँ, बेटर वाटर सैनिटेशन फैसिलिटी दो. बेटर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन रिमूव करो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ रेस, कास्ट, रिलीजन. हाँ, सिक्योरिटी लेकर आओ. हाँ, तो डेवलपमेंट एक ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट है. एजुकेशन इंप्रूव करो, हेल्थ इंप्रूव करो. इट्स अ ब्रॉडर कॉन्सेप्ट. So development, besides increase in output, it is associated with technology, with how income is distributed, with life sustenance, self-esteem, freedom. ये सब कुछ development related है. Development में आपको सब कुछ चाहिए. So answer to this question will be D. बेटा development के बारे में अगर आपको पढ़ना है, तो एक बहुत अच्छा ये रहेगा that you go ahead and you read the books written by Amartya Sen. वो इस बारे में बात करते हैं कि क्यों ग्रोथ काफी नहीं है और क्यों डेवलपमेंट की जरूरत है. Why development is required. ठीक है बेटा, come to the next question. Economic growth can be measured by. तो ग्रोथ तो इनकम कॉन्सेप्ट है, और इनकम को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं? जीडीपी से. सो इट इज जीडीपी, राइट. इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कैन बी सीन एज एन आउटवर्ड शिफ्ट ऑफ. तो अगर देखो, ध्यान से समझो, सी इफ देयर विल बी ग्रोथ, देन योर आउटपुट विल इंक्रीज. अगर आउटपुट इंक्रीज हो रहा है, मतलब आपका जो प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर है वो आउटवर्ड शिफ्ट होगा. आप ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर पाओगे इकोनॉमी में, राइट. सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी ए, द प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर. डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स इज द स्टडी ऑफ पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट, एलोकेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेस इन द डेवलपिंग कंट्री. ऑल बेटा ऑल. मैंने अभी समझाया दैट डेवलपमेंट इज अ ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट, और डेवलपमेंट जो है वो बोलता है कि पॉवर्टी को कम करो, इनइक्वालिटी को कम करो, लोगों की क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ बढ़ाओ, वाटर सैनिटेशन फैसिलिटीज दो. सो इट इज अ ब्रॉड कॉन्सेप्ट. इट इज रिलेटेड विद ऑल ऑफ दिस, राइट. सो वी कैन से दैट द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डी. बेटा कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. अ गुड डेफिनेशन ऑफ मीनिंग ऑफ डेवलपमेंट इज, again same type of question only. Elimination of poverty, yes. Improving quality of life, yes. fulfillment of the potential of individual? Yes. So all of the above is the answer. Better come to the next question. Development economics must have a scope wider than traditional economics because अब जो ट्रेडिशनल इकोनॉमिक्स था वो बोलता था कि जस्ट फोकस ऑन जीडीपी. इफ यू आर फोकसिंग ऑन जीडीपी इट इज फाइन. डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने आके बोला कि ना 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 ना, only focusing on GDP is not enough. You must go ahead and you must focus more on transforming the institutes. You must go ahead and you must focus on reducing inequality, on poverty elevation. तो ये सब बातें किसने की? डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने. तो डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स ने बोला कि आप इंस्टीट्यूट्स को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, लीगल सिस्टम को ट्रांसफॉर्म करो, क्रिमिनल्स पता करो कौन है, क्रिमिनल्स का रेट कम करो. सो डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक्स basically talks about transformation of social institutes. So the answer is C. Come to the next question, beta. The concept of economic planning in India is derived from, तो आपको याद होगा USSR की काफी बात हुई है, स्पेशली अगर आप सेकेंड 5-year plan, फर्स्ट 5-year plan को पढ़ो तो you will read a lot about USSR. So the answer is Russia. ठीक है. Come to the next question, beta. Economic development refers to, तो क्या है इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट? क्या ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट सेम है? आर दे द सेम थिंग? नो. इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ प्लस चेंजेस इन आउटपुट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड स्ट्रक्चर. यस, ये है ग्रोथ बच्चे. दिस इज इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ. इसी के अंदर अगर मैं इनइक्वालिटी को रिमूव कर दूं, पॉवर्टी को कम कर दूं और बहुत चीजें कर दूं, आउटपुट को बेटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दूं, एक प्रॉपर इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइजेशन कर दूं, इकोनॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर इंप्रूव कर दूं, तो इन सबको मिलाकर आ जाएगी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. सो डेवलपमेंट विल बी अ ब्रॉडर कॉन्सेप्ट. सो वी कैन गो अहेड एंड से दैट बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन. ठीक है बेटा. कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट मीन्स इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ प्लस स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस प्लस क्वालिटेटिव चेंजेस. तो बी इज द करेक्ट आंसर. आ गया हो बेटा. इन रिकार्डियन स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स सेविंग्स आर प्रोवाइडेड बाय. तो रिकार्डो ने क्या कहा था? रिकार्डो ने कहा था कि देखो लेबर क्लास नहीं सेव करने वाली, वो तो मिनिमल वेज वाले हैं, उनके पास तो खुद के पास वेज नहीं है, दे डोंट हैव वेजेस. सो ही सेड दैट लेबर क्लास विल नॉट सेव. लेबर क्लास डज नॉट हैव वेज. It is going to be the capitalist who will save in the economy. So the correct answer to this question will be capitalist. Come to the next question, bache. Which one of the following statement is not in tune with Ricardian theory of growth? So Ricardian theory of growth basically goes ahead and says that profits will tend to fall over time. ये नहीं बोलता profit tend to rise. It says profit tend to fall over time. Right? So the answer to this question will be D. This is not in tune. Profit tend to rise is incorrect. Profit will fall over time. That is correct option. ठीक है. Come to the next question. Which of the following is not an assumption of Ricardian theory? तो Ricardian theory ने बेटा क्या बोला था? Minimal wages. So if you are talking about minimal wages, you can't be talking about increasing wage. ये assumption नहीं हो सकती है, right? So rising real wage is not an assumption of the Ricardian theory. This is incorrect. ये गलत option है. Ricardo built his theory around, so his theory was around wages of the labor class. So answer is C. In Ricardian system, a crucial role in development was assigned to, तो रिकार्डियन सिस्टम ने इस बारे में बात की कि कैसे कैपिटलिस्ट जो हैं वो अपना प्रॉफिट को एक्यूमुलेट कर सकते हैं. राइट? सो ही टॉक्ड अबाउट प्रॉफिट्स. राइट? सो ही सेड दैट डेवलपमेंट के पीछे जो रीजन रहेगा दैट विल बी प्रॉफिट. सो आंसर इज सी. Which one of the following model uses distinct concept of the stages of growth? So different stages of growth are given under the Harrod-Domer model. So we under the Harrod model, so we will say answer is B. Right? Okay, beta. Now come to the next question. The classical theory of economic development is of relevance for less developed countries today because it lays emphasis on need for favorable institution, extension of markets, capital accumulation, all of the above. तो बेसिकली अगर हम थोड़ा सा इस पे फोकस करें, देखो एज यू ग्रो आपका जो सिस्टम, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स टॉक अबाउट अ डेवलप्ड कंट्री, as you will grow, as you will become underdeveloped to developed, the initial theories that were in place will not hold true for you. क्योंकि जो theories लिखी गई थी वो तब लिखी गई थी जब इकोनॉमी बहुत अलग थी, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी बहुत अलग थी, राइट? सो एज यू ग्रो, द क्लासिकल थ्योरीज दे आर ओनली रेलिवेंट टू द लेस डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज. क्यों? क्योंकि वो जो क्लासिकल थ्योरीज हैं इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट की, वो बात करती हैं कि कैसे आप अपनी मार्केट को ग्रो कर सकते हो, कैसे आप कैपिटल को एक्यूमुलेट करने के बाद ग्रोथ लेकर आ सकते हो, कैसे आप अपने फेवर में अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन को रख सकते हो, राइट? सो ऑल ऑफ दिस बेटा, दिस इज बेसिकली ओनली यूजफुल फॉर योर लेस डेवलप्ड नेशंस, राइट? सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी all of the above. Okay. Which growth model is inspired the use of capital output ratio? All of us know the answer is Harrod-Domer model. Which of the following model makes the assumption of constant saving income ratio? We know Harrod-Domer model. The Harrod-Domer model is one of the well-known models of growth. Which of the two authors of this model wrote earlier and in which year? So, actually, this model was written by Harrod. ठीक है, एंड देन डोमर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटेड टू इट. तो लिखा पहले हैरड ने था और फिर डोमर ने कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट किया. सो द करेक्ट आंसर विल बी हैरड इन 1939. द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज, वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन दिस, नैरोअर देन इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इन इंडिया विल हैपन नेसेसरली इफ देयर इज, बेटा डेवलपमेंट के लिए एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, यानी कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन हो. सो द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन. कभी भी पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ से इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं आने वाली. एंड द मोमेंट यू निगेट ए, यू आर लेफ्ट अप विद बी एंड सी. सी कहता है टेक्निकल प्रोग्रेस इन ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी. अगर ग्लोबली टेक्नोलॉजी इंप्रूव होगी, हाउ विल दैट इंपैक्ट इंडिया? नॉट नेसेसरी ना. सो सी इज ऑल्सो इनकरेक्ट. सो आंसर विल बी बी. Which of the following is inconsistent with Adam Smith theory of development? So Adam Smith basically went ahead and said that the development can only take place up to one level. एक level तक development होगी and then it will fall, right? So there is a limit to development, to growth. ऐसा नहीं है कि growth will be unlimited. There will be a limit to growth, right? So this is incorrect. This is inconsistent. That there is no limit to growth. Karl Marx's ideas about development theory are available in, so Karl Marx actually went ahead and Marx wrote different books. हाँ बच्चे. Now, if you go ahead and you Google a bit, you will find that Das Kapital basically is a book which is written by Karl Marx. And you know, he went ahead and he talks about why and how capitalism will fail. मतलब कैसे capitalism grow करेगा और कैसे capitalism गिर जाएगा. How capitalism will increase and how capitalism will fall. तो इसके बारे में कार्ल मार्क्स ने बात की थी. Now, if you look into the name, if you look into the name of this book, या if you just Google Das Capital, तो इसका जो actual name है, it is this entire thing. It is Das Capital, a critic of political economy. ये पूरा इस बुक का नाम है. This is an excellent book and this talks about how capitalism will increase and how capitalism will fall. और इसमें उन्होंने बहुत चीजों की बात की, आई होप यू नो ऑल ऑफ दिस। ऑर्गेनिक कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ कैपिटल की बात की है, और उन्होंने बात की है कि कैसे कैपिटलिस्ट विद टाइम अपना सारा पैसा जो है वो कैपिटल में लगाएंगे, पर उसकी वजह से ही उनका नुकसान होगा. सो ऑल दैट ही हैज टॉक्ड अबाउट इन दिस बुक. सो एक्चुअली स्पीकिंग, the answer is C, but this is also not the correct name. This is the correct name. Das Capital, a critic of political economy. पूरा ही book का नाम है. Okay, come to the next question. In Schumpeter तो हमेशा entrepreneur की बात करते हैं, so answer is D. कुछ चीजें आपके दिमाग में क्लियर होनी चाहिए. The moment you see the word Schumpeter, you should know कि मेरे को entrepreneur क्लिक करना है. It is an entrepreneur theory. Which sector was established most by Ricardo in the context of economic growth? So Ricardo talked about agriculture being the most established sector. Which of the following, according to Ricardo, would form a bottleneck to economic growth? तो Ricardo की थ्योरी अगर आप पढ़ो, हाँ, तो उसमें हमने क्या पढ़ा था बच्चे? हमने पढ़ा था कि हमारे पास एक लैंड होगा और ये लैंड धीरे धीरे शॉर्टेज होना शुरू हो जाएगी इस लैंड की, एज कंपेयर टू द फूड रिक्वायरमेंट. पढ़ा था हमने ये सारा. और फिर हमने पूरी बात की थी कि कैसे आपको वो वाला लैंड भी यूज करना पड़ेगा जो अनप्रोडक्टिव लैंड होगा. सो वी हैव टॉक्ड अबाउट ऑल दिस इन आवर लेक्चर्स. हाँ, सो बेस्ड ऑन दिस द आंसर टू दिस विल बी ए. Which of the following is inconsistent with Schumpeter's theory of development? बेटा, चाहे Schumpeter हो, चाहे Adam Smith हो, all of them assumed that there will be a limit to growth. Growth एक limit तक ही हो सकती है. It cannot be forever. So the course of growth is continuous. ये चीज हमेशा inconsistent रहेगी. This will not be true, right? So answer will be A. According to Schumpeter's model, the innovating entrepreneurs get the necessary finance from, so they get it from banks. Which one of the following was given a central place by Schumpeter in his theory? तो innovation को उन्होंने बहुत रोल दिया. दो चीजों को आपको याद रखना है Schumpeter से. Again, we have done this model in class, but it will be innovation and entrepreneurs. इन दोनों का ही बहुत रोल है in Schumpeter's model. Okay. In which year was the first volume of Das Kapital B. Karl Marx published? So the first volume was published in 1967. इसके ना बहुत volumes आए हैं. So the latest one is volume 3. उसको भी पढ़ो. It is an excellent book written. ठीक है बच्चे. Next question. Myrdal builds his theory of economic development around the idea of. तो Myrdal is associated with inequalities. उनका मॉडल inequality पे है, and both regional in within nation and outside nation. तो both A and C are correct. A and B, हाँ, both are correct. ठीक है. The concept of vicious cycle of poverty नर्क्से ने दी थी, so answer is नर्क्से. Who formulated the theory of circular and cumulative causation, which explains the perpetuation of underdevelopment through growing inequality between developed and underdeveloped country? तो बेटा inequality मैंने अभी आपको बता दिया, he is associated with Myrdal. In the context of which region was big push strategy of development formulated? So when the big push theory or big push strategy came, ideally this big push strategy was built for Eastern Europe. So answer to this question is Eastern Europe. ठीक है बेटा. Come to the next question. Which of the following is a characteristic of underdevelopment? Vicious cycle of poverty. मतलब ये क्या बोलते हैं? देखो, अगर पॉवर्टी होगी तो आपके पास फूड शॉर्टेज होगा, आप खाना नहीं खा पाओगे. अगर फूड शॉर्टेज होगा तो आपका लेबर अनप्रोडक्टिव होगा. अगर लेबर अनप्रोडक्टिव होगा तो आउटपुट कम होगा, जीडीपी कम होगा. अगर इनकम कम होगी तो लेबर की वेजेस कम होंगी. वेजेस कम होंगी तो पॉवर्टी बढ़ेगी. सो दिस इज अ विशियस साइकिल दैट कीप्स ऑन गोइंग ऑन एंड ऑन एंड ऑन. Who fixes the poverty line? So I will leave this question because अब we don't have the planning commission anymore. So poverty line यहाँ से नहीं करेंगे. Who formulated the theory of circular and cumulative causation, which explains perpetuation of underdevelopment through growing inequality? Inequality is Myrdal. The basic logic behind big push theory is related to external economics. Yes. So the big push theory basically बच्चे it talks about the external economies. I hope you have read big push theory, huh? Under the big push strategy of development, large investments are to be directed towards. तो बिग पुश थ्योरी ये कहता है कि जितनी भी इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर की तरफ कर दो. सो आंसर इज इंडस्ट्री. द डिविजन ऑफ लेबर अकॉर्डिंग टू एडम स्मिथ इज लिमिटेड बाय. सो एडम स्मिथ gave role to both the things. He said that whenever you want to divide labor, it will be limited. उसको आप divide नहीं कर पाओगे because of the limitation of the market and the amount of capital available. So answer will be both A and B. The big push strategy of development was first developed by, all of us know, it is Rost and Rodin. So these were the 50 important DEVICO questions. Hello beta, good afternoon. आज की क्लास में हम important committees के बारे में लिखने वाले हैं. ये वो committees हैं जो एग्जाम में for sure आएंगी ही आएंगी. और अगर आप CUET के एग्जाम को स्पेशली देखते हो और गेट के एग्जाम को देखते हो तो उनमें इन कमिटीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है. हाँ बेटा, तो ये चीज हमको एक बारी देखनी ही है. तो कुछ सिर्फ वो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हम लिखेंगे जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं और हर कमिटी किस चीज के बारे में है और वो किस ईयर में आई थी, इस पर हम एक पूरी लिस्ट बनाएंगे. ठीक है बेटा, मेरे साथ साथ सबको लिखना है. तो सबसे पहली जो कमिटी है, जो इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है, वो है AM खुसरो कमिटी. AM खुसरो कमिटी जो है वो ईयर 1989 में आई थी और ये एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट रिव्यू कमिटी थी. मतलब एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में कितना क्रेडिट दिया जाएगा, फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मली, उन सबको रिव्यू करने के लिए इस कमेटी को फॉर्म किया गया. जो सेकंड कमेटी बेटा विच इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज CR रंगाराजन कमेटी. CR रंगाराजन कमेटी 1993 में आई थी और ये किस लिए थी? ये कमेटी बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के लिए थी. आप ध्यान से देख सकते हो, ईयर से भी हम देख सकते हैं कि 1993 की बात की जा रही है बेटा. 1991 में एनीवेज वी हैड LPG, है ना, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन थी. तो उसी से ही रिलेटेड हमारी ये रंगाराजन कमेटी है. बेटा नेक्स्ट जो हमारी एक और रंगाराजन कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी, ये CR रंगाराजन कमेटी ही थी ये भी. तो रंगाराजन कमेटी को हम बहुत चीजों के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं. तो इनको हम कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन भी बोलते हैं. मतलब जब भी आप अपने एग्जाम में फाइनेंस रिलेटेड देखोगे तो बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है कि उसका आंसर जो है वो रंगाराजन कमेटी होगा, कमिटी ऑफ फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. ठीक है. इसके बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी जो फॉर्म की गई थी वो है चक्रवर्ती कमेटी. चक्रवर्ती कमेटी. और चक्रवर्ती कमेटी में आपको दो डिफरेंट ईयर्स को रिमेंबर करना है बेटा. वन इज, एक जो आपको याद रखना है वो है आपका 1973. इसमें हमारी जो एक कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी उसका एम था मिनिमम वेजेस पे काम करना, कि मिनिमम वेज कितनी होनी चाहिए. और एक जो है वो यही चक्रवर्ती कमेटी 1985 में काम किया था और यहां पर मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी पे काम किया गया था. ओके बेटा, जो हमारी नेक्स्ट कमेटी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये काफी एग्जाम्स में आती है, ये है चोकसी कमेटी. चोकसी कमेटी 1978 में फॉर्मुलेट हुई थी और ये जो कमेटी थी ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स लॉ कमेटी कहलाती है. इसके बाद एक है कार्डर रिपोर्ट। इट्स नॉट अ कमिटी, बट ये काफी एग्जाम में चांसेस हैं इसके आने के, तो मैं यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करके लिख रही हूँ, कार्डर रिपोर्ट। कार्डर रिपोर्ट बेसिकली 1956, बहुत अर्ली रिपोर्ट है ये, और ये रिपोर्ट जो है ये बेसिकली इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स के ऊपर फॉर्मुलेटेड है। इंडियन टैक्स रिफॉर्म्स। इसके बाद जो हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो एग्जाम में आ सकती हैं, हेलो बेटा, गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, जो इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम में कमिटीज आ सकती हैं वो है केलकर कमेटी। आपने बहुत बारी पढ़ा होगा कि मैच द फॉलोइंग में एग्जाम में केलकर कमेटी पे डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चन आता है। तो जो केलकर कमेटी है इसमें ना आपको दो चीजें याद रखनी है। एक है कि केलकर कमेटी ने 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट, 2002 में डायरेक्ट एंड इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पे वर्क किया था। बट एक है कि 2004 में केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था। केलकर टास्क फोर्स फॉर्म किया गया था, और ये जो केलकर टास्क फोर्स है ये इसने मेजर एक्ट किया था FRBM एक्ट में। तो ये बहुत 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 इंपॉर्टेंट है। अब आप लोग मुझे बताओगे कि FRBM एक्ट क्या है और इसका क्या काम है। मैंने इस पे एक अलग से वीडियो भी रिकॉर्ड करके पोर्टल पे डाली हुई है, बट ऑल ऑफ यू विल टेल मी व्हाट इज FRBM एंड व्हाट इज इट्स वर्क। हाँ, पोस्ट दिस बेटा जो नेक्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटी है हमारे लिए वो है हमारी LK झा कमेटी। LK झा कमेटी 1976 में फॉर्म की गई थी, और इसको भी हम इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन से ही लिंक करते हैं। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन इंक्वायरी कमेटी। हाँ बेटा, इसके बाद अगर आप मैच द फॉलोइंग वाले क्वेश्चंस प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो सो यू विल नो कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी बहुत ही कॉमन क्वेश्चन आता है बेटा। दिस इज 1993 फॉर्म, और ये काफी अलग तरीके की कमेटी थी। मतलब ये फाइनेंस रिलेटेड या टैक्स रिलेटेड कमेटी नहीं थी। लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी का जो मेजर वर्क था वो पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे था। तो आपको मुझे ये सर्च करके बताना है कि लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी एलिमिनेशन पे क्या सजेशंस दिए थे, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि पॉवर्टी को हम कैसे मेजर कर सकते हैं। हाँ, और उन्होंने क्या बोला था कि मिनिमम कैलोरीज कितनी होनी चाहिए, या कैलोरी बेस्ड थी भी उनकी पॉवर्टी एस्टिमेशन या नहीं, ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए। सो लक्कड़ वाला कमेटी इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट कमेटी। इसके बाद हमारी इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज आती हैं बेटा नारासिम्हा कमेटी। नारासिम्हम कमेटी को अगेन हम दो चीजों से रिलेट करते हैं। एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, और एक को बोला जाता है फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम। दोनों ऑलमोस्ट क्लोजली रिलेटेड हैं आपको याद रखने के लिए। वेदर इट इज फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम, कि फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम काम कैसे करेगा, या इट इज रिफॉर्म्स ऑन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, दोनों ही नारासिम्हा कमेटी से लिंक्ड है। उसके बाद हमारे पास आती है ऑफ कोर्स द फेमस रघुराम राजन कमेटी। और रघुराम राजन कमेटी जो है बेटा ये बेसिकली 2008 में आई थी। आपको पता होगा कि 2008 में देयर वाज अनदर रिसेशन व्हिच केम इनटू पिक्चर, और ये जो 2008 का रिसेशन था ये बेसिकली एक बबल था, बबल क्रिएट हुआ गया था, है ना, हाउसिंग सेक्टर में बबल क्रिएट हुआ था। तो ये जो हमारा रघुराम राजन कमेटी है उस टाइम पे क्या फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स होने चाहिए, व्हाट फाइनेंशियल रिफॉर्म्स शुड टेक प्लेस ड्यूरिंग 2008 रिसेशन, इसके ऊपर ये कमेटी फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। उसके बाद कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट और कमिटीज हैं, जैसे एक आती है बेटा राज कमेटी। राज कमेटी बेसिकली आपकी जो है वो एग्रीकल्चरल टैक्सेशन के ऊपर है, कि एग्रीकल्चर में कैसे टैक्सेस को अप्लाई किया जाए। और एक आती है राजा चेलिया कमेटी, राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी। राजा जे चेलिया कमेटी जो है ये भी टैक्स रिफॉर्म से रिलेटेड ही कमेटी है और ये 1992 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। इसके अलावा एक है हमारे पास बेटा रंगाराजन कमेटी। रंगाराजन कमेटी में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट ईयर्स में दो इंपॉर्टेंट डिफरेंट चीजें की गई। तो एक है 1992 जिसमें हमारे पास आया गया ऑन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट, इस टाइम पे इस कमेटी ने डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर बात की। और दूसरा है हमारा 2006 जिसमें बात की गई फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बारे में कि कैसे हम कंप्लीट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन लेके आ सकते हैं। तो ये दोनों ही बहुत अलग काम के साथ की कमेटी थी। एक 1992 पे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट कमेटी थी, दूसरा फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन कमेटी थी जो 2006 में लॉन्च की गई थी। उसके बाद एक है हमारी रेखी कमेटी। और अगर आप ध्यान से देखोगे बेटा तो जो रेखी कमेटी है वो हमारी 1993 में लॉन्च की गई थी और रेखी कमेटी भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन के ऊपर थी। ठीक है, उसके बाद हमारी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, मैं एक अलग वीडियो में आपको बताऊंगी इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड देयर फॉर्मेशन। तो हमें पता है कि देयर इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट कॉल्ड नबार्ड, है ना। आप मुझे बताओगे कि नबार्ड का फुल फॉर्म क्या है, बट नबार्ड की इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किस कमेटी में हुई थी? वो थी शिव रमन कमेटी। और कौन से ईयर में हुई थी बेटा? ये 1979। सो नबार्ड की फॉर्मेशन 1979 में शिव रमन कमेटी में की गई थी। तीन और इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज है बच्चे। तो हमारी एक आती है तेंदुलकर कमेटी। तेंदुलकर कमेटी भी पॉवर्टी के ऊपर और पॉवर्टी को कैसे कैलकुलेट किया जाए उसकी एस्टिमेशन पर थी। इसमें भी आपको पता होना चाहिए कि तेंदुलकर कमेटी ने पॉवर्टी को कैसे एस्टिमेट किया, वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेक्स्ट बेटा वी हैव एनके सिंह कमेटी। बेटा दिस इज रिलेटेड टू रिव्यू ऑफ FRBM एक्ट। हाँ बच्चे, और लास्ट हमारे पास जो आती है वो आती है हमारी खुसरो कमेटी। और जो हमारी खुसरो कमेटी है वो एग्रीकल्चरल क्रेडिट सिस्टम से रिलेटेड है। और ये कमेटी बच्चे 1989 में फॉर्मुलेट की गई थी। एक लास्ट है जो मैं आपको लिखवा देती हूँ, नॉट वेरी ऑफन इट इज आस्क्ड बट यू शुड रिमेंबर, बट दिस इज कॉल्ड एज वांचाओ कमेटी। ये 1970 में आई थी और ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स इंक्वायरी कमेटी है। तो ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट कमिटीज हैं जो आप लोगों को याद रखनी पड़ेंगी फॉर योर फाइनल CUET एग्जाम। CUET और गेट में इन कमिटीज के आने के बहुत ज्यादा चांसेस हैं और इसलिए आपको इन पर अच्छे से नोट्स बना के इनको याद करना है। ओके बेटा, थैंक यू।